Chapter 2871. Ji Shinyu looked at Ji Tianyu as if she was looking at a real stranger. What do you have to say now? Ji Tianyu refused to admit it. He's talking nonsense. Ji Shinyu said angrily. You still dare to quibble? I've already checked the wounds on their bodies. I can tell the direction of your sword from the depth of the cut. They were clearly the ones who were passively cut by you. They didn't even fight back. If they really wanted to sneak attack you, do you think you would still be alive now? Ji Shinyu glanced at her, cut off a piece of cloth, and threw it in front of her. I also don't have a sister like you from today onwards. You and I have nothing to do with each other. Let's sever our sisterhood. Ji Tianyu was stunned. She stood in place. You can't. Not only was she abandoned by Rongyue Tianlan, now she was also abandoned by her own sister. What did she do? Why do they all treat her like this? Bullying her because she was young? They were all bullying children. Ji Shinyu didn't even look at her, and directly said to the two maids, If you don't mind, you can follow me. I will arrange a place for you. The two maids originally thought they were going to die, but hearing her words, they were overjoyed, but they still cared about their families. It is our blessing that third princess is willing to take us in, but our families are still in the capital. We are afraid that little princess will take revenge. Ji Shinyu had already thought of this. I will write a letter to father, explaining everything clearly. Father is a wise ruler. He will not take his anger out on your families. If you are willing, after you have settled down, you can bring your families here to live together. The two maids fell to their knees and kowtowed to Ji Shinyu. Thank you, third princess. From now on, we will follow third princess, go through fire and water, sacrifice our lives. We will not refuse. These two maids were also stubborn. They didn't shed a single tear when they were cut to this extent, but now they were so excited that tears filled their eyes. I didn't take you in to ask you to repay me. Let's talk about it after you've recovered. Ji Shinyu took out some of the best medicine for wounds and handed it to each of them. This kind of golden sword medicine was the best in the Southern Sky Clan. Usually, only high officials, nobles, and some of the upper echelons of the sect could obtain it. These maids were rarely seen. Now, as they held the medicine in their hands, they couldn't help but cry. The surrounding commoners looked at Ji Shinyu with admiration in their eyes. They all applauded and cheered for her actions. This was the demeanor of a princess. Not to mention a princess. Even a prince might not have such a demeanor. It was a pity that she was a woman. If she were a man, she would definitely be conferred the title of crown prince and become an emperor in the future. Ji Tianyu stood in place. Her face, stomach, and body were in pain. She wished she could roll on the bed and let people take care of her. She wanted all the imperial physicians to surround her. But now, she was like a piece of trash that no one cared about. No one even looked at her. Even those shadow guards acted as though they didn't see her. They only needed to ensure that she was alive. As for whether her heart was hurt or not, sorry, it was not within their scope of responsibility. Ji Shinyu quickly finished writing the letter and handed it to the leader of the Shadow Guards, asking him to present it to the Southern Sky Emperor. The leader of the Shadow Guards naturally agreed and put the letter away. Then, Ji Shinyu left with the two maids, not looking at Ji Tianyu again. Chapter 2872. The onlookers dispersed with a bang. Ji Tianyu stood alone in the same spot, feeling a sense of loneliness, as if she had been abandoned by the world. She touched the golden talisman that Rongyue Tianlan had given her in her sleeve. When she was being beaten up just now, she wanted to activate the talisman several times, but when she thought that once she activated it, Rongyue Tianlan would really go their separate ways after saving her again, she resisted the urge. She had to use such an important thing when she needed it the most. She wouldn't use it whenever she encountered a little difficulty. She climbed onto the carriage with great difficulty and got into the carriage. Two shadow guards came up to drive the carriage for her, while the other shadow guards hid themselves and followed. Happy face, carrot. After the prosperity comes loneliness. Now that my birthday has passed, you all have worked hard, so you can all go home. We will gather again next year. The next morning, Grandmaster Ziyun gathered all the disciples in his room and instructed. Every year after their master's birthday, There would be a reflection and conclusion, and all the disciples were used to it. Grandmaster Zi Yun's 9 disciples had all finished their apprenticeship, other than eldest senior brother Feng Wuji, who stayed by their master's side all year round. The other disciples all had their own family businesses, and some even had grand-disciples. Only on Grandmaster Zi Yun's birthday could all the disciples gather together. Actually, everyone understood that the reason why their master was so busy with his birthday was to find an opportunity for everyone to really gather and bond. After so many years of contact, everyone's feelings were generally very deep, and every time they broke up, there would be a period of melancholy. Ji Xinyue was also a little melancholy. Everyone else had a home to return to, but she was always floating outside. Other than her mother, all her relatives were not like family. Xinyue. Grandmaster Zi Yin suddenly called out her name, calling her back to her senses. Your birthday banquet this time was excellent. It was unique. Master is very satisfied. Master has decided that next year's birthday banquet will be yours too. Ji Xinyue was speechless. She had already racked her brains for a birthday banquet. Wouldn't another one take her life? She was not the kind of person who was full of tricks. She couldn't help but look towards eldest senior brother, hoping that the omnipotent eldest senior brother would save her. The almighty eldest senior brother gave her a look of relief, and Ji Xinyu's pretty face fell. She raised her head to look at her master again. Her master supported his chin with one hand and looked at her expectantly. As if he could see her dilemma, her master suggested, "You can find a senior or junior brother to be your assistant." Was her master asking her to drag someone down with her? That's great. Eldest senior brother had always been in charge of the birthday banquet. He was the most experienced. Since he needed a deputy, he naturally had to look for eldest senior brother. When the time came, she would just have to put the burden on eldest senior brother's shoulders. Ji Xinyu immediately said, "All right then, I'll invite Big." Before she could finish her sentence, a person took a step forward and cut her off. "Master, disciple is willing to be senior sister's assistant. I guarantee that Master's birthday banquet next year will be done properly." The one who spoke was Xie Fenglu, Ji Xinyue's 9th junior brother. Ji Xinyu's words were stuck in her throat, unable to continue. Grandmaster Ziyin looked at his little disciple with a smile that was not a smile. "That will depend on whether your senior sister is willing or not. Master said that she can choose her own assistant." Xie Fenglu immediately looked at Ji Xinyu. "Senior sister, you will agree, right?" "Senior sister, I am the best assistant. If senior sister wants me to go east, I will definitely not go west. If senior sister wants me to beat a dog, I will definitely not scold a chicken. If senior sister has something to tell me, I will definitely complete it 200% of the time. I can even give senior sister some ideas or something." Chapter 2873. He looked at her eagerly, his watery eyes full of sincerity. The veins on Ji Xinyu's forehead bulged, but she couldn't bear to hurt his little heart. She naturally couldn't say no, so she nodded in agreement. Xie Fengliu's eyes immediately lit up, and he stood side by side with Ji Xinyu. "Senior sister, we still have a year. We could discuss it slowly." In other words, he could be tied to Ji Xinyu for a year. The veins on Ji Xinyu's forehead bulged again. She was used to being a lone wolf, and was the type of person who ate her fill and didn't have to worry about the whole family. Now, it was as if she had a large burden by her side, and one that was especially noisy. She intuitively felt that her future days would probably be very peaceful. Sect Master Zi Yun smiled and agreed. He was very satisfied. This little disciple of his had the most clever ideas, and could be said to be a clever person with all kind of tricks. It was just that this brat was usually quite lazy. There were several times when Sect Master Ziyun wanted him to hold a birthday banquet for him, but this brat would always use one reason or another to refuse. Now, he had delivered himself to his doorstep. The two maids were too heavily injured, so Ji Shunyu invited the best doctor in Sect Master Ziyun to treat them. This doctor was very famous in the Sanian continent, and was known as a divine doctor. The cheapest medicine he refined was worth thousands of gold, and it was the kind that was priceless. He only treated the people of Sect Master Ziyun, and even the 4 emperors might not be able to invite him. The two maids had only heard of this doctor's name before, and in their eyes, this doctor was like a god floating in the clouds and was thousands of miles away from people of their status. Normally, they wouldn't even have the chance to smell the medicine he casually made, let alone treat them. Now that such a high and mighty doctor had personally come to treat them, they were both nervous and touched. The other injuries on the two men's bodies were better. They were not a problem for the doctor. However, the broken arm could not be reattached because it had been separated from the body for too long. Even so, the two maids were very satisfied. No one could really disregard life and death. As long as they could live, they still wanted to live. Moreover, the sword wounds on their bodies were easily treated by this divine doctor. According to the divine doctor, as long as they took good care of themselves, their sword wounds wouldn't even leave a scar after they were healed. After all, they had been with Ji Tianyu for a while, and Ji Tianyu was usually quite harsh to them and didn't treat them as real people at all. This also caused them to have suspicious personalities. When Ji Shunyu saved them, other than being grateful, they were also a little suspicious in their hearts. They suspected that this third princess saved them because she wanted to get some information from their mouths, and that she had a purpose. Of course, if Ji Shunyu really had such a goal, they would think it was normal and would be happy to answer. They were even prepared for Shinyu's. But after, they didn't expect Ji Tianyu and Tianyu by Tianyu's. Only when their wounds had scabbed over and they could move normally did she send someone to deliver them gold, 100 taels each. It was enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives, and they didn't have to be maids anymore, and they didn't have to live a life of bloodshed. They had even received letters from their own families, telling them that they had been arranged to live in a place with beautiful scenery and tranquil waters. Chapter 2874. They had even received letters from their families, saying that they had been arranged to live in a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Each family had been given several acres of land, enough for them to be self-sufficient and live a peaceful life. Their families hoped that they would return home to reunite and live a peaceful life together. When the two maids received the letters from their families, they both cried. This was a happy life that they didn't even dare to imagine. They didn't expect that this disaster would be a blessing in disguise. The third princess had done it for them. At this point, they didn't want to go back anymore. They wanted to truly stay by Ji Shinyu's side and be her maids. They directly went to the courtyard where Ji Shunyu was, wanting to see her. Ji Shunyu seemed to be about to go out, but when she saw them, she was surprised. "I heard from Marshal Niswu that your injuries are almost healed. Is there anything else?" The two maids knelt down together and told her their intentions, wholeheartedly wanting to be her maids. Ji Shunyu frowned slightly. She was used to being independent and didn't need maids at all. The reason why she saved them was because she felt that her sister had ruined someone else's life, so she wanted to make up for it. Although she had already broken off relations with that sister, and her sins had nothing to do with her. But in the end, they were both princesses of the Nantian clan. She was compensating them on behalf of the royal family. Not to mention that doing this was as easy as lifting a finger. She shook her head. "I don't need maids. You don't have to do this. Go and reunite with your family." She walked out with large strides. The two maids knew that she really didn't want anything in return, so they were even more grateful. One of the maids pursed her lips and followed closely. "Third princess, this servant has something to say to you." Ji Shunyu stood still and raised her eyebrows. "What is it?" The maid took a deep breath and said, "Logically speaking, this servant shouldn't say these things. After all, this servant used to be the little princess's maid, so I shouldn't say anything bad about her. No matter what happened, I shouldn't betray my master for glory. But this is a serious matter, and this servant is afraid that the third princess won't know the truth and will suffer. So I decided to say it. The third princess needs to be careful of the little princess. Most of the bad rumors about the third princess were spread by the little princess." Ji Shunyu was startled and frowned at her. The maidservant smiled sadly. "This servant knows that it sounds like I'm trying to sow discord, but that's the truth. Some of them were even sent by this servant under orders. For example, the third princess was a jinx The third princess was ugly and immoral, etc. Even the rumors about the third princess were spread back to the palace by the little princess. She purposely let His Majesty hear it, and make His Majesty hate the third princess more and more. Ji Shangyue, she suddenly had a funny feeling. She looked at the maid and said, "I've treated her well. What's her purpose for doing this?" The maid shook her head slightly. "We, as servants, don't know what the little princess is thinking. She won't tell us either. She just told us to do as she says." The other maidservant hesitated for a moment before saying, "This servant might know something. The little princess probably did that because she wanted to monopolize the third princess's love. If he wanted to monopolize her, he would have to ruin her." This logic was too heaven-defying. Ji Shanyu expressed that she did not understand. The maid gave an example. The little princess once got a very delicate pink chinchilla. The chinchilla looked cute and gentle. Everyone liked it very much and fought to feed it. Chapter 2875. The pink chinchilla also kissed everyone and pounced on everyone it saw, which made the little princess very unhappy. Later, she ordered everyone not to pay attention to the chinchilla, let alone play with it. If they saw the chinchilla, they had to kick it. Everyone did not understand the princess's meaning, but since the princess said so, everyone could only do as she said. Later, no one liked the chinchilla. Only the little princess was still very good to it. She personally fed it, spoke to it gently, and even took it to play in the garden. Gradually, the chinchilla no longer cared about everyone. It was only close to the little princess, and the two of them were inseparable. Ji Shanyu. She didn't know about the chinchilla because it was not given to her by someone else. It was caught by Xie Fenglu from deep in the mountains. That chinchilla's big round eyes were like a group of pink snowballs. It was so cute. Xie Fenglu originally gave the chinchilla to her, but because she did not have a fixed residence, she was afraid that the chinchilla would suffer with her. So she gave it to her sister, who always liked small animals. She raised the chinchilla for 3 or 4 days, and it was very docile and clever. But when she returned to the palace and saw the chinchilla again, it was as fierce as a little leopard. It was hostile to everyone, and when she went to tease it, she was almost scratched by its claws. Ji Shanyu felt that the chinchilla had mutated. Fortunately, the chinchilla was very docile to her sister and followed her step by step, often acting cute and spoiled to her sister. Ji Shanyu thought that it was the chinchilla's habit to only be close to its owner, but it turned out that it was trained through this method. It seemed that she was also treated like a chinchilla by her sister. What about the chinchilla? Did it really die of illness? A chinchilla's lifespan was about 1,000 years. When she gave the chinchilla to her sister, it was still a kitten and disappeared in less than 200 years. Later, when she went back and did not see the chinchilla, she casually asked Ji Tianyu. Ji Tianyu immediately burst into tears, saying that the chinchilla accidentally fell into the lake in the imperial garden and caught a cold. She called many imperial physicians to treat it, but they still could not cure it, and it died in the end. At that time, Ji Tianyu even took her hand to see the small grave for the chinchilla. In front of the small grave, Ji Tianyu cried again. Ji Shanyu couldn't bear to see her little sister cry, so she immediately promised to find an even cuter animal for her. Only then did her little sister stop crying. Later on, she found another cute pet and gave it to her younger sister. Only then did this matter come to an end. That chinchilla didn't fall into the lake by accident. It was forced to drown in the lake by the princess. The one-armed maid finally told the truth. Ji Shanyu. Why? The one-armed maid said, "Originally, the chinchilla was only close to the little princess, and the little princess also liked it very much. Later, the little princess recruited a new maid in the palace. The little handmaiden was nimble, smart, and lively. She was a good handmaiden, but she liked small animals very much, and she liked the chinchilla very much. She often secretly fed the chinchilla. Even if she was scratched by the chinchilla, she was not angry. She still gave the chinchilla a portion of delicious food. Later on, the chinchilla became closer to her. Occasionally, she would allow the little maid to hug her. Unfortunately, it was seen by the little princess once. The little princess was angry at that time. When the one-armed maid said this, her face was already faintly pale. Chapter 2876. At this point, the one-armed maid's face had already turned pale. When the chinchilla saw her, it tried to get into her arms, but she grabbed it by the neck and threw it to the ground. The chinchilla was injured and cried out miserably on the ground, but the little princess ignored it. Instead, she ordered the little maid who caused the trouble to kill the chinchilla herself. The little maid begged and kowtowed for the chinchilla until her forehead was bleeding, but the little princess refused to take back her order. She even threatened that if the little maid didn't carry out her order, she would send people to kill the little maid's whole family. The maid at the side continued. No matter how much the little maid cried, it was useless. She could only tremble and pick up the chinchilla. According to the little princess's orders, she drowned the chinchilla in the lake. She didn't drown it in one breath, but after it was almost submerged, she lifted it up and pressed it back into the water again after it caught its breath. Every time the chinchilla came out of the water, it would scream and scratch the little maid angrily. The little maid cried and let it scratch her until her face and hands were covered in blood. Ji Shun Yu's anger boiled in her chest as she listened. What about the little maid? The one-armed maid closed her eyes. She's crazy. She went crazy not long after she drowned the chinchilla. Later, she also jumped into the lake. Before she died, she said that she wanted to accompany the chinchilla. The truth was so cruel. The little sister she had loved for hundreds of years was actually such a person. She was considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, and had seen a lot of human nature, but she didn't expect to be deceived by a child for so many years. She was so nice to her and wanted to leave all the good things for her. She was actually the biggest ingrate. Ji Xinyu wanted to laugh. She had always thought that her eldest sister and second sister were scum, and her little sister was good. So she had always been harsh to her eldest sister and second sister. But to her little sister, she was as warm as spring. Only now did she understand that a dog that really bites doesn't bark. Ji Shun Yu's eyes flashed coldly. It was fine if her little sister didn't provoke her in the future, but if she provoked her again, she would teach her a lesson. She would make her pay the price. What happened that day when she slashed you in anger? Didn't she leave with Rongyue Tianlan? Ji Xinyue thought of another question. The single-armed maid bowed and said, the little princess indeed came out with Her Highness Rongyu, but Her Highness Rongyu's expression towards the little princess was very cold, and even said that she wanted to talk to the little princess. At that time, the little princess seemed unwilling, but Her Highness Rongyu said that if they didn't talk about it this time, they wouldn't talk about it in the future. The little princess followed him to the pavilion. No one knew what Her Highness Rongyu said to her, but she started crying. After that, Her Highness Rongyu left on her own, and the little princess began to cry and curse in the pavilion, attracting the attention of some commoners. We were afraid that she would bring down her status as a princess, so we went forward to persuade her to go back to the carriage. In the end, she vented her anger on us. Ji Xinyu frowned slightly. What did she curse and cry about? It seems that Her Highness Rongyu clearly told her to stop pestering him. She cried and scolded him, saying that she had done so much for him, but he didn't want her anymore. The single-armed maid roughly described the scene. When Rongyue Tianlan and Ji Tianyue were talking, they didn't dare to approach them, so they didn't know what they were talking about. He didn't want her anymore? Abandoned after using her? Ji Xinyu actually didn't know how far Rongyue Tianlan and Ji Tianyue had progressed. Chapter 2877. Ji Xinyu actually didn't know how far Rongyue Tianlan and Ji Tianyue had progressed. So this was her first reaction when she heard the two maids' words. Her Highness Rongyue and Ji Tianyue have made a promise to each other. Ji Xinyue's pretty face turned cold. If Rongyue Tianlan and Ji Tianyue had made a promise to each other, and then abandoned her, that would be too much of a scumbag. It was tantamount to playing with the feelings of both sisters in the palm of one's hand, and that was something she couldn't tolerate. The two maids shook their heads together. No, Her Highness Rongyue has been gentle and polite to her ever since she met her, and only took her out once on the Daughter's Day. She bought some children's toys for her. Ji Xinyue naturally knew about that time, when they were drinking and admiring the moon together on Admiring Moon Peak. Rongyue Tanlan and Ji Tianyue's interactions were more like a pair of children. After that, Third Princess left a letter saying that she wanted to break off the engagement with Her Highness Rongyue, and Her Highness Rongyue left the palace directly. Little Princess went to Misty Mountain under the escort of the guards. I was traveling with Little Princess at that time, and we didn't meet Her Highness Rongyue on the way. Little Princess deliberately made people misunderstand that Her Highness Rongyue was in the same carriage as her. After that, Third Princess and Her Highness Rongyue successfully broke off the engagement, and Her Highness Rongyue sent Little Princess back to the Nantian clan. Her Highness Rongyue was outside the carriage the whole time, and other than a few words with Little Princess across the carriage, they didn't have any other interactions. Little Princess came alone to celebrate the Overlord's birthday this time, and only met Her Highness Rongyue at the banquet. The one-armed maid had been by Ji Tianyue's side all this time, so she knew the inside story and said everything at this time. Ji Xinyue, it turned out that she had misunderstood Rongyue Tanlan. Rongyue Tanlan and Ji Tianyue didn't have a marriage promise, but Rongyue Tanlan was good to her for a while, but it didn't seem like the kind of good to a lover, more like spoiling a child. Ji Xinyue Tianlan thought too much, and all the trouble that followed was caused by her. She ruined her own reputation and wanted to make it a reality. While she was lost in thought, another maid said, "Her Highness Rongyue is good to Little Princess, seems to be hiding something." I heard Little Princess confessing to Her Highness Rongyeld, saying that she wasn't afraid of being a substitute. She only wanted to be with Her Highness Rong. Substitute? A substitute. Rongyue Tianlan was inexplicably good to Ji Tianyue. It turned out that it wasn't the kind of love at first sight, but that she was treating her as a substitute. Whose substitute did he think she was? His former lover? He had lived for such a long time, and his appearance was so distinguished and elegant, so it was understandable that he had a lover. She remembered that when he first came to Nantian Palace to cancel the engagement, one of the reasons was that his heart already belonged to someone else. At that time, she had thought that it was just a random reason he had come up with to break off the engagement. Now it seemed that it was true. Since he used Ji Tianyue as a substitute for that woman, it could be inferred that the woman was already dead. From the looks of it now, Rongyue Tianlan was actually an infatuated person who couldn't bear to part with her old friend, Pu. A garland of flowers landed on the head of Ji Xinyue, who was in a daze, and a teasing voice rang out. "Senior sister, what are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed?" Ji Xinyue finally regained her senses. She took off the garland on her head and casually threw it at Xiefeng Lu, who was practically jumping around beside her. "Brat, are you looking for death?" Chapter 2878. She was dressed as a man this time, walking outside with Shun Yu's identity. Why did this brat put on a garland for her? People would think she was a sissy freak if they saw her. Xiefeng Lu carried the personally woven garland and smiled mischievously. "Senior sister, it's not bad for you to walk around as a princess. Why do you have to dress as a man? It's a pity to hide such a beautiful face under such a skin. It's more convenient to dress as a man." Ji Xinyue answered briefly. Only by dressing as a man could she drink big bowls of wine, eat big pieces of meat, and pique with others without any scruples. But as a princess, she had to keep her identity as a princess and always remember that she could not disgrace her identity. This had nothing to do with her face, but the dignity of a princess, the dignity of the Nantian clan. She looked at the surrounding scenery and was a little puzzled. "Why do we have to walk?" "Good question." Xiefeng Lu smiled. "Senior sister, after you let those two maids leave, you walked down the mountain by yourself and never flew. I thought you wanted to see the scenery of our mountain, so I followed you." Ji Xinyue almost rubbed her forehead. She was too distracted. 2 days ago, Xiefeng Lu told her that Hidden Sword Villa had made a new divine sword, and it was said that it had an unfathomable secret. Half a month later, Hidden Sword Villa would consecrate the divine sword and choose a master. He asked if she was interested. Hidden Sword Villa actually did not hide swords, but cast them. The swords cast by Hidden Sword Villa were famous in the entire Fanian continent. It was said that it took 10 years to sharpen a sword, but Hidden Sword Villa only cast one sword every 500 years. Slow work produced fine work, so naturally, the swords cast were the best of the best. Every sword could make people fight over it, and the sword cast this time was even more different. It was said that the most famous swordsmith of Hidden Sword Villa accidentally found a piece of flying iron, and then spent 1,500 years to cast it. Probably because the sword cast this time was really a divine sword. After it was formed, it could not be sharpened. In the end, the swordsmith directly jumped into the furnace and sacrificed himself to the sword, and the sword was truly cast. It was said that on the day of success, the whole villa was covered in red light, and the auspicious signs rushed into the sky. In short, all kinds of strange things were said to be miraculous. This kind of sword was basically sentient. Once such a sword recognized its master, it would never betray its master for the rest of its life. Therefore, every time the Hidden Sword Villa forged a divine weapon, they would publicly search for a master for the divine weapon. Ji Shunyu was naturally interested in such a sword, so she packed up and wanted to go to the sword-forging villa. However, she bumped into the two maids at the door. "Senior sister, this is the first time I've seen you so lost in thought. What are you thinking about?" Xie Fenglu looked at her with a smile, but there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Ji Xinyu ignored his question. She seemed to have thought of something. "Old Nine, you can go to the Hidden Sword Manor first. I need to go back to the Nantian Palace." Xie Fenglu was stunned. "Go home to visit your family? I'll go with you." "No need. 10 days later, we'll meet again in the Hidden Sword Manor." Ji Shanyu flatly refused. She leapt up into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xie Fenglu was still holding the garland. The building was heavy, and the crescent moon was like a hook. Ji Shunyue was dressed in a green robe, sitting on a dark green tortoise-shell roof, almost blending into the darkness of the night. She held a wine gourd in her left hand and glanced down the hall. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. 8 days, in 8 days, she had already found out the ins and outs of the matter. Chapter 2879. Most of what the two maids said was true, such as the relationship between Rongyue Tanlan and Ji Tianyue and the Totoro incident. But the so-called rumors around her were all spread by Ji Tianyue, so these things were exaggerated and had to be discounted. Before Ji Tianyue met Rongyue Tianlan, she didn't deliberately create rumors about her sister to slander her. Perhaps she occasionally mentioned it, but it was unintentional. Until Ji Tianyue met Rongyue Tianlan and fell in love with her at first sight, she felt that her third sister was a stumbling block in her pursuit of her husband. Only then did she consciously create rumors, and it became more and more intense. And now, Ji Tianyue was locked in this deep courtyard. She had fallen out of favor. Ji Tianyue came back 9 days ago under the escort of the secret guards. When she came back, she cried to the South Heaven Emperor, complaining that her third sister was helping an outsider and taught her a lesson in public. The South Heaven Emperor wasn't someone who was easy to fool. He summoned the secret guards and finally understood the whole truth. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. Even if the princess of a clan was at a disadvantage, she should remain calm and think of ways to salvage the situation, instead of crying and making a scene like a shrew and making a fool of herself. He never knew that his youngest daughter would grow up to be like this, which made him extremely disappointed. He was even more disappointed than when he heard the rumors about his third daughter. His third daughter was rumored to be so unpleasant, not because of herself, but because of many external factors. And this youngest daughter completely did it on her own. And from the description of the guards, he vaguely guessed that Rongyue Tanlan had completely lost interest in Ji Tianyue. He was destined to lose this son-in-law. If he had known, he wouldn't have helped his youngest daughter to force his third daughter to break off the engagement. So much so that the chicken flies away and the eggs are broken. They have truly suffered a double loss. The South Heaven Emperor was regretful and angry. If he looked at his youngest daughter again, she would be repulsive. The love of an emperor for his children was originally not pure. It was mixed with countless politics, and his heart was much colder than ordinary people. So Ji Tianyue's crying complaints not only didn't receive the emperor's pity, but also received a real punishment. She was locked in the cold palace. Without the South Heaven Emperor's orders, no one was allowed to let her out. Those who disobeyed would be beheaded. When Ji Xinyue arrived, Ji Tianyue had been locked in the cold palace for a whole day. That was the real cold palace. The palace was dilapidated, and weeds were overgrown in the courtyard. There were broken tables and chairs in the palace, and there was only a thin blanket on the wooden bed. She no longer had anyone by her side to serve her, and even her 3 meals were no longer timely. Compared to her previous extravagant lifestyle, it was like heaven and earth. The little girl probably couldn't figure out. For the past few days, she had been crying and making a scene in the cold palace, refusing to eat in a fit of pique, and so on. She screamed until her throat was hoarse, but her father didn't even look at her with pity. In the past 2 days, she probably realized that she had really fallen out of favor. Once her father, who doted on her the most, hardened his heart, her original magic weapon was completely useless. In the past 2 days, she seemed to have accepted her fate. She no longer cried loudly and was willing to eat. It was just that the food she ate was nothing but plain soup. It was so vegetarian that she found it hard to swallow. Ji Xinyue had already investigated everything in the past few days. At this moment, she was sitting on the roof of the palace, listening to the little girl's occasional sobbing and sleep-talking. Her pretty face was expressionless. Ji Xinyue came to the South Heaven Palace in stealth. She didn't show her face, so the people in the South Heaven Palace didn't know of her arrival. 3 days ago, she received a sound transmission from the South Heaven Emperor. The South Heaven Emperor's voice was very loving. Chapter 2880. 3 days ago, she received a transmission from the South Heaven Emperor. The South Heaven Emperor's voice in the transmission talisman was very affectionate. He looked forward to her return home and said that her imperial mother missed her very much. He also said that he had received her letter and had made proper arrangements for the families of the 2 maids. He also taught Ji Tianyue a lesson. He said that he owed her too much these past few years and asked her to return home. He also said that it was not right for a princess of a clan to keep floating outside. He also renovated her palace and bought her many dolls. Ji Xinyu used to yearn for these favors, but now she felt completely cold inside. The love a monarch had for his children was not much different from the love he had for his concubines. It was also filled with calculations and gains and losses. Perhaps this was the norm for the royal family, but she could not get used to it. She did not fit in with the royal family. So she flatly rejected her father's invitation and closed the message talisman. Everything had been investigated clearly. She would not easily return to the inner court of the palace in the future. As for her mother, her father had been treating her well recently, so she did not need to worry. It was already late at night. She was about to get up when a sleep-talking voice came from the palace. "Big sister, third sister." It was followed by soft sobs. Ji Xinyu paused and lowered her eyes. In the past 2 days, Ji Tianyue had often unconsciously called out to her when she was asleep, followed by crying. In the past, Ji Xinyu could not bear to see her being wronged. They were nearly 3,000 years apart. If Ji Xinyu had married early, her daughter would have grown up to this age. So her feelings for Ji Tianyue were actually very complicated. The eldest sister was like a mother, but also like a mother. Every time she came back, she would give the little girl the greatest care, but she did not expect her to be an ingrate. Now, the little girl's crying could no longer move her. However, she was still a little girl that she had loved for hundreds of years. Even though she had seen through her true colors and completely let go of her, she still felt a little upset. Ji Xinyu paused for a moment and smiled. It was unknown whether it was mockery or sarcasm. She turned around and disappeared. In people's impression, the place where a sword was forged must be a fiery place, because the forging of a sword required extremely hot fire. Some even said that the sword forged from magma was the sharpest. However, the hidden sword villa was built on top of a snowy mountain with a 10,000-year-old glacier, Snow Dragon Mountain. This mountain was extremely steep, reaching straight into the clouds. If you want to go up this mountain, you can't walk. You can only fly. Therefore, even if the people of Hidden Sword Manor were just maids sweeping the floor, they would still have extremely high flying skills. The Hidden Sword Villa was usually extremely mysterious. The mountain gate would not open once in 100 years. There was a barrier on the mountain. When a mountain gate was closed, no one could go up. Therefore, the Hidden Sword Manor was usually a secluded paradise. Outsiders only heard of its name and rarely saw it. According to the master of the Hidden Sword Villa, this was the only way the people in the villa could focus on forging swords and not be disturbed by external affairs. Only when the divine sword chose its master would the gates of the Hidden Sword Manor be opened for a day. On that day, as long as the divine sword had the corresponding skills, they could enter the mountain gates to seek the divine sword. The divine sword would choose its master on that day, and then everyone would be thrown down the mountain together, and the gates of the manor would be closed again. Of course, the Hidden Sword Villa was not a fool. They would give away a treasured sword that they had painstakingly refined for hundreds or even thousands of years. After the divine sword chose its master, the sword master would have to pay a certain price in exchange. Chapter 2881. The price could be big or small, and there were all kinds of methods. Some used secret techniques to exchange for it. Some used magic treasures to exchange for it, and some used enough gold, silver, and jewels to exchange for it. After all, such a big hidden sword villain needed to eat. Of course, it wasn't like he hadn't met those poor sword masters who needed to do something for the villa in exchange. No matter what, the divine sword didn't choose a master based on wealth or poverty. As long as one was fated and had the ability, anyone could be chosen as the master of the divine sword. Because the Hidden Sword Villa was only open for one day, and it was built on the extremely remote Snow Dragon Mountain, everyone would come early to fight for this opportunity. Some of the more impatient ones even came a few days early. In order to accommodate these people, the Hidden Sword Villa specially built an inn at the foot of the mountain. Because this inn was only used once every few hundred years, it was the kind of inn that didn't open for 100 years and ate for 1,000 years. The price of the room was very expensive, and the facilities were not very good. There were only a dozen or so single rooms, and a night's stay cost 1,000 taels of gold. The others were all large bunks. Each person would need 50 taels of gold to stay a night. Even so, the inn was still packed with people, especially the single rooms, which were fought over by many rich people. They had all booked them a few days in advance. Those who could go up the mountain were not incompetent people. Money was like dirt in their eyes, so most people could still afford the accommodation fee. As for those who couldn't afford it, they could only stay in the big trees outside the inn, in the shacks, or in the straw huts. Ji Shunyu had asked Xie Fenglu to go a few days in advance so that he could book 2 single rooms. Although she was dressed as a man, she still didn't want to sleep with a group of men. She thought that since Xie Fenglu had arrived 10 days early, he would definitely be able to book a good single room. She didn't expect to find out after meeting him that the single rooms had all been booked. Some people even went half a month in advance. When Xie Fenglu arrived, there was only 1 room left. This was because he was fast enough to snatch it. If he was a quarter of an hour later, he wouldn't even be able to keep that room. Ji Xinyu looked at Xie Fenglu's apologetic face and felt a headache coming on. She began to wonder if she should let Xie Fenglu stay in the large bunk and take the single room for herself. She looked around the inn. This inn provided food and accommodation, so the hall of the inn was not small. It was also dinner time, so there were many people in the hall, and most of them were in pairs. Ji Xinyue was confused, because there were not many women who practiced martial arts on this continent, and the swords produced by the Hidden Sword Villa were all majestic and vigorous. Most of the people who came here to ask for a sword were heroes from all walks of life. There were almost no women. The number of women who came this time could only be described as dazzling. There were more than a dozen of them in the hall. Fat and thin, pink and green, and they were all stunning beauties. Most of these women had a man by their side, and they seemed to be the man's family or lover. Of course, there were also some who were not lovers of other families. They were surrounded by 4 or 5 men who were attentive to them. Ji Xinyue and Xie Fenglu sat down at a table. After looking around, they asked, "Why are there so many women here?" Xie Fenglu poured her a cup of wine. "Brother Shun, you probably don't know, but this time, the 1,000-year divine sword that the Hidden Sword Villa wants to recognize as its master is a female sword." Because in front of others, Xie Fenglu automatically called her brother Shun. Female sword? So there's also a male sword? Ji Xinhui raised her eyebrows. She knew that swords were divided into male and female. Chapter 2882. She knew that swords were divided into male and female, but it usually referred to the Mandarin duck swords. A long and wide sword was the male sword, while a sharp and thin sword was the female sword. The appearance and style of the sword were all the same. Xie Fenglu shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that the divine sword this time is called the Plain Maiden Sword by the Hidden Sword Manor. It's for women. That's why these people brought their family members who are good at martial arts here. There are also some famous female immortals who travel alone in the martial arts world." Xie Fenglu pouted at one of the tables. "Do you see that? That's the Plain Maiden Yu Xueshang." She had taken the second room in the inn. That room was specially reserved for her by immortal monarch Lu Hui. Ji Xinhui had heard of Yu Xueshang. She was born in a humble family, but she was very beautiful. She also learned a lot of skills in a big sect, and her martial arts had reached the level of an immortal. She was cold and arrogant, and was called the #1 ice beauty in the martial arts world. Ji Xinhui had only heard of her before, but this was the first time she saw her in person. Yu Xueshang sat there in a white dress. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were full of spirit. Her every move was like the wind returning to the snow. She was indeed an ice beauty. Her pretty face was always tense, as cold as ice. Sitting across from her was a man in luxurious robes. He was none other than Lu Hui, immortal monarch, who was known as the richest young master in the Sanyin continent. Lu Hui Immortal's martial arts were not peerless, but he had a good father. It was said that the Lu family was even richer than the 4 emperors. So, Lu Hui Immortal was very extravagant. Wherever he went, he was like a child of wealth. His favorite saying was, "This young master will pay for all the food in this restaurant. Everyone, eat as much as you want." Thus, he was very popular wherever he went. He had a lot of friends around him, and there were also a lot of women around him. According to Xie Fenglu, the pioneer of gossip, Lu Hui, immortal monarch, had originally brought along a charming female companion and wanted to fight for that sword for her. After booking the room, he accidentally saw Yu Xueshang. He was shocked and immediately drove away the female companion he had been doting on. He began to fawn on Yu Xueshang and even gave his room to her. This was why the single rooms were full so many days in advance. He had brought his family, and there were many women. Naturally, all of them wanted a single room. The Hidden Sword Manor had probably expected this situation, so they changed the main hall, which originally only allowed people to sleep on the bunk beds, into small rooms that looked like pigeon cages for the women who came late and did not book a single room. Even these small rooms were not cheap, and each one cost 100 taels of gold. Fortunately, these women's appearances were pretty, and some of the male heroes who wanted to curry favor with them paid for them. Xie Fenglu briefly explained the situation and chuckled. "Senior sister, if you reveal your true appearance, there will probably be a lot of people who want to give their single rooms to you. These women won't have anything to do with you." Ji Shunyu glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. "I think that if you dress up as a woman, you'll also be a great beauty. There will also be people who will give you a single room, so you don't have to sleep in a shared bed, right?" Xie Fenglu. He blinked and looked like he was about to cry. "Brother Shun, you and I are brothers. I specially booked this single room and even added a bed. At night, we brothers can talk by candlelight. You actually want to drive me out to sleep? How can you bear to do this?" Chapter 2883. Although his voice was not loud, the people at the next table were all experts among experts, so they naturally heard him clearly. Countless pairs of eyes looked towards Ji Shunyu and Xie Fenglu's table. Ji Shunyu and Xie Fenglu were both dressed in men's clothing, and their appearances were both handsome and outstanding. Xie Fenglu's baby face was especially likable. The two of them sat there like pearls and jade, reflecting each other's brilliance. Although Shan Yu and Xie Fenglu were very famous in this continent, there were not many who really knew them. After all, one of them was often in the Purple Cloud sect, while the other kept a low profile. In the end, there were still two people present who recognized them. These two people were originally talking in a low voice, but when they heard the commotion, they looked over. One person's eyes lit up as he called out, "Brother Shun." He walked over with large strides and sat down beside Ji Xinyu. His wolf claw touched her shoulder. "Brother Shun, I've finally found you." The veins on Ji Xinyu's forehead jumped 3 times in joy. This person was none other than Rongyue Tianheng. The other person also walked over and cupped his fist towards Xie Fenglu. "Young Master Xie, what a coincidence we meet again." This person's face was like jade, and his eyes were like bright stars. He was actually a handsome man. Ji Xinyu did not know this person, but she knew that he was an old acquaintance of Xie Fenglu. He raised the wine cup in his hand, just in time to block Rongyue Tianheng's wolf claw. "Tianheng, it's rare for us to meet. Let's have a drink." Rongyue Tianheng had always accepted Xinyu's wine and immediately gulped down a cup. The two of them took advantage of the situation and sat down at their table. The handsome young master sat down beside Xie Fenglu, but Xie Fenglu obviously did not welcome him. "What are you doing here?" The young master smiled slightly. "Of course I'm here for the divine sword." Xie Fenglu raised his eyebrows. "That's a female sword. Could it be that young Master Huang also has a girl he likes?" Young Master Huang stroked a bamboo flute in his hand, smiled, and raised the wine cup in front of him. "Come, let's have a drink together." Ji Xinyu asked Rongyue Tianheng, "You also came for the divine sword? You have a girl you like?" Rongyue Tianheng's handsome face actually turned red, and he nodded. Ji Xinyu was surprised. She smiled and said, "It's rare for a playboy like you to finally have a girl you like. Come, tell me, which family's daughter is she?" Rongyue Tianheng was once again bashful. This is the 3rd princess of the Nantian clan. The wine cup in Ji Xinyu's hand almost fell to the ground. "What?" Xie Fenglio's eyes also narrowed, and he quietly moved closer to Ji Xinyu. Ji Xinyu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She couldn't help but ask, "Did you take the wrong medicine? Weren't you afraid of being involved with her a while ago? You were so scared that you didn't dare to go home and drink outside? Why is she the one you like now?" Rongyue Tianheng sighed and said, "Originally, I believed the rumors and thought that she was. Actually, she is very good, very good. I fell in love with her at first sight during Sect Master Ziyun's banquet. I want to propose to her and give her a gift. If I can get this divine sword and give it to her, maybe she will be moved." Ji Xinyu, Xie Fenglu narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Don't even think about it. My senior sister won't like you." Rongyue Tianheng was like an obedient little brother in front of Ji Xinyu, but he was still very arrogant to outsiders, so he glanced at Xie Fenglu and said coldly, "How would you know if you don't try?" Chapter 2884. Xie Fenglu swirled his wine cup. "Of course I know my senior sister's personality. If I say she won't like you, then she won't like you. Isn't that right, Brother Shun?" The last sentence was directed at Ji Xinyu. Ji Xinyu, on the other hand, felt that her junior brother was being a little overbearing today. She smiled and swirled her wine cup. "Are you here today to discuss swords or women?" That one sentence left everyone speechless. That young Master Huang raised his wine cup towards Ji Xinyu. "Brother Shun and this humble one think alike. Come, let's toast you." The previous argument passed just like that. The 4 of them discussed the Jianghu anecdotes and the use of the female sword. Rongjuishan Huan couldn't help but ask, since there's a female sword, then shouldn't there be a male sword? If he obtained a male sword and went to ask for the female sword for his beloved, then it would be a marriage destined by the heavens. That young master, Huang, knew a lot about the inside story. He shook his head. That might not be the case. The so-called female sword was not a name given to them because they were a pair. According to the people in the villa, that piece of meteoric iron is very suitable to make a female sword. The master swordsmith once wanted to make it into a normal sword, but he couldn't succeed, so that's how it is. Ji Xinyu was finally relieved. She did want to obtain this divine sword, but if the male sword fell into the hands of a man, then wouldn't she be unintentionally paired with that man? She didn't want that. Since it was a single sword, then it didn't matter. She was determined to obtain this sword. Just as she was thinking about this, Rendezvous Huan suddenly patted her shoulder. Brother Shun, I'm not late. I booked a good room. Why don't you sleep in my room tonight? We brothers haven't talked in a long time. We can chat. Before Ji Shun you could say anything, CF Feng Lu exploded. Absolutely not. Brother Shun came with me. She can sleep in my room. My room is good, it's sunny. This young master's room is good. It's bigger than yours. Your room is too cramped. My room isn't cramped. It's more than enough for 2 big beds. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Huang. He's sharing a room with me now. Haha, there are already 2 people in your room, and now you're asking Brother Shun to go over. Are you planning to squeeze in with the 3 of you? Or are you trying to chase Brother Shun out? Young Marquis, you're being too unkind. Young Master Huang had a good temper. He looked at CF Feng Lu and smiled, trying to smooth things over. That doesn't matter. I can squeeze with Brother Xie. This young Marquis is indeed very loyal to Brother Shun. These past few days, he has often been talking about how loyal Brother Shun is. Every time he opens his mouth, he would say Brother Shun. It can be seen that their relationship is really good. Why don't we let the young Duke and young Master Shun share a room and get to know each other better? CF Feng Liu's handsome face darkened, and he slammed his wine glass on the table. No, Master Huang, Rong Yue, and Tian Heng raised their eyebrows. Why not? CF Feng Lu opened his mouth, and just as he was about to come up with another reason, Ji Shunyu, who was at the side, lightly put down the wine cup and smiled. I am very touched by your enthusiasm. Tian Heng, it's rare for you to have this kind of heart. I am very happy. However, you've known me for a long time, so you should know that I have a bad habit. No matter where I go, I like to sleep alone. I'm not used to sleeping with others. Chapter 2885. Since there are 2 big beds in Tianheng's room, there should be no problem for 3 people to sleep in. Feng Lu, you can go and squeeze with them. Rangi Yushenheng, young Master Huang, CF Feng Lu. Rangi Yushenheng looked at CF Feng Lu with disdain. 2 people can sleep in my room, but 3 people is too crowded. CF Feng Lu also snorted. I won't sleep in the same bed as 2 stinky men. Brother Shun, let's share a room. Ji Shunyue frowned slightly. Rangi Yushenheng and that young Master Huang didn't know her background. It was fine if they made such a request, but why did CF Feng Lu want to join in the fun? There was something wrong with this kid recently. Just as they were arguing incessantly, the owner of the inn suddenly walked over and bowed towards Ji Shinyu. Is it young Master Shinyu? The entire hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone who came here knew that the owner of the inn was more arrogant than the sky. No matter who he saw, he would ignore them. Even if a prince or a prince came, he would ignore them. Even the waiters here were extremely arrogant and didn't know how to greet the guests. No matter who came, they would ask for a room according to the order and serve the food according to the order. They would never take the initiative to greet the guests. As for the owner of the inn, he was a mysterious figure who showed his face but not his tail. No matter how awesome the guests were, they would have to nod and greet him. However, he always ignored them. If he could even snort, it would be considered giving the other party face. Such a person actually came to talk to Ji Shunyue directly and even bowed to greet her. This was even more shocking than seeing Mars colliding with Earth. Everyone in the hall opened their eyes wide and looked at the table. Shunyu's reputation in the Fanning continent was very famous. Even if the people here hadn't seen him, they had heard of him. However, no matter how famous he was, he couldn't be more famous than the 4 emperors, right? When the 4 emperors came here to stay, the owner of the inn didn't even greet them. What was going on today? Did the sun rise from the south? Ji Shunyue suddenly became the focus of the hall. She was also a little surprised and nodded slightly. That's me. Is something the matter, shopkeeper Fong? Manager Fong smiled faintly and handed over a bunch of keys to her. Young Master Shun, someone has already booked the Sky Room number 1 for young Master Shun. This humble one has been waiting for young Master Shun for more than 10 days. Today, the wait has finally come. Ji Shunyue, Everyone's mouths formed an O shape. Everyone knew that the number one room in this inn was a legend, and it was never reserved for the public. It didn't matter how much money they offered or how early they came. Even if the four emperors came, they could only stay in the sky room number 2 at most. But now, room 1 was open to the public. Furthermore, it had already been booked. Who was the person who booked the room? Can this make an exception? Ji Xinyu was also a little confused. She did not take the keys. Who booked the room? The innkeeper smiled again. This inn never divulges the information of our guests. Of course, the person who booked the room also said that if young Master Shun is unwilling, he won't force you. How could he not be willing? Although this kind of pie falling from the sky was most likely a trap, Ji Xinyu had always been bold, so she wasn't afraid of any traps. Besides, she really did need this room. The ivory bed was covered with soft shark silk, and the bed curtain was light green like the color of the sky. Chapter 2886. The ivory bed was covered with soft shark silk. The bed canopy was light green like the color of the sky. The warm jade floor, the antique furniture made of unknown materials. These were the furnishings of the Sky Room 1. The room was very clean, and the air was very fresh. Sitting in this kind of room was like sitting in nature. But everyone knew that this inn was built on the peak of a snowy mountain. The outside was covered with ice, and every night the north wind would blow, snow would fill the sky, and a drop of water would turn into ice. If it wasn't so cold, everyone wouldn't have tried so hard to squeeze into the inn. They were willing to be slaughtered here. The furnishings of the other rooms in the inn were almost the same. Ordinary bed, ordinary furniture, ordinary floor. The only difference was the size and whether there was a window or not. But this Sky Room 1's furnishings were different from any other room. It was even more high-end than the palaces of the princes and princesses in the palace. Xie Fenglu had been wandering around the room, looking for possible mechanisms or something like that. However, after walking around for a full hour, he was ultimately disappointed. Other than the luxurious room, there really weren't any hidden traps. Ji Xinyu didn't have to worry about someone suddenly crawling out of nowhere. Go back. There's nothing strange about this room. Ji Xinyu was dizzy from his wandering and began to chase him away. Senior sister, I still feel that something is strange. Think about it. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. The person who booked the room didn't even dare to reveal his identity. There must be some shady conspiracy. I still feel that this room is not suitable. Why can't I? We can stay in any room. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't lose out. It's getting late. You should go back to your room and rest. Ji Xinyu yawned. She hadn't rested well these past few days, so she was indeed tired. Besides, she had secretly checked the room. There really wasn't anything strange. Even if there was something strange, she wasn't afraid. Xie Fenglu still wanted to say something, but Ji Xinyu was already impatient. She directly threw him out. Be good, go back to sleep. The door closed with a clang, directly shutting Xie Fenglu out. Xie Fenglu. He looked at the room door that could only be opened with a key and paused. He didn't believe that there wasn't something fishy going on. He didn't believe that there was such a person who didn't ask for anything in return and hid his identity to treat his senior sister well. There must be some conspiracy. He thought for a moment and sat down not far from the door. He wanted to stay here and see what was going on. If senior sister was in danger, he would be able to save her in time. This heaven room number 1 was on its own floor. Even if it was in the corridor, it was better than the one outside. However, it was obvious that Xie Fenglu was overthinking things. He had been standing guard here for an hour, but he did not hear anything from the room. That room was so luxurious, and the soundproofing was excellent. Even if there was any movement inside, it probably wouldn't be heard, right? Xie Fenglu was worried again. He was about to knock on the door when light footsteps came from the stairs. His heart stirred, and his figure flashed. He hid in a shadow and looked outside. Sure enough, 2 people walked up the stairs. However, Xie Fenglu was a little surprised to see them. It was Yu Xueshang and Lu Hui, Immortal Monarch. Even in the cold weather, Lu Hui, Immortal Monarch, was still waving a folding fan, carefully fanning away the dust on Yu Xueshang's dress. Chapter 2887. Lu Hui deity was still waving his fan in the cold weather, carefully fanning the dust off Yu Xueshang's dress. Xueshang, don't worry. It's fine if this room isn't open to the public, but since it's open to the public, I'll definitely get this room for you. You're the only one in this world who deserves to live in a room like this. Yu Xueshang was indeed worthy of being called the Ice Snow Fairy. Her beautiful face was still cold as she nodded slightly and finally opened her mouth, but it was only 2 words. Thank you. Xiefeng Lu raised his eyebrows high, crossed his arms, and looked at her coldly. Although he felt that his senior sister's room was not very reliable, and he wanted nothing more than to persuade his senior sister to move into his room, it did not mean that he felt that his senior sister did not deserve to live in this room. If there was a woman in this world who was suitable to live in this room, it would only be his senior sister. As for the others, this fairy Xueshang was not even worthy of carrying his senior sister's shoes. Lu Hui deity was probably really mesmerized by her beauty as he directly knocked on Ji Xinyue's door. Ji Xinyue had also checked the entire room and did not find anything wrong. She even found a very magical place. The spiritual energy in this room was much more abundant than outside. It was very nourishing. She had been running around for the past few days and was actually very tired, but after staying in there for less than 2 hours, she felt much more relaxed. It was even better than sitting for 2 hours. She naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. She wanted to have a good night's rest so that it would be convenient for her to go to the Sword Mountain Manor tomorrow. She had just meditated for less than a quarter of an hour when there was a knock on the door. She frowned. Who is it? Lu Hui deity immediately said, Deity Shun, it's me, Lu Hui deity. Please open the door. This immortal monarch has something to discuss with divine monarch. Why was this prodigal deity looking for her? Ji Xinyue was still a little puzzled. She knew that this deity had a very clingy habit. If she did not talk to him, he would probably keep harassing her outside the door. Ji Xinyue opened the door and leaned against the door frame, looking at the 2 people in front of her. What's the matter? Although she left the door open, there was a screen painted with mountains and rivers. Therefore, although the 2 of them took the opportunity to look inside, they couldn't see what was inside. He only felt that this screen was very quaint and valuable, and the air in the room was extraordinarily fresh. Yu Xueshang's eyes lit up. Her eyes were filled with envy as she looked at the room. Lu Hui, immortal monarch, also took the opportunity to explain the purpose of her visit. Shen Yu, who was disguised by Ji Xinyue, was one of the top figures in the Fanning continent. Therefore, Le Club Immortal Monarch didn't dare to be rash and spoke tactfully. They simply said that the snow-clad fairy was not very comfortable staying in the Sky Room number 2. They had originally wanted to book the Sky Room number 1, but they did not expect that it had already been booked by someone else. They had been waiting for the original owner to come, and only today did a guest arrive, so they wanted to switch rooms with Ji Shenyu. They also said that they were all men, so it did not matter which room they stayed in. They should take care of the woman and make her stay more comfortable. A woman like Yu Xueshang should live in the best place. Of course, what Lu Hui, immortal monarch, lacked the least was money. He proposed to give Ji Xinyue double the room price. His words seemed to praise Yu Xueshang to the heavens, as if Ji Xinyue did not agree to the exchange, she would not have any tender feelings for the fairer sex and would be unforgivable. Chapter 2888. Lu Hui, immortal master, finished his long speech and waited for Ji Xinyue's reply. Yu Xueshang also looked at Ji Xinyue and said, Immortal Master Shun, it's not that Xueshang is delicate. It's just that Xueshang hasn't been feeling well these past few days, and the bed in Xueshang's room is a bit hard, making Xueshang even more uncomfortable. That's why Xueshang wants to change rooms. I'm sure Immortal Master won't reject Xueshang's small request, right? She was indeed beautiful, especially when she was begging so pitifully. Most men would agree to her request when they saw her expression. Ji Xinyue crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows. Is this what you 2 came here to talk about? Both of them nodded. Ji Xinyue said indifferently, If you're done, go wash up and sleep. Forgive me for not keeping you company. She turned around and entered the room, closing the door without hesitation. Lu Hui, immortal master. His nose almost hit the door, and he stared at the door with his mouth agape. It was also the first time Yu Xueshang was rejected like this. She was stunned for a moment, and after a while, her snow-white face flushed red. With her beauty, she was practically invincible among men. Almost all of them flocked to her and obeyed her every word. She thought that changing rooms would be a piece of cake, but she didn't expect. Lu Hui, immortal master, didn't give up and shouted outside, increasing the price by 3 times, 4 times, all the way to 10 times. He didn't get a response from Ji Shanyue, so he made up his mind and was about to knock on the door again. A shadow flashed and directly attacked Lu Hui, immortal master's wrist. Lu Hui, immortal master, was shocked and retracted his hand, looking back in the direction of the shadow. He saw Xie Fenglu leaning against the wall, twirling a small knife in his hand and looking at them with a faint smile. If you dare to make a fuss here again, the knife in my hand will slit your throat. Do you believe me? Lu Hui, immortal master. Yu Xueshang's pretty face turned green and white. Although Lu Hui, immortal master, was a rich, immortal master, his martial arts were just average. If he really fought with Xie Fenglu, he had no chance of winning. Although Yu Xueshang had a good reputation on the continent, her kung fu was only slightly better than most women. At most, she was slightly better than Lu Hui deity. If she really fought with Xie Fenglu, she had no chance of winning. She didn't expect that there would be 2 men who didn't treat her like a pot of vinegar today. Although she felt indignant, there was nothing she could do. She bitterly pursed her lips and pretended to be magnanimous. Forget it. Since Divine Lord Shan is unwilling, then there's no need to force it. She turned around and walked down the stairs. Lu Hui, immortal monarch, also glared at Xie Fenglu, then turned around and left. Ji Shan, you also thought that something was going to happen tonight, but after a night had passed, when she woke up, the room was still quiet and nothing had happened. Of course, the person who booked the room for her never showed up. Recently, she had been risking her life a little more. After getting injured a few times, she had not fully recovered and had been busy with other things. Therefore, her skills had always been in a half-assed state. But after sleeping here for a night, she actually felt refreshed, as if she had meditated for a year. Almost all of his power had been restored. Not only was there no trap in this room, but it was also a rare paradise. More importantly, Ji Shun, you searched the room again and again, but she couldn't find where the abundant spiritual qi in the room came from. It was very easy for her to freshen up now. A cleansing spell could solve the problem. Chapter 2889. She woke up very early and was shocked when she opened the door. Xie Fenglu was sitting by the door, leaning against it and sleeping. When she opened the door, this guy fell in. Fortunately, this guy immediately woke up and jumped up. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Ji Xinyu from head to toe. Are you okay? This guy probably didn't sleep well. His hair was messy and he looked like he had just woken up. Ji Xinyu looked at him in surprise. You've been sleeping here? Xie Fenglu's baby face blushed slightly, but his eyes rippled as he looked at Ji Shanyu. He nodded heavily. Yes, she must know that he chose to stay here because he was worried about her. She must be touched. Ji Shanyu looked at the long carpet in the corridor and then looked at him. She suddenly understood. Your room is so bad. It's not as comfortable as this corridor. Xie Fenglu was speechless. Puff. Someone laughed. Xie Fenglu turned around angrily and saw that young Master Huang was standing there, smiling at him. Ji Shunyu knew that this young Master Huang had a very poetic name, Huang Qinglu. This person was unknown in the Fanning continent, and Ji Shun, you had never heard of his name. This person looked gentle and elegant and was very low-key. There didn't seem to be anything special about him. But Ji Shunyu knew that this person was extraordinary. The men who could come to this snowy mountain were not bad at martial arts. Even most of the women were very famous in the Jianghu. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the confidence to get the divine sword. Which one of the men who stayed in this and wasn't a famous character? But this Huang Qinglu seemed to have popped out of the ground. He didn't have a name, but he easily came here. Ji Shanyu could be considered to have a good eye for people. Normally, when a person passed by her, she would be able to roughly guess how deep their martial arts were. But she couldn't see through Huang Qinglu. She couldn't even tell if he had martial arts. This kind of person either didn't have any martial arts or was unfathomable. Ji Xinyu felt that the latter was more likely. After all, they had drunk together before. Ji Xinyu nodded at him and went downstairs. "What are you laughing at?" Xie Fenglu looked at Huang Qinglu coldly. Huang Qinglu raised his eyebrows and his eyes flashed with interest. "I can't laugh. Do you want me to cry when I see this scene?" Xie Fenglu glanced at him again and said in an even colder voice, "Don't even think about hitting on her. She's my bottom line." Huang Qinglu leaned against the wall. There was still a smile on his handsome face, but his eyes were faintly cold. "Do you really like her?" Xie Fenglu lifted his foot and walked down, leaving behind a sentence. "You're meddling too much. Whether I like her or not has nothing to do with you. Also, don't show up in places where you shouldn't be." In the blink of an eye, he went downstairs as well. Huang Qingliu's slender, white, jade-like hand twirled the bamboo flute, looking at his back thoughtfully. Today was the day the immortal sword chose its master. The innkeeper brought everyone to the foot of the mountain. The peak was tens of thousands of feet high, covered by clouds and fog, making it impossible to see the peak. Although it was called a mountain, it was actually an ice mountain. The entire mountain seemed to have been polished out of ice and snow. The ice wall was so bright that it could be used as a mirror. The innkeeper cast a spell with his fingertips. A moment later, he pointed upwards. A muffled sound came from the peak of the mountain. The clouds above slowly dispersed, turning into white cloud-like stairs that hung straight down. The innkeeper gestured to the crowd. "Everyone, please." Chapter 2890. Just as everyone was about to rush forward, the innkeeper said, "Because it's a female sword this time, the master selection is slightly different from the previous years, and it's also a bit more difficult. These white cloud steps are the first checkpoint. The white cloud steps look soft, but they're actually hard. Only those who can sense the divine sword's summoning will be able to step on these steps. Those who can't sense it will step on air and fall down. Those who fall down are not fated with the divine sword and can directly leave the mountain." Everyone agreed, their hearts filled with apprehension. Originally, regardless of whether they were fated with the divine sword or not, they could enter the hidden sword villa to see the divine sword's glory. This time, they were actually allowed to sense the divine sword's summoning first. This time it was a female sword, so the one who could sense it should be a woman, right? Could a man sense it? Xie Fenglu stood close to Ji Xinyu and sent a sound transmission to her. "Senior sister, do you want to restore your original body to pass this stage? What if the divine sword really only summons women and is confused by your body's illusion?" Ji Xinyu rubbed the space between her eyebrows and replied indifferently. "If the divine sword can't even distinguish this, then how can it be called a divine sword? I don't want it even if it's given to me for free." Just as she said this, her heart suddenly tightened, as if some invisible sharp aura had directly crashed into her heart and stabbed her. Could this be the divine sword's aura? Did her words cause the divine sword to be dissatisfied? Who cares? She'll go up first. Looking up, she could already faintly see the cornice of the hidden sword villa's pavilion. Looking down, she often saw the people around her falling like dumplings. There were more than 300 people who came to try their luck, but now less than 100 people had fallen. The white cloud steps looked as soft as a bun, but when one really stepped on it, it was, as the innkeeper said, incomparably hard. Not only was it hard, it was also hot. Ji Xinyu felt as if she was stepping on a pair of fire tongs. Fortunately, she left as soon as she touched it. Before the heat could reach her feet, she had already leaped up again. She could still feel that sharp aura, and it was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that this divine sword didn't discriminate between men and women. Most of the survivors were men, of course. There were also many women. These women's martial arts might not be very strong, but their cloud manipulation technique was not bad. In addition, they had men by their side to take care of them. As long as they were fated, they did not fall. The stairs were indeed magical. Ji Xinyu saw with her own eyes that the tips of many people's feet had clearly stepped on the stairs. but it was as if they had stepped into the void. Their bodies swayed, and they directly fell down. Perhaps the divine sword also wanted to measure these people's various kung fu. Some people had clearly climbed up the first few dozen steps, but suddenly missed a step at the back. Because there was a barrier around the mountain, if one wanted to go up the mountain, they had to step on these stairs. They couldn't directly fly up, so no one could take advantage of the situation. Ji Shun Yu's first few hundred steps were steady, but after a few dozen steps, the steps seemed to be playing a joke on her. When she stepped on them, she suddenly couldn't feel the calling in her heart, and the solid steps under her feet suddenly softened. Her body swayed violently, and just when she thought she was about to fall, she felt the calling again, and the steps returned to normal. Xiefeng Lu, who was beside her, walked steadily. When Ji Shun Yu swayed, he had to reach out to support her. But before she could touch Ji Shun Yu's body, she steadied herself again. Chapter 2891. What's wrong? Xiefeng Lu was a little puzzled. Ji Shun Yu secretly gritted her teeth. Nothing. The divine sword was probably taking revenge on her. It was a divine sword with a temper. As long as she could go up, she had to get it. Ji Shun Yu's eyes flashed. Ji Shun Yu's martial arts was the highest among these people, and her cloud manipulation technique was also the best. Although she had been tricked by the stairs several times, she was still the one at the top. The last step was right above her, and victory was right in front of her. She took a deep breath, and her body floated up again. The tip of her foot touched the stairs, and as long as she stepped on it, her body would slide down to the platform, and she would successfully reach the top. But she didn't expect that the moment her foot touched the stairs, the sensing force would suddenly disappear, and the stairs would suddenly disperse like clouds. She stepped directly into the void, and after swaying for a moment, she fell down. The wind whistled in her ears, and her body fell down involuntarily. When she fell, she faintly heard a shout, "Senior's sister." Needless to say, that shout was Xiefeng Liu's. However, because there were always people falling from above, the volume of their cries was also different. In addition, everyone was frightened, and all their attention was on the stairs and the people around them. So no one noticed Xiefeng Liu's shout. Ji Shun Yu knew that there was a special barrier here, and she couldn't use the normal method to fly on the clouds, so she could only wait for the path of falling to the ground. It seemed that she really had no fate with that divine sword. So be it, if it didn't belong to her, she wouldn't think about it. Ji Shun Yu had already adjusted her state of mind during the process of falling. Of course, she also adjusted her body. Even if she fell, she didn't want to fall flat on her face and lose too badly. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, the stairs that had disappeared suddenly reappeared, and her feet landed on it. Ji Shun Yu stood at the bottom of the stairs, a little stunned. What was this? Was she eliminated or not? The others who fell all fell to the bottom and were eliminated cleanly. After all, they were all experts. Even if they fell from a high place, they did not fall too badly. Most of them were still able to stand and land on their feet. Because the people were still descending, everyone wanted to see how many people had successfully reached the top. Therefore, most people did not leave after landing. After landing, they joined the spectators below in dejection, looking up to see others flying in the air. Ji Shun Yu's abnormality naturally fell into the eyes of the spectators below, and everyone was a little confused. Was this even possible? Some of the people who were unwilling to give up after landing on the ground had a thought, and also jumped down the stairs. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, the stairs disappeared under his feet, and he rolled down the stairs again. However, this time, they were not as lucky as the first time. This time, they fell hard on the ground. After a few people tried it, they all fell flat on their backs. They couldn't be more embarrassed. Obviously, this staircase did not allow anyone to have a second chance. Ji Shun Yu frowned as she stood on the steps. At this moment, she could already feel the strong calling, but she raised her head and looked up, not planning to go up again. If all of this was the work of that divine sword, then that sword was simply too petty. She only said a few bad things about it, and it used this method to torment her. Very well, she didn't want it anymore. Chapter 2892. She could rely on her broadsword to make a name for herself on this continent. So why should she be so obsessed with a sword? Although Ji Shun-yu was competitive, she was not obsessed with things, perhaps because she was used to being abandoned when she was young. According to her, she would also abandon the things that abandoned her. No matter if it was people or things, she jumped up, and instead of flying up, she directly jumped down. Everyone stared at her in disbelief, unable to believe that she would give up this second chance that was hard to come by. This flight of stairs was a few hundred feet from the ground. She could reach the ground in the blink of an eye, and before everyone could exclaim and sigh, Ji Shun-yu had already landed. Just as she was about to land, a white light suddenly flashed under her feet. Suddenly, a huge cloud appeared out of thin air. Ji Shun-yu's body landed on this cloud. Not only did this cloud cover her body, it also had the function of a spring bed. Just as Ji Shun-yu's feet landed on the cloud, a huge rebounding force suddenly appeared under her feet, and her body involuntarily rose into the air. Everyone's mouths were wide open as they watched her shoot up into the sky like a cannonball, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What kind of state was this? What was that huge cloud? The cloud was still there, and some curious people couldn't help but jump up and land on the cloud. Want to take a look and see what was so strange about it. Anyway, the cloud wasn't high, so they could go up without flying. The cloud was no different from a normal cloud. It was surrounded by clouds and was illusory. They couldn't borrow any force from the cloud, so they directly fell back down. The cloud dissipated quickly, and the mountain returned to its original cloudy state. Even the stairs disappeared. There were more than 300 people, and more than 240 people fell. In this round, 4/5 of them were eliminated, and less than 1/5 passed. This result was within everyone's expectations. After all, there was only one divine sword, and there were so many people who wanted it. Everyone was actually very envious of Shun-yu. He had fallen and joined the eliminated group, but he was bounced back up by a cloud. He was so lucky. The Jade Pavilion was made of jade and jade. In a large hall made of countless ice blocks, there were already more than 10 tables set up. The banquet was sumptuous, with all kinds of delicacies. There was a group of dancers dancing in the middle of the hall. The dance performed by the female dancers was also different from a normal dance. They were performing a sword dance. The cold light came and went, and her figure was as nimble as a willow. It was quite interesting. The tables in the hall were already filled with people. There were 4 people per table, so there were exactly 12 tables. The lucky Ji Shun-yu was sitting in front of one of the tables, twirling a wine cup in her hand as she looked at the dancing girls and sighed at the impermanence of life. Like a rocket, she was shot up by the strange cloud and landed directly on the high platform of the mountain peak. At that time, there were already 4 or 5 people on the high platform, including Xie Fenglu, Rongyue Tianheng, and of course, Huang Qinglu. Xie Fenglu looked impatient, as if he was about to do something. Huang Qinglu was standing in front of him and talking to him. She was obviously trying to stop him. When Ji Shun-yu landed, she heard his last words. Rather than jumping down to accompany her, why don't you fight for the divine sword for her? Rong Juishenheng's eyes were sharp. Before Ji Shun-yu landed on the ground, he rushed over with a shout of joy. Brother Shun. Chapter 2893. He probably liked it too much, as he directly opened his arms towards Ji Shun-yu, wanting to give her a big hug. He ran too quickly and was not on guard against Ji Shun-yu, who had just rushed up. Thus, he was knocked down and slipped. As if he was skating, he rushed down the platform and bumped into another man who had just climbed up. Then, he rolled down the platform like a gourd along with that man. The two of them rolled down the platform together. Ah, save me. Damn it. Ah. Below the platform, the two people's cries and curses could be heard. In the blink of an eye, they were far away. Ji Shun-yu. She stood on the high platform and looked down. She watched as the two figures disappeared into the clouds and mist, disappearing without a trace. She rubbed her hands guiltily. She really did not do it on purpose. Xie Fenglu was naturally overjoyed when he saw her jump up safely. He immediately rushed over. Brother Shun. Ji Shun-yu hurriedly grabbed him. Don't fall. She directly pulled him to a safe place, so that he would not have the same fate as Rong Yue Tianheng. Brother Shun, how did you come up again? Did you bump into anything? Are you hurt? Xiefeng Lu asked a bunch of questions the moment he opened his mouth. Ji Shunyue was also a little confused at that time, so she just shook her head. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. When she looked up, she saw Huang Qinglu standing there, his eyes flashing. The two of them looked at each other, and Huang Qinglu smiled. Congratulations, Brother Shen. His smile was bright and clear, but Ji Shunyue didn't know why, but she felt a series of alarms at her heart. She was always on guard against this person, so she nodded at him and said, Many thanks, and congratulations to Brother Huang for passing. Without Rong Yue Tianheng, the original 4-person group became a 3-person group. Xiefeng Lu was very pleased with Rong Yue Tianheng's fall. Ji Xinyue was a little worried. After all, she was the one who knocked him down. She did not know if he was hurt. Fortunately, after a while, the voice transmission talisman on Ji Xinyue's waist rang. Ji Xinyue picked it up, and Rong Yue Tianheng's angry voice came from the talisman. Brother Shun, you must get that divine sword. I fell down so unjustly. There was another person beside him who shouted angrily, Unjustly? I'm even more wronged. I finally managed to rush up, but you smashed me down. You unlucky bastard, compensate me. Compensate your ass. Young master didn't hit you on purpose. Compensate you, right? I'll compensate you with a few punches. Then, the sound of fighting came from the other side. Ji Shanwei. Hearing Rong Yue Tianhuan's voice, she knew that he wasn't injured and was finally relieved. Rong Juishan Heng's kung fu was not weak, and the people who were unlucky enough to be hit by him were obviously not his opponent. After a while, the fighting over there stopped. Rong Juishan Huan seemed to have finally vented his anger, and his voice became much calmer. Brother Shun, I will be waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. I must get that divine sword. Ji Shunyu rubbed her forehead and replied, I'll do my best. Only then did Rong Juishan Hung close the voice transmission talisman in satisfaction. Ji Shunyu's intuition told her that the divine sword seemed to hold a grudge against her. She had not forgotten the torment from before. Although a big cloud appeared and bounced her up, it didn't seem to have given up on her. But who knew if that sword felt that it hadn't played enough and was playing tricks with her? Maybe that sword liked to make people's moods rise and fall. It would give her a few benefits first, and then give her a ruthless blow at the end. Chapter 2894. Perhaps that fellow liked to make people's moods rise and fall. He would first give her a few benefits, and then give her a ruthless move at the end. She had to be on guard against all of this. Ji Shunyu knew that the more mysterious something was, the more intelligent it was. Furthermore, like humans, they all had their own strange tempers. This divine sword should be the same. Before she even saw its true appearance, it wanted to give her a show of strength. Ji Shunyu secretly clenched her fists. She did not believe that a dignified living person like her would be tricked by a sword. This year's Godly Sword Master Selection Assembly was really different from the previous years. In the past, Hidden Sword Villa did not provide meals. These people came directly to the Godly Sword to compete with their swordsmanship. The winner just had to go up and pull out the Godly Sword. The one who could pull out the Godly Sword would be its master. These heroes were chased down the mountain before they could even see the servants of Hidden Sword Villa. Therefore, although some of the people who came had been here 3 or 4 times, they were still confused about the layout of Hidden Sword Villa. This time, it was probably because the real divine sword was being forged, so Hidden Sword Villa made it so grand. Food was actually provided. Not only was food provided, there was also singing and dancing to liven things up. Even a mountain master of Hidden Sword Villa brought a few of his most capable swordsmiths to appear for the first time and celebrate with everyone. This was the first time most of the people had seen the master of Hidden Sword Villa. Everyone was very excited. Although there was only one divine sword, it was a good experience to be able to get to know the people of Hidden Sword Villa. Furthermore, the dishes at the banquet were basically made from the local specialties of the mountain. There were many meat and vegetables that no one knew what they were. However, the taste was still very good, allowing everyone to eat to their heart's content. At the banquet, the Villa Master of Hidden Sword Villa explained the rules of the Divine Sword's choice of master. This time, the Divine Sword was a female sword, and this sword had a lot of personality. It was not the old rules of Hidden Sword Villa to choose its master, but it wanted to choose itself. It was a divine sword, so naturally, it had to choose the most outstanding woman in the world. As for who was the most outstanding woman, it was up to everyone to decide. That step was only the first test. It proved that the people who came here had some fate with the divine sword. It was the most suitable for these people to choose the most outstanding woman. Therefore, the second test was for everyone to say the advantages of the chosen woman and the reason why she should obtain the divine sword. Of course, due to time constraints, everyone couldn't make a long speech. It was best to summarize it in one sentence. This situation was a bit like a beauty pageant. When the Villa Master said this rule, the corner of Ji Shun Yu's mouth twitched. As for the others, they looked a little confused and looked at each other a few times. There were a total of 13 women present, and each of them was a famous character. Each of them had their own merits. Spring flowers and autumn moon each had their own beauty. They didn't come by themselves. They were accompanied by their husbands. Even if they weren't accompanied by their husbands, they were surrounded by all kinds of men among them. The most outstanding was still Yu Shuashang. It would have been fine if she hadn't appeared, but once she did, her icy cold temperament and picturesque features made her stand out like a crane among chickens. Her temperament was the most outstanding, and her appearance was also the most outstanding. As for her kung fu, it should be extremely outstanding as well. It was said that she had challenged many famous experts in the martial arts world, and those experts had all been defeated by her sword. Therefore, when the Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master said the words "the most outstanding woman," many men present had already turned to look at her. Chapter 2895. There were a total of 47 people who passed the test this time. In addition to Ji Shunyu, there were 33 men. Of these 33 men, 5 were here to fight for the sword for Yu Shuashang, and all of them were experts. Although the others were guarding their lovers or wives, they often stole glances at Yu Shuashang, which made the people around them very unhappy. The atmosphere at the banquet was a little strange. The most outstanding woman is naturally Fairy Shuashang. She's beautiful and skilled. Yes, Fairy Shuashang is the most beautiful woman in the Fanning continent. This is acknowledged by everyone. If we were to talk about the 3 most outstanding characters, it would be Snow Fairy. For a while, those who admired Yu Shuashang almost praised her to the heavens. As for the other men, some also praised their lovers and wives, such as kind and chivalrous, cute and innocent, but these praises were far less than those who praised Yu Shuashang. After less than an hour of debate, Yu Shuashang took the biggest limelight. Most people had a herd mentality. When there were too many people praising, even if others didn't like the person who was praised at first, they would have a good impression of that woman under the tide of praise. Although some men were still speaking for their wives or lovers, their attention had already turned to Yu Shuashang. Yu Shuashang became the focus of attention. It was unknown how many men's eyes were on her. Yu Shuashang sat there. Although her pretty face still had the same cold expression, the corners of her lips were faintly showing a complacent smile. When it was her turn, she stood up lightly and said only one sentence. "I believe that if the divine sword has good eyesight, it will definitely choose Shuashang." This sentence was full of arrogance, which was her style. Although the other women were not convinced, they couldn't change the situation for the time being. Besides, in terms of appearance, the women present were indeed a little inferior to Yu Shuashang. Of course, since these women could sense the call of the divine sword and come here, none of them were ordinary people. They were usually proud and arrogant, so naturally they were not convinced by Yu Shuashang. When it was the turn of the women to speak, after she said her advantages, she would naturally belittle the vase intentionally or unintentionally, saying that the divine sword should choose a master who was really strong and outstanding inside, and not be obsessed with appearance. Of course, these women had different personalities, so their words are naturally different, but the general meaning was about the same. It was just that one could not judge a person by their appearance, especially those who looked much worse than Yu Shuashang. Their words were even sharper. For a moment, the banquet was filled with the smell of gunpowder. When everyone entered the hall, they were not seated according to their status. They were all seated freely. As for Ji Shunyu, she liked to be quiet, so the table she was sitting at was a little remote, and she was also the last table to speak. There were only 3 people at her table: her, Xiefeng Lu, and Huang Qinglu. The 3 of them all had outstanding appearances, so even though they were sitting in the corner, many people were paying attention to their table. This was especially true for the women, who glanced over from time to time. Everyone was guessing who these 3 people would fight for this divine sword. When the host asked about this table, Xiefeng Lu was the first to speak. If we're talking about the most outstanding woman in the world, who can compare to my senior sister? Chapter 2896. Xiefeng Lu was the first to speak. In terms of the most outstanding woman in the world, which one can compare to my senior sister? I'm only fighting for her. It said that swords are given to famous scholars, and rouge is given to beautiful women. My senior sister is both a famous scholar and a beautiful woman. Whether it's her appearance or martial arts, which woman here can compare to her? When he said this, half of the hall fell silent. Princess Ji Shunyu's name could be said to have resounded through half the world. Originally, it was extremely dark, but now it was about to be cleared. However, after all, she had been slandered for so many years. Although many things had proven that she was wronged, there were still some deep-rooted impressions in people's hearts. Therefore, the outside world's evaluation of her could be said to be half praise, and half praise. Although there were many people who had attended the birthday banquet of the Purple Cloud sect a while ago, those people were basically invited by the Purple Cloud sect. The Purple Cloud sect's invitation was very casual. He would send the invitation to whoever he liked. He did not care about the person's status, martial arts, or reputation. Especially those famous people who were too far away from the Purple Cloud sect. The Purple Cloud sect's sectmaster was too lazy to let his disciples send the invitation. Therefore, although the status of the people present was a big shot, and they were all very famous in the Fanning continent, there were not many who actually received an invitation from the Purple Cloud sect's sectmaster. Among the more than 40 people present, only 4 or 5 people had attended the Purple Cloud sect's sectmaster's birthday banquet and had seen Ji Shunyu's true appearance. However, the rumor that she was a great beauty had already spread throughout the Fanning continent. Therefore, when Xiefeng Lu said this, the entire hall fell silent, and then there was a buzz of discussion. The host then turned to ask Ji Shunyu, who was spinning her wine cup, "Who is young Master Shun choosing the sword for?" Ji Shunyu only said 3 words: Ji Shunyu. Shunyu, who had never been charmed by any woman, actually chose the princess. The host could not help but ask, "Young Master Shun, can you tell us the reason for choosing her?" Everyone also pricked up their ears, wanting to hear her say 1, 2, 3. Ji Shunyu smiled faintly and put down her wine cup. "There's no reason. I'll choose her." Did she need a reason to choose her? Everyone. Among these people, Shunyu's reputation was extremely resounding. One sentence from him was more effective than 10 sentences from other men who didn't have high status. Even Sir God Shunyu, who didn't get close to women, had his eyes on a woman. She was definitely not ordinary. Xiefeng Lu and Ji Shunyu's choice was like throwing a huge rock into a lake, causing ripples. The buzzing in the hall grew louder. There were 3 women whose martial arts and looks were no match for Yu Shueshang's. They knew that they had no chance, but they couldn't bear to see Yu Shueshang win. So they also began to speak up for Ji Shunyu. That's right, Princess Ji Shunyu's beauty is top-notch. Her dance moves the world. What's even rarer is that his martial arts are good, and he's also a divine lord. That's right. I heard that even divine monarch Changbu Bai wasn't her match. She defeated him single-handedly in a few moves, and he almost learned to crawl like a dog. Just based on this skill, it's much better than a certain embroidered pillow who thinks he's number 1. I think so too. Princess Ji Shunyue is the number 1 woman in the Fanning continent. As for the others, they're just names. The 3 women's words had a hidden meaning. Anyone who wasn't stupid would know who they were belittling. Yu Shiwashang had been as indifferent as ice when she was being praised, maintaining her poise extremely well. However, after hearing these women's words, her pretty face clearly darkened. Chapter 2897. Her beautiful face clearly sank, and after the three women finished speaking, she suddenly laughed lightly. Princess Ji Shunyue is indeed not bad. Shueshang is 1,300 years old this year, and this senior's name is like thunder to my ears. It can be said that I grew up listening to her deeds. I heard that this senior had been wronged in the past few years. The so-called jinx, the rumors of her being ugly were all false. Shueshang felt very indignant for her. She felt that it was very difficult for a woman to live such a life. Since Princess Ji Shunyue was so outstanding, she naturally didn't have to worry about marriage. As long as exalted, immortal Rongyu saw her, she would definitely want to marry her. The two of them could be harmonious and create a beautiful story. But I didn't expect exalted immortal Rongyu to choose to cancel the engagement, even though she saw her true face at the banquet. This was very puzzling. I wonder if anyone knows the reason behind this? Her words seemed to be very pertinent and innocent, but there was a hidden sharpness in her words. Ji Shunyue casually poured herself a cup of wine. Hearing her words, she smiled. So this was the #1 ice beauty of Sanyin Continent. When it came to gossip, she was no less than those gossipy women. Yu Shiweshang's words naturally caused the men who had been supporting her to agree. Lu Hui, Immortal Master, was the most courageous. That's right, Shiweshang is right. The price to pay for canceling an engagement is so great, and there is so much danger. If a normal man was engaged, he would rather make do with his life than go down the path of canceling an engagement. But exalted immortal Rong, you chose to cancel the engagement. What does this mean? Haha, I don't need to say it. Everyone should understand, right? The other men who had been supporting Yu Shiweshang laughed. They all had a tacit mutual understanding. Ji Shunyue was disgusted by his haha. This typical rich second-generation immortal master was so tasteless. She raised her hand to stop Xie Fenglu, who was about to explode. She tapped her finger on the table. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a cold voice in the air. What does it mean? Why don't you explain it in detail? This voice was magnetic and clear, with a touch of bone-chilling coldness. It was like a stream of ice that had just melted and flowed past everyone's ears. Ji Shunyue's fingers paused. She almost knocked over the wine cup in front of her. Rongyu Tianlan. It was Rongyu Tianlan's voice. Why is he here? Although Rongyu Tianlan's name was not generally well known, there were not many people present who had really seen him. Lu Hui, Immortal Monarch, had never seen him before and had never heard his voice before. Naturally, he did not know who he was. He looked around and did not see the person who spoke. He raised his head and asked, "Who is it? Who's talking?" "Me." Another short word sounded in the air. Following this, a faint azure light flashed in the air and a person appeared. He was dressed in a light green, loose robe, and his long black hair was loosely tied up with a blue ribbon. It was obviously an extremely ordinary attire, but when he wore it, he gave off the feeling of an immortal. Slanted eyebrows, shimmering and mysterious eyes, a tall nose, and beautifully curved lips. His facial features might not be the most outstanding, but when put together, they gave people a feeling of extreme perfection. Especially when he looked at people with a smile that was not a smile, there was an indescribable sense of unrestrained elegance. There was even a hint of faintly discernible evil. He stood there in a half-cloud, half-mist. His posture was casual, and his bearing was graceful, but there was a kind of pressure on his body. Almost everyone present held their breaths. Chapter 2898. Rongyu Tianlan dressed very casually. He didn't have any specific attire. When he first became famous, he liked to wear white as he felt that it was flashy and handsome enough. In addition, he was extremely handsome, so he got the title of White God. Many women's hearts would beat faster when they heard these 4 words. Because of this, some new gods wanted to learn from him, causing white clothes to become the wind. It was almost a disaster. Often, at a gathering, All that could be seen were young talents in white. It was a vast expanse of white, and it was very difficult to distinguish them. This made Rongyu Etanlan, who was somewhat maverick at that time, very depressed. Not long after his clothes clashed, he stopped wearing white. He even felt annoyed when he saw white clothes. So when he met Shun Jiuli in Tianxi Continent and saw Shun Jiuli in white sleeping on the bed, his first reaction wasn't to save him, but to steal the big bed. Later on, Rongyu Etanlan only paid attention to taste and didn't pay attention to color. No matter what color the robe was, as long as it showed elegance, he wouldn't refuse it. Of course, most of the time, he wore blue, dark blue, sea blue. He had worn all kinds of blue. The reason why he preferred this color was that there weren't many colors for men to choose from. Basically, they were mainly blue, black, and white. He hated white, and black was too dull and serious, which didn't suit his character. Blue, on the other hand, was still very elegant and elegant. More importantly, this color was resistant to dirt, unlike white, which would be like wearing a rag if it was slightly dirty. As for red, he felt that the color was too flashy and too evil. It didn't suit his style. This time, Rongyu Etanlan appeared wearing a light green wide robe. The corners of the robe were hooked with dark cloud patterns. A thin plum blossom was slanting out of the sleeve, swaying with the wind. It was as if there was a plum blossom fragrance coming from his body. There was a faint coldness in the elegance. His appearance and bearing were undoubtedly the most outstanding. His robe fluttered down, and he landed right in front of the stage. A person like him was a beautiful sight, no matter where he stood. He could make all the people or things around him become his foil. Behind him, there were still beautiful dancers who hadn't left the stage. Those dancers were originally very outstanding and eye-catching. But under his reflection, each and every one of them was like a dim star, no longer unique. What a show-off! Ji Xinyu sighed in her heart. She knew that Rongyu Etanlan had always been showy and did not keep a low profile. But today, she seemed to be 10 times more showy than usual, especially the robe he was wearing. It was obviously a low-key color, but when he wore it, it shone brightly. It was almost impossible to shift one's eyes away from it. Everyone in the hall looked at him. The sword manor master and his swordsmiths had already stood up. Exalted immortal Rongyu, I didn't expect you to come today. Please have a seat. The villa master of the hidden sword manor, who had always been arrogant and did not respect anyone, greeted Rongyu Etian warmly. His demeanor could even be said to be respectful. Everyone, Ji Shanyue swirled the wine cup in her hand as she pondered. From the looks of it, Rongyu Tianlan's relationship with the hidden sword manor was not shallow. So what was his purpose in coming here this time? He must be here to snatch that sword as well. Xie Fengliu's voice sounded in his ears. Ji Shanyu lamented in her heart that Xie Fengliu really knew how to read her mind. She asked, it said that it's a female sword. If he came to take the sword, who would he give it to? Chapter 2899. Could it be that he wanted to give it to her? Breakup compensation? Xie Fengliu smiled lightly, his eyes filled with disdain. 8 days ago, I saw him drinking with a white-clothed woman in a restaurant in Autumn Maple City. That white-clothed woman was extremely beautiful, and their expressions were very intimate. Ji Xinyue's fingertips paused for a moment. Then she raised her eyebrows. I heard that he has many female friends. That lady in white might be one of them. Meeting a female friend by chance and having a drink in a restaurant was a very normal thing. Just like her, she also had a few female friends and would usually go for a drink when she met them. Of course, she had always been using the identity of Shunyu to outsiders. None of those friends knew her true identity and wanted nothing more than to put their arms around her shoulders when they saw her. Fortunately, she managed to slap them away without batting an eyelid. Ji Xinyue realized that her thoughts had wandered off again and quickly pulled herself back. Xie Fengliu's voice sounded again. That lady in white didn't seem like an ordinary female friend. He treated her differently and looked at her with a very gentle gaze. I also heard a few words of their conversation. That lady seemed to have mentioned some kind of sword, and then Rongyu Etanlan said to leave it to him. Now it seems that he came here to fight for the sword for that lady. There are already many opponents this time. if he joins in? As he spoke, Xie Fenglu was already very worried. Ji Xinyue frowned slightly and unhappily scolded her junior brother. Eavesdropping is immoral. Why did you have to listen in on other people's conversations? Xie Fenglu was speechless. After scolding her junior brother, Ji Xinyue didn't speak anymore and lowered her head to take a sip of wine. She and Rongyue Tianlan had already broken off their engagement and had nothing to do with each other anymore. Therefore, it had nothing to do with her who he fought for the sword for. At most, there would be one more opponent to fight for the sword. It was nothing. She didn't have much attachment to the sword in the first place. She twirled the wine glass in her hand and was deep in thought when she suddenly felt Xie Fenglu on her left side tense up. She was slightly stunned and turned to look at him. "What's wrong? What are you nervous about?" Before she could finish her sentence, there seemed to be movement on her right side. A clear and magnetic voice sounded. "This seat is not bad. This supreme immortal will sit here." Ji Xinyue turned her head stiffly and saw the exalted immortal Rongyue Tianlan sitting down on the empty seat to her right. The distance between them was less than half a foot, and when they sat down, his shoulder was almost touching hers. The familiar faint plum fragrance entered her nose, causing Ji Xinyue to feel an indescribable sense of irritation. This person had a halo around him. As he sat there, he attracted the attention of everyone present. Ever since he appeared, all the women present were dumbfounded. Even Yu Xueshang's cold eyes flashed with a touch of fire. Although she did not stare directly at Rongyue Tian, she still glanced at her from time to time. Therefore, Rongyue Tianlan's every move did not escape her eyes. She saw this exalted, immortal Rong Yu politely reject the hidden sword manor lord's good intentions, saying that she was also here to fight for the sword, so she should sit at the same table as everyone else. Then, he fluttered over to them. The other men were still fine, but the women below almost went crazy. Their eyes followed him, and they couldn't wait to invite him to sit at the same table as them. They might not be able to get the sword, but if they could eat at the same table as this supreme immortal, then this trip would not be in vain. Chapter 2900. Although Yu Xueshang's expression did not change, her fingers holding the wine cup were trembling slightly. She was not far from Ji Xinyue's table. Seeing that he was walking towards her son, she immediately transmitted a message to Lu Hui deity, asking him to quickly get up and give up his seat. Lu Hui deity was naturally unwilling, but Yu Xueshang was very anxious, and her words were also very strict. She made it clear that if he did not give up his seat now, she would never see him again and would never contact him again for the rest of their lives. Lu Hui deity could only reluctantly get up. Yu Xueshang waved her sleeves, and all the cups and plates that Lu Hui deity had used disappeared, as if no one had ever sat on that seat. Yu Xueshang stood up lightly, her eyes looking at Rongyue Tian, who was gradually approaching, and a faint smile bloomed on her ice-cold little face. Her gesture of inviting him to sit with her could not be more obvious. However, Rongyue Tian acted as if he did not see her at all. He walked past her and went straight to the table where Ji Xinyue was sitting, and then sat down leisurely. Yu Xueshang's smile froze on her lips. She slowly took a step back and sat back in her seat. As for Lu Hui deity, he originally wanted to sit at Ji Xinyue's table after getting up. After all, this was the only empty seat. However, that empty seat was openly taken by Rongyue Tian. He paused and stood there with an unreadable expression. Yu Xueshang transmitted a message. Lu Hui deity, you should sit down. Lu Hui deity's gaze turned to her face, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes, which made Yu Xueshang's heart turn cold. However, since Lu Hui deity saw her, he stuck to her like a pug, so she did not take Lu Hui deity's coldness to heart. She pursed her lips, and her voice became cold. "You're not sitting? If you don't sit, then don't ever sit." This sentence was obviously a threat. Lu Hui deity's face was faintly livid. He was the richest second generation of the rich, and he grew up with everyone's compliments. Women circled around him, and he was also a proud and arrogant person. He was really moved by Yu Xueshang's beauty and temperament. The colder she was to him, the more he wanted to conquer her, the more he wanted to have her. For this, he did not hesitate to throw away his self-esteem. It wasn't easy for him to get the beauty to look at him a few more times, speak a few words to him softly, and allow him to sit by her side. Was he really going to give up this opportunity because of a moment of anger? He glanced at Yu Xueshang again. Yu Xueshang pursed her lips slightly and didn't even look at him. She lowered her head slightly, and he could only see the side of her face that was as white as jade. It was as perfect as a jade carving. She was the most beautiful and elegant beauty he had ever seen. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. In the end, he sat back down without any backbone. After he sat down, Yu Xueshang secretly let out a sigh of relief, but her pretty face became even colder. She was indeed worthy of the title of Ice Beauty. Seeing her like this, Immortal Master Lu Hui poured her a cup of wine and said in a low voice, "You're cold. Drink a cup of wine to warm your body." Yu Xueshang pursed her lips and ignored him. Lu Hui, Immortal Monarch, had a headache. He raised his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He felt that everything seemed to be going wrong today. "Are you Lu Hui, Immortal Monarch? Just now, you said that I broke off the engagement. What does that mean? Why don't you explain in detail?" Rong Yuetian's voice sounded faintly, and everyone in the hall was silent again. It seemed that he had not let Lu Hui, Immortal Monarch, go. The veins on Lu Hui, Immortal Monarch's forehead jumped even more. This? He glanced at Yu Xueshang, but Yu Xueshang didn't look at him. Obviously, she didn't want to help him out. Chapter 2901. He could only bite the bullet and say, "This means that His Highness Rong Yu doesn't like Princess Ji Xinyue. Ji Xinyue isn't as outstanding as they say." Ji Xinyue frowned. What kind of strange argument was this? Rong Yu Tianlan didn't like her because she wasn't outstanding enough? Ji Xinyue wasn't made of gold or jewels. She couldn't make everyone like her. Rong Yu Tianlan wasn't some yardstick either. Anything he didn't like wasn't good. She placed the wine cup on the table and was about to say something when Rong Yu Tianlan's hand suddenly reached out and pressed against the back of her hand. His hand was warm. Ji Xinyue froze. She was about to withdraw her hand, but he had already moved his hand away. He picked up the cup of tea in front of her and blew on the tea leaves. He said calmly, "You're wrong. I want to cancel the engagement not because she isn't outstanding enough, but because she's too outstanding. I have no choice but to cancel the engagement." His words shocked everyone. Who would cancel an engagement because a woman was too outstanding? Everyone looked at him, including Ji Xinyue. She wanted to hear what nonsense he was going to say. Deity Lu Hui sneered. Supreme Immortal Rong Yu's words are confusing. The better the woman, the more the man likes her. Why would a man cancel the engagement just because the woman is too outstanding? Is this man too self-conscious? Does he feel that he can't compare to his fiancée and is afraid of being suppressed by her? If someone else said this, I might believe it. But Supreme Immortal Rong Yu, I can't agree. Supreme Immortal Rong, you probably said this out of benevolence. After canceling the engagement, he feels sorry for Princess Ji Xinyue, so he's speaking up for her. This immortal lord understands. When he said the last sentence, he looked at Rong Yu Tianlan with eyes full of smiles, as if they were both men and knew each other well. Rong Yu Tianlan put down the teacup lightly and smiled. "What do you know? I haven't finished speaking yet. Is this how the Lu family teaches you?" His smile was like a spring breeze, but his words were like ice blades. Deity Lu Hui's face turned pale. If someone else said this to him, he would have been furious. But since this heavenly, immortal Rong Yu had said such things about him, he did not dare to blow his top. His handsome face was a mixture of green and white, and his mouth was slightly open, unable to speak. Another immortal spoke up. "Can exalted, immortal Rong Yu give us a reason for canceling the engagement because the other party is too outstanding?" Rong Yu Tianlan took a sip of tea and said in a light voice, "It's very simple. It's because the marriage contract is the order of the parents and the words of the matchmaker. This kind of engagement was not in line with our statuses, and it was not respectful to her. What's more, I even ran away from the marriage at that time and caused her a lot of harm. So this marriage contract is even more unreasonable for her. That's why I had to go through so much trouble to break off this engagement. Then I'll chase after her again. Clang. The wine cup in Ji Shun Yu's hand fell to the ground. She looked at Rong Yuetian in disbelief, feeling that he had taken the wrong medicine today. Or maybe his brain was flooded with water. He broke off the engagement with her so that he could pursue her again. Did he eat too much? He had broken off the engagement with her for Ji Tianyue's sake. If others didn't know the inside story, would they think she didn't know? What did he mean by saying this all of a sudden? Rong Yuetian turned to look at her and smiled gently. Brother Shun, are you very surprised? How could she just be surprised? She was simply too surprised, okay? Chapter 2902. Rong Yuetian turned his finger and a white jade wine cup appeared. He placed it in front of Ji Shanyue and poured her another cup. Calm down and listen to me. Ji Shanyue resisted the urge to splash wine on his face. She smiled and said calmly, I'm just an outsider. It doesn't matter if I'm shocked or not. If your Highness Rong Yue is interested, please continue. She wanted to see what kind of heresy he was going to say. Rong Yue Tanlan smiled gently. This engagement was once a shackle between us. It's also where I let her down the most. This engagement has always brought her nightmares, not happiness. If we just go with the flow, she may not feel happy every time she thinks about it in the future. Therefore, I can only break this shackle first. I want to give her a completely new marriage contract, a pure marriage contract between me and her, and not a marriage contract between the Nantian clan and the Eastern Sky clan for the sake of joining hands. That is the true respect for her. Ji Shanhua, bullshit. That was Ji Shinyue's evaluation of his words. As for the others, they were moved by his words. There were already a few women whose eyes were glistening with tears. They were moved by His Highness Rong Yue's infatuation. They were all secretly envious of Princess Ji Shinyue. Because of Rong Yue Tianlan's attitude, Princess Ji Shinyue gained more votes and more points. The host finally found a chance to speak. So, Supreme Immortal Rong Yue is also fighting for this sword for Princess Ji Shinyue? Rong Yue Tianlan said, I'm indeed fighting for the person I love. Applause rang out in the hall, especially those who knew they had no hope of winning the sword. They clapped the loudest. They clapped and cheered for Rong Yue Tianlan while looking at Yu Xueshang. Just now, this woman's tone was as if she was determined to win. With a cold face, she pretended to be an ice beauty, causing their men to look at her frequently. It was obvious that they were fascinated by her. This made some of the women extremely angry. Now that they had a chance to suppress her, they would naturally spare no effort. Yu Xueshang's pretty face could no longer be described as black. She pursed her lips tightly and suddenly laughed softly. Your Highness Rong Yue is so affectionate. Even Xueshang is touched. However, this divine sword had to choose its master personally. In other words, the future master of the divine sword had to come here personally. However, Princess Xinyu did not come. After all, she was the princess of a clan, and she was also the beloved disciple of sect leader Ziyun. Evidently, she did not take this sword seriously. On the other hand, the divine sword requires its owner to treat it wholeheartedly. Princess Ji Shinyue is not qualified in this aspect, so I'm afraid you will all be disappointed. These words were clearly meant for the divine sword to hear. After all, everyone present could sense the summoning power of the divine sword, so they believed that their actions could be seen and heard by the divine sword. This Yu Xueshang looked cold and indifferent, as if she was untainted by the mortal world, but her scheming was not ordinary. Rong Yuetian finally glanced at her. The corners of her lips curled up. Fairy Xueshang is indeed a cold and elegant white lotus. Yu Xueshang was stunned. She did not understand the meaning of the phrase white lotus and thought that Rong Yuetian was praising her. A smile appeared on her pretty face. Your Highness Rong Yue is overpraising me. Rong Yue Tianlan smiled. You're not overpraising me. This phrase is very suitable to describe Fairy Xueshang. However, Fairy Xueshang forgot one thing. There was more at night. Moi. Chapter 2903. Rong Yue Tianlan smiled. You're flattering me. This description is perfect for Fairy Xueshang. However, Fairy Shueshang will be the one who will be disappointed. Princess Ji Shunyu values any weapon. Even if it's an ordinary saber, she will take good care of it, not willing to let it be damaged. If she gets the divine sword, it will complement each other. The divine sword will be able to display its true power and become famous. If it falls into the hands of a woman who only seeks protection from a man and doesn't work hard herself, what's the difference between her and a vase? Yu Shueshang was speechless. Her usually snow-white face turned red. Supreme Immortal Rongyue's words are biased. Shueshang has always relied on her own efforts and has never sought protection from a man. Rongyue Hanlan leisurely turned her wine cup and said, "Is that so?" "Of course." Yu Shueshang proudly raised her head. Although Princess Shunyu has been treated unfairly, she is still a princess. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. She won't worry about food and clothing. When she wants to learn, she can even become a disciple of Sect Master Ziyun and become his personal disciple. Naturally, she can learn whatever she wants to learn. When Shueshang was young, her family was poor and she had no one to rely on. Everything was exchanged for her by Shueshang's own efforts. Rongyue Hanlan turned to look at her. "You were born in the Eastern Sky Clan, right?" Yu Shueshang didn't expect him to know her background. She paused and said, "Yes, Shueshang and Supreme Immortal Rongyue are from the same clan." Rongyue Tanlan said indifferently, "The Eastern Sky Clan attaches great importance to the cultivation of talents. Anyone who is 100 years old will undergo a bone structure test. No matter rich or poor, as long as one's bone structure is good, they can enter the Eastern Sky Academy to study and cultivate. There is no charge, and food and accommodation are provided. Your bone structure is good. If you enter the Eastern Sky Academy as you wish, you can learn a lot of skills there, right? Once your results in the Eastern Sky Academy are outstanding, the masters of the academy will naturally recommend you to various sects to learn martial arts. I heard that a master once recommended you to Sect Master Ziyun 1,000 years ago. It was you who didn't pass the entrance test of Sect Master Ziyun. Who can you blame?" Yu Shueshang was stumped. It's not that Shueshang's aptitude isn't good. It's just that the Purple Cloud sect leader no longer accepts disciples. Otherwise, Shueshang would definitely be able to become his disciple. Rongyue Tanlan had yet to speak when Xie Fenglu sneered. "Nonsense. My master stopped accepting disciples 730 years ago, but it wasn't that he didn't accept any disciples at all. He would still accept any good talent. For example, I became his disciple 690 years ago. He didn't accept you back then only because you didn't have enough aptitude." Yu Shueshang's face turned even redder. She sneered and said, "That's hard to say. Shueshang's aptitude has always been the best among women. How is it that my aptitude isn't enough? The sect master refused to accept me because he only accepted one female disciple. It's Princess Ji Shinyue's good fortune to pay her respects to him first." Xie Fenglu said, "Nonsense. My master never said that he would only accept one female disciple. He didn't take them in because they didn't meet his requirements." "Then Princess Shun, you met his requirements?" Being rejected back then had obviously affected Yu Shueshang greatly. She couldn't remain calm. "Isn't it because the other party is a princess?" The sect master had no choice but to accept her due to her noble status. Chapter 2904. Xie Fenglu laughed. "You really know how to find excuses for yourself. My master's reputation was widespread, and I don't know how many people wanted to be his disciple. Among them, there was no lack of princesses from various races, but my master rejected all of them because they did not meet his requirements. And my senior sister..." At this point, Xie Fenglu glared at Rong Juishan fiercely. "Because of someone's escape, my senior sister has been branded with a name that doesn't belong to her. Words like jinx, bad aptitude, stupid don't be too common. When she was first sent here, my master did not want to accept her at all. He did not even see her and ordered people to send her back. It was my senior sister who knelt in front of the Ziyun Sex gate and begged for 3 days. She did not ask for anything else, but for my master to see her and really test her aptitude before deciding whether she should stay or leave. My master was moved by her tenacity, so he came out to see her. He originally wanted to make her give up and send her away, but he did not expect that when he really met her, he found out that my senior sister had a rare aptitude that was hard to come by in 1,000 years, so he hurriedly accepted her. This could be said to be the Ziyun sex secret, and it was the first time everyone heard about it. They were all stunned, not expecting Ji Shinyu to have such an encounter at that time. Ji Shinyu could not help but glance at Xie Fenglu. She did not expect this kid to be so good at digging up her secrets. How could he know such a confidential matter so clearly? Xie Fengliu's lips curled up slightly. Master regretted almost missing out on a good seedling, and even opened the door later on, no longer limiting the number of disciples between men and women. At that time, you went to acknowledge him as your master. If your aptitude was enough, he would definitely not miss it. The reason why he did not accept you is obviously because your aptitude was too poor. Now, you're talking about your identity, saying that you were rejected because you were not a princess. Don't you feel ashamed? Yu Xueshang was very embarrassed, and her face turned even redder. Ron Yue Tianlan's words were like a needle hidden in silk floss, but Xie Fengliu's words were very direct, which made her extremely embarrassed. She had always been cold and arrogant in front of others. To outsiders, she had said that her aptitude had surprised the sovereigns and sovereigns. The reason why Sovereign Ziyin didn't accept her was because he didn't accept female disciples. She even said that Sovereign Ziyin often regretted missing out on her, because her kung fu was really good in the later stage. Coupled with the beauty of life and this cold and seemingly aloof appearance, she didn't look like someone who would lie. She actually managed to fool a large number of men into believing her words and gave her the title of Jianghu's #1 beauty. The title of Jianghu's #1 beauty did not only refer to her looks, but also her martial arts. The more lies she told, the more they became the truth. According to modern standards, this girl's marketing strategy was good, and her self-promotion ability was strong. Now that those lies had been exposed, she felt quite embarrassed. She coldly laughed and said, "Sir Xie is Princess Xinyu's junior apprentice brother, so of course he's speaking up for her. I don't want to talk about what happened in the past anymore. Only those involved can understand what's right and wrong." Although young Master Xie was the last disciple of Sect Master Ziyun, he had entered the sect too late. He might not know much about the past. Even if he had heard some rumors, it would have been manipulated by others. It might not be true. Her words were very powerful. She clearly meant that Xie Fengliu's words were groundless and could not be believed. Chapter 2905. She even hinted that what Xie Fengliu heard was said by Ji Shinyu herself. Besides, they were on the same side, so everything Xie Fengliu said couldn't be trusted. Sure enough, after she said this, everyone began to doubt Xie Fengliu's original words again. Deity Lu Hui took the opportunity to say, "That's right. Lord Xie has always fought for opportunities for your senior sister, so naturally, he'll side with her." What he said is unbelievable. For example, you said that the snow-clad fairy was rejected by Sect Master Ziyun because of her poor aptitude. However, the snow-clad fairy's aptitude clearly wasn't bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to join the Clear Sky sect and become Sect Master Ziyun's disciple. It's even more impossible for her to cultivate to the level of a deity at such a young age. She won the title of the #1 beauty in the Jianghu. Don't you think so? Yu Xueshang had many followers, so they all nodded in agreement. Yu Xueshang's eyes flashed with pride, and she smiled faintly. Actually, there's no need to mention the past. Although Xuechang's background is low, the heavens reward those who work hard. Xuechang finally won some fame in the Jianghu. She relied entirely on her own strength and didn't rely on anyone or any background. The divine sword has a spirit, so it won't recognize a master based on one's status, but on one's actual ability. She floated there, like a plum blossom proud of the moon, looking awe-inspiring and unyielding. Xie Fengliu was rendered speechless by her words. Rong Yuishinlin sat there, twirling his fan as he watched her speak. When she finished speaking, he slowly opened his mouth and asked a seemingly unrelated question. Where did Fairy Shui Chang go after she was rejected by sect leader Ziyan? Yu Shuishang was stunned, then answered. Shui Chang went to the Clear Sky sect after she was rejected and was accepted as a disciple by sect leader Ziyan. Rong Yuishanlin twirled his fan. You were rejected by sect leader Ziyan in February of that year. However, you entered the Clear Sky sect in June of the following year. Where did you go during that time? Yu Shuishang's heart skipped a beat. I traveled everywhere to find a master. Then you and immortal master Wu Tianqing met at that time, right? Rong Yuishanlin threw out another question. Yu Shuishang's expression changed slightly. Exalted immortal Rong, you also knows immortal master Wu Tianqing. I am the one asking you. You only need to answer yes or no. Rong Yuishanlin's voice turned cold. As soon as he released his exalted immortal aura, Yu Shuishang was suppressed to the point that she almost couldn't breathe. Unconsciously, she told the truth, yes. Wu Tianqing's aptitude is not bad. She has cultivated to the immortal monarch realm before becoming a disciple. You met her during your travels, and she fell in love with you at first sight, right? Rong Yue Tianlan continued to ask. Yu Shuishang pursed her lips. She didn't want to answer, but she couldn't help but say, yes, he likes me very much. How much do you like her? Can I betray my family for you? Rong Yuishanlin's eyes flickered. Yu Shuishang's face turned pale, but she couldn't stop herself from saying, yes, I could tell that his aptitude wasn't really good, so I tried to get some information from him. I finally found out that his family was refining a kind of secret medicine that could improve a person's aptitude. So I asked him to get the medicine for me. Medicine? Refining the medicine? Although the medicine had such a heaven-defying effect, it was extremely difficult to refine. Not only were the herbs hard to find, but it was also difficult to gather a set even after decades. More importantly, the medicinal primer needed to refine it was very abnormal. It required the flesh and blood of the first child of the Wu family's direct bloodline. The child had to be born when the child was 6 months old, using a secret medicine to hasten the birth of the child. Is that right? Rong Yuishanlin pressed on. Chapter 2906. There was actually such a perverted medicine. Everyone's expression changed. They all knew about the Wu family. Generally, a family might not produce a genius with extraordinary aptitude after many years, but the Wu family produced one in every generation, making everyone in the Fanning continent envious. So this was how the Wu family got their good aptitude. At this time, Yu Shuishang really became the center of attention. She bit her lips so hard that they almost broke, but still nodded. Yes, the Wu family's medicine is passed down from generation to generation. Every direct descendant of the Wu family will refine their first child into medicine. Wu Tianqing is the eldest son of the Wu family's direct descendant. He actually hates this method of his family, so he traveled the continent to find a way to replace this primer. In the end, he met you. This method was originally the Wu family's secret, but he still told you. At that time, you agreed with him and even said that you would help him find such a substitute. In the end, you got him drunk at night and sent him to the bed of a virgin. He mistook that woman for you and had a night of passion with her. Before Wu Tianqing woke up, you took the woman away and slept next to him. After he woke up, he thought that he had this relationship with you and treated you better. He even treated you as his wife and passed the Wu family's top secret martial arts to you. You pretended to be a snake with him, and at the same time, you tried to make the woman and Wu Tianqing sleep together. Finally, the woman got pregnant, and you used your pregnancy as an excuse to not get close to him. Wu Tianqing didn't suspect you and treated you even better. He also promised you that he would never use your fetus to refine pills, even if it meant offending the entire family. Is that right? Yu Shuishang's face was as white as snow. Her eyes grew bigger and bigger, but she still couldn't control herself from telling the truth. Yes, the elixirs in his family are passed down from generation to generation. For example, the elixirs he ate were left to him by his father. His first child also needs to be refined into elixirs. Then, when his son is 100 years old, he can eat that elixir. The other herbs are already prepared by the previous generation, just waiting for his first child. This was really a big secret, and everyone was shocked when they heard it. Ji-shun, you had been listening and watching from the side. She could already tell that Yu Shiueshang was under some kind of spell of Rongyue Tianlan, so she couldn't tell these secrets to anyone. Most of them were old foxes who had been in the Jianghu for a long time. Naturally, they could tell. At first, everyone was still a little suspicious in their hearts. They thought that Rongyue Tianlan had used some kind of spell to control her, causing her mind to be muddled for a moment. She would answer whatever she was asked. But now that he heard her say it in such detail, he couldn't help but believe it. What did you do when the woman was 6 months pregnant? Rongyuishan was like a hypnotist at this moment, guiding him patiently. I deliberately quarreled with Wu Tianqing and asked him to push me. Then, I pretended that I was pregnant and hid away from him. Then, I secretly went out to use medicine to hasten the birth of the child and kept it by my side. When Wu Tianqing broke in, he saw me holding the child and crying. He felt very guilty towards me and thought it was God's will. In order to make it up to me, he mixed the child with those herbs and made me take the pill. What happened after that? Rongyuishan continued to ask. After that, my aptitude was greatly improved. Chapter 29:07. Later on, my aptitude improved tremendously. Then, I created a tragedy and made it seem like I had died. Because I had used a fake name for Wu Tianqing, I successfully joined the Clear Sky sect after escaping and changed back to my real name. No one else knows about what happened between him and me, so no one else knows about this matter. Everyone was speechless. This was truly a good plan. It was also vicious and decisive enough. Everyone knew what had happened to Wu Tianqing. It was said that he had the highest aptitude in the Wu family and was the only child who was favored the most. Later, he met a strange woman during his travels and fell in love with her at first sight. They were inseparable until the woman died tragically. Wu Tianqing couldn't bear the blow and went crazy. He ran around the Sanskrit continent until he somehow fell into the sea and was never seen again. The Wu family's direct line of descent was also cut off because of his early death. Since then, the Wu family had been unable to recover from the setback, and no one with aptitude had been born. Everyone looked at Yu Shiueshang with shock and disbelief in their eyes. No one expected the Snow Fairy, who had always been known to be otherworldly, to have such a scheming mind. Wu Tianqing's story was a tragic love story in the Jianghu. It was almost comparable to the modern version of Liang Zhu, and it was even adapted into a novel that was widely read in the Fanning continent. Who would have thought that such a sordid past was hidden behind this beautiful love story? It was just a big scam from beginning to end. It was just a show directed and acted by the Snow Fairy for her own selfish reasons. She was the only one who benefited from it from the beginning to the end. The men who had been circling Yu Shiueshang just now were also looking at her, as if they had been struck by lightning. Rongyue Tianlan took another sip of tea and smiled faintly. Very well. Since you said it yourself, I don't need to say anything more. Your kung fu was indeed obtained through your own efforts, but the methods you used were too dirty. As for how you continued to use your beauty to seduce men and cheat them of all kinds of treasures and family skills, I don't need to list them one by one. It's tiring. He turned to the side and poured a cup of tea for Ji Shunyu, pushing it to her. Don't just drink, it's bad for your stomach. Ji Shunyu was actually shocked by the secret that Rong Yuetian had revealed. She was still in a daze, but Rong Yuetian's attitude changed too quickly. She did not react in time. He pushed the tea over and she picked it up to drink. After taking a sip, she finally realized that something was wrong. The cup in her hand was Rongyue Tianlan's private collection. The bottom of the cup was even engraved with his personal seal, and the cup that she was drinking tea with just now was held in Rongyue Tianlan's hands, slowly sipping. They changed their cups, and she didn't even know when it was changed. Ji Shanyue looked at the cup in her hand. This should be Rongyue Tianlan's personal cup, right? When she was drinking with him at the moon-admiring peak, she saw him drinking tea from this very cup. Rongyue Tianlan loved treasures. Any of the utensils he used were all treasures, and the cup in Ji Shanyu's hand was no exception. It was azure in color and sparkled like a pearl. When he held it in his hand, It felt warm and comfortable. What was even rarer was that the patterns on the cup could change according to the type of tea in the cup. It could be sunny after the rain, misty rain, or cloudy, and so on. Chapter 2908. Ji Shunyue had taken a few glances at the teacup when he was drinking tea, so she remembered it. But now, the teacup was in her hands, and she had taken a few sips. Because his actions were too natural, and she was attracted by the story just now, she did not notice it for a moment. Now that she was holding the teacup, she felt that it was a little hot. She quickly put the teacup down and cast a cleaning spell on it, then pushed it back to him. Exalted immortal, you took the wrong teacup. Rong Yuishinlin did not care, and looked at her with a faint smile. It's just a teacup, I don't care so much. He pushed the teacup back to her. You don't care, but I care. Ji Shunyue secretly clenched her fists, but arguing with him over a teacup, at this time, it seemed like she was making a mountain out of a molehill. Ji Shunyue felt that she was a magnanimous deity, so she did not bother with Rong Yuishinlin and took out another teacup from the storage space to use. Her teacup was practical, simple, and elegant. It was a teacup carved out of green jade, and there was not even a pattern on it. Naturally, it was not as exquisite, simple, and elegant as Rong Yuishinlin's teacup, but it was her own thing, so she felt comfortable using it. Rong Yuishinlin's teacup was casually left there by her, and it looked a little redundant. Rong Yuishinlin glanced at his lonely and abandoned teacup, then looked at her, his dark eyes as deep as the abyss. Ji Shunyue's heart skipped a beat when he looked at her, and she felt a little guilty. But on second thought, she did not do anything shameful, so why should she feel guilty? So, she looked back at him righteously. Their eyes met, and there was a hint of provocation in her gaze, but Rong Yuishinlin curled his lips slightly. It's fake! It's fake! It's fake! Yu Shueshang suddenly shouted, and her voice almost tore through the air. I was being controlled just now. What I said was not what I wanted to say at all. I don't know Wu Tianqing. I don't know him at all. Rong Yuishinlin turned to look at her, who was shouting herself hoarse, and did not say anything. He just picked up the teacup and took another sip. The men in the hall originally wanted to squeeze their heads to sit with this ice beauty, but at this moment, they wished they could stay far away from her. Everyone liked beauties, and there were also a large number of people who wanted to conquer ice and snow beauties. However, most people would still keep a respectful distance from a venomous and scorpion beauty who had two faces. Even the man who had been sitting with her and trying to please her left quietly. He would rather go to another table than sit with her. Yu Shueshang had always been the moon, surrounded by the stars, but now she had become a lonely bitch that no one cared about. How could the proud and arrogant Yu Shueshang bear such a fall? Once she broke away from Rong Yue Tianlan's spell, she immediately clamored without caring about her image. She denied all the dirty things she had done in the past. Anyway, there were no witnesses or evidence. She would never admit it. She looked at Rong Yue Tianlan with bloodshot eyes and said, Shueshang knows that you're biased towards Princess Ji Shunyue and want to obtain the divine sword for her. However, you can't use this method just to obtain the divine sword. You're an exalted immortal, and your spell is powerful. Shueshang is ashamed of being controlled by you. You can say whatever you want Shueshang to say and pin such a big crime on Shueshang. How can you bear to wrong a weak woman like me, who has no background and no status? Shueshang can only die to prove my innocence. Chapter 2909. She suddenly raised a palm and slapped it down on her own head. She was really fierce. This palm carried the faint sound of wind and thunder. Once it hit, her big head would be smashed into a rotten watermelon. Of course, this palm was not very fast because it needed to be activated in advance. She calculated that Rong Yuishinlin would definitely not allow her to die like this at this time. He would save her, otherwise he would be accused of framing the younger generation. She also left enough time for Rong Yuishinlin to react, lest he could not save her in time. Unexpectedly, her palm was about to hit her forehead. She had already felt the huge pressure brought by the palm on her head. Rong Yuishinlin was still looking at her lazily and had no intention of making a move. At this moment, Yu Shueshang regretted it. She had sold her body many times and put in a lot of effort to climb to this position. How could she be willing to die like this? But the words had already been said. If no one stopped her, how could she have a nerve to go easy on him? She regretted it so much that she wanted to vomit blood. She felt that she should not have been so impulsive that she could not step down. Now, she could only slap herself to death first. Fortunately, she had already cultivated her soul. As long as her soul did not die, even if her body died, she could make a new body and reincarnate 100 years later. She made up her mind and wanted to slap the real thing. Suddenly, a whirlwind flashed by and stopped her palm from descending. Rong Yuishanlin finally made a move. Yu Shueshang breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to take the opportunity to put down her hand that had almost caused trouble, a blue light followed closely behind the whirlwind. The whirlwind stopped her palm, but the blue light directly attacked her by Wei acupoint. Yu Shueshang's face changed greatly. If she committed suicide, she could still leave her soul behind and make a comeback. But if she was hit by the blue light, even her soul would be scattered and she would really die. In this crisis, she did not have time to think carefully. She suddenly bent over, and at the same time, her palms turned up like a lotus flower. A green shield appeared from her palms and shrouded her body in an instant. This move was very beautiful. It was a real life-saving move. Rong Yuishanlin's eyelashes curved slightly. With a flip of her palm, the blue light disappeared automatically before it could touch the shield. Yu Shueshang felt as if she had just been saved from the king of hell. She broke out in a cold sweat. When she saw that the blue light had disappeared, she removed the green light shield around her body and glared at Rong Yuishanlin. You, a dignified immortal, actually wanted to kill me to silence me? Her words were very righteous, but Rong Yuetian looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. She turned the teacup in her hand and asked leisurely, "What trick did you use just now?" Yu Shueshang paused. Her face suddenly turned pale, and cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. She tried to refute. What trick? She was too nervous just now. He actually couldn't help but use this move. Rong Yuetian no longer paid attention to her. Instead, her gaze swept across the crowd. Who recognizes the life-saving shield that Yu Xianzi used just now? The people present could be said to be a gathering of masters. They were all experienced and knowledgeable people. A few people had already shouted, "That is the Wu family's unique skill." It is also Wu Tianqing's unique life-saving skill. It is called the Green Light Shield. I once drank wine with Wu Tianqing, and he showed it to me. It can't be wrong. Yes, I have seen it before too. Chapter 2910. This move was lost after Wu Tianqing died. I didn't expect to see it again today. Bah, how dare you say you don't know Wu Tianqing? Then how did you learn her ultimate move? That's right. This ultimate move needs to be combined with a mental cultivation method. Even if an outsider saw Wu Tianqing use this move 100 times, it would be useless if they didn't know the mental cultivation method. This move was obviously taught to you by Wu Tianqing. Shameless. How dare you deny it and say that heavenly immortal Rong Yu is framing you? Luckily, heavenly immortal Rong Yu exposed her true colors. Otherwise, who knows how many stupid men would be fooled. There was a lot of discussion in the hall, and they were all scolding Yu Shueshang, especially those women. They couldn't be happier. When it mentioned stupid men, those women even threw a glance at those men who were surrounding Yu Shueshang just now. Of course, Lu Hui deity received the most glances. His handsome face was pale. He originally insisted on sitting at the same table with Yu Shueshang, but now he finally stood up and turned to leave. Yu Shueshang's face was burning. It was redder than being slapped a dozen times. If there was a hole in the ground, she would have crawled into it. This was the first time in her life that she was so embarrassed. She took a deep breath and wanted to save some face for herself. So what if I know him? He only taught me a few moves. This is real. As for the rest is fake. Her voice was loud, but no one believed her anymore. Even Lu Hui deity didn't believe her anymore. Yu Shueshang panicked and pulled Lu Hui deity's sleeve. Lu Hui, you don't believe me? Didn't you say you would always believe me love me, and spoil me? Lu Hui deity looked at her and pulled back his sleeve. He said coldly, I'm blind. Then he turned and walked away. She was the only one left at the lively table. Yu Shueshang stood there, looking lonely. She knew that she should leave now, but she couldn't accept it. She could still feel the call of the godly sword, and this feeling was even stronger than before. It seemed that the godly sword wanted her to stay and didn't want her to leave. She steeled her heart and said, the innocent knows they are innocent, and the muddy knows they are muddy. She simply sat down in front of the table with a cold expression on her face. Her nose was at her mouth, and her mouth was at her heart. She no longer cared about the ridicule and abuse around her. This was out of the women's expectations. They didn't think that someone could be so thick-skinned. These women tried their best to insult her with words, but Yu Shueshang seemed to have eaten a heavy weight and steeled her heart, sitting there motionless. Seeing her like this, Ji Shunyu somewhat admired her, admired how thick-skinned she was. Although Yu Shueshang's true colors had been exposed, she had only used Wu Tianqing in a despicable manner, which was not considered a great evil. Even if everyone despised her character, they couldn't really do anything to her. Moreover, the villa master of the Hidden Sword Manor did not chase her away. Therefore, if Yu Shueshang did not leave, no one could do anything about it. After watching the commotion for a long time, the host finally followed the rules and asked the last person, young Master Huang Qinglu, was this young master fighting for that sword? Huang Qinglu had been invisible just now, and everyone had almost forgotten about his existence. He was sitting at the same table as Ji Shunyu. 3 of the 4 people at the table chose Ji Shunyu. Chapter 29:11. Everyone's first reaction was that he would definitely choose Ji Shunyu. Unexpectedly, this Master Huang smiled and looked at Xie Fenglu, saying calmly, I did it for him. Everyone, the wine cup in Ji Shunyu's hand almost fell to the ground again. Xie Fenglu jumped up, his baby face flushed red. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a man. Huang Qinglu was very calm. He raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Did I say you're a woman? Then why did you want to give me that broken sword? Xie Fenglu was about to speak without thinking. Just as he finished speaking, he felt as if his heart was hit by something angry. Then it disappeared with a whoosh. Everyone was stunned. Ji Shun, you couldn't help but stand up. Fenglu. Just as she stood up, Rongyue Tanlan put the folding fan in his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, he's fine. It's just that he offended the divine sword with his mouth. The divine sword was angry and cut off his summons. He was punished to leave the mountain. Could be like this? Ji Shunyu thought of how she was also punished by the divine sword because of one sentence and finally believed it. She couldn't help but look at the culprit, Huang Qinglu. But Huang Qinglu raised his eyebrows and stood up. Since the divine sword is not fated with him, then I don't need to stay here anymore. He turned around and disappeared. Ji Shunyu. Who was this Huang Qinglu? There seemed to be something strange between him and Old Ninth. Could it be gay? Her junior brother was gay. She shuddered. Master would beat him to death. Ji Shun, you had always dressed as a man on the mainland. She naturally had a lot of experience. She had seen a few gay couples, and those couples loved each other to death. It was very touching. Ji Shunyu herself didn't object to being gay. Love, in fact, was not differentiated between men and women, she understood. But if her own junior brother was gay, she didn't mind, but her master hated gay people the most. If it wasn't his disciple, as long as he saw gay people, he would always want to break them up, but if it was his disciple, her little junior brother would most likely be skinned alive. Thinking up to this point, Ji Shunyue shuddered again. She had been lost in her thoughts the entire time, so she didn't hear what the hidden sword manor lord had said, until Rongyue Tanlan, who was beside him, suddenly stood up and said, I can replace Ji Shunyu and partner with Shunyu. Amidst the silence, Ji Shunyu's consciousness was finally pulled back. She raised her head in confusion. What? Then, he was even more surprised to find that there were actually countless passageways around the hall. Each passageway was bottomless and had no end in sight. Hidden Sword Villa's villa master and his subordinates stood at the entrance of a passageway and said, Then I wish everyone good luck. Then, they simply entered the tunnel behind them, and the tunnel quickly disappeared as they entered. What's going on? Ji Shunyu regretted being absent-minded just now, causing her to be completely out of sorts. Rong Yuetian pulled her up. Let's go together. Her figure rose and pulled her to stand in the middle of the hall. Come, tell me, which one do you want? Ji Shunyu originally wanted to pull her hand back, but she was stunned by his question. She looked at him with a confused face. What do you mean? Which one do you want? Which passageway do you think beckons you more? Rong Yuetian looked at her with sparkling eyes. Chapter 29:12. Fortunately, he was still gentlemanly. After pulling Ji Shunyu onto the stage, he let go of her hand. Ji Shunyu looked at the people around her. They were basically in groups of two, pointing at the passageway. It seemed like they were also making a choice. You don't have to look at others, you only have to sense yours. Rong Yuishinlin reminded her. Ji Shunyu looked at him rather patiently. Before that, can you tell me what's going on? Rong Yuishinlin glanced at her. You're really good at walking. It's very simple. The divine sword doesn't choose its master based on character or martial arts. It depends on luck, wisdom, and coordination. In general, it wants to examine the comprehensive index of the divine sword's master, so we have to break through another big hurdle. According to the Villa Master of the Hidden Sword Manor, these passageways can all lead to the place where the divine sword is placed. It's just that the distance is different, and the obstacles inside are also different. Only the top 5 who walk through this passageway to the place where the divine sword is hidden will have the right to be chosen by the divine sword. So troublesome? Although Ji Shunyu didn't quite understand some of the terms he said, she understood the general meaning. She looked at the surrounding passageways, then looked at the men and women who were making their choice. She frowned slightly. Do you need a partner? She saw that the other groups were all male and female partners. Because there were more men than women, the male immortals who didn't have a female partner didn't have the right to enter the passageway. They were sitting at the side, drinking in boredom. Rong Yuishinlin said, of course, a mixed male and female partner. Ji Shenyu's expression changed slightly. But you and I, could it be that her identity had been exposed here? Rong Yuishinlin looked at her while waving his fan and slowly answered, I sacrificed a bit. I took your place to make this trip. Ji Shenyu staggered. What? Rong Yuishinlin smiled and pulled her directly into a passageway. Idiot, this is the last passageway. If you dawdle any longer, it'll be too late. Ji Shenyu's vision turned black, and she fell into the passageway. Ji Shunyu finally had the chance to break free from his hand. In such a short period of time, he had already pulled her hand twice. She was now wearing men's clothing. What was going on with two men constantly pulling and pulling? In the eyes of outsiders, they would think that they were gay. His aura was too strong. Ji Shunyu didn't want to be so close to him. She took a step back and leaned against the wall of the tunnel. She crossed her arms and looked at him sincerely. Hi, Immortal. I think we need to talk. To be honest, she was confused by his actions this time. There were so many people at the banquet earlier, and it wasn't convenient for her to reveal her identity, so there were some things that were inconvenient for her to say or ask. But now, she felt a little uncomfortable. Rong Yuetian looked at her for a moment and nodded her head decisively. Okay, you ask and I'll answer. Ji Shenyu pondered for a moment. She had a bunch of questions in her mind. After sorting them out, she asked the most practical question first. Fight for this divine sword. If a man can pass himself off as a woman, then why don't those men who haven't found a female partner try to be like you? Rong Yuetian waved her fan and gave Ji Shenyu an answer. Because their skin is not as thick as mine? Ji Shenyu, the corner of her mouth twitched. I think that you're quite thick-skinned, but you're fighting for such a rare divine sword after all. Chapter 29:13. Her lips twitched. I think you're quite thick-skinned, but you're fighting for such a rare divine sword after all. If those men had the chance, they wouldn't be so thick-skinned. Besides, you're only representing the female side. You're not really wearing women's clothes. Rong Yuetian sighed. It's simple. Just now, the Manor Master said the rules. A woman can only find one partner to pass the test, and she has to choose from the men who chose to fight for the sword for her. Just now, there were several women who were surrounded by many men. If this woman chose one of them, then the others would be eliminated and would no longer be qualified to enter the path. Both of us chose Princess Ji Xinyue, but Princess Ji Xinyue wasn't here. You didn't want to reveal your true identity, so naturally, I had to be the sacrifice. So that's how it was. Ji Xinyue finally understood. She didn't expect that she would miss so much information while she was in a daze. After Rongyue Tianlan finished speaking, he looked at her with bright eyes. What else do you want to ask? Ji Xinyue paused and said, Supreme Deity Rongyue, you're fighting for this sword to give to your sweetheart, right? Why are you trying to pull my name into this? Your sweetheart can't come? But since you can replace my identity, you can replace your sweetheart's identity and find another man to be your partner. She was biting her lip when she said this. Fortunately, Rongyue Tianlan understood. He was waving his fan, and at this moment, he closed it with a snap. Who do you think my sweetheart is? Ji Xinyue thought, how would I know who your sweetheart is? I didn't really investigate. Originally, he was good to Ji Tianyue, and she thought he fell in love with her at first sight. Later, she found out that wasn't the case. It seemed that Ji Tianyue was also used as a substitute. At that time, she guessed that his real sweetheart had passed away. But later, Xiefeng Lu said that he saw him drinking with the woman in white again, and said that he could take care of the sword. It was true that she had nothing to do with Rongyue Tianlan now. Whether he had a sweetheart or not had nothing to do with her, so she was too lazy to ask. But this time, he had used her name and even said such a long story affectionately. Rongyue Tianlan looked at her. You don't believe what I said at all? Ji Xinyue didn't understand what he was referring to. What are you talking about? Chase after you again. The veins on Ji Xinyue's forehead bulged as she shook her head. That doesn't make sense. How is it unreasonable? I seem to have explained a reason. Ji Xinyue smiled and nodded. Your reason is very touching, but I won't believe a single word of it. We broke off the engagement because we didn't want to love each other. It wasn't because you said that the engagement was decided by our parents and wasn't worthy of our status. Of course, it could also be that this is still your compensation to me. You were afraid that my reputation would be affected, so you used this method to help me clear my name. If it's because of this, then I'm very grateful. However, there was really no need for that. Whether my reputation is good or bad, I don't really care anymore. Rongyue Tianlan looked at her. The reason for breaking off the engagement may be fake, but it's true that I want to pursue you again. Will you accept it? Ji Xinyue rubbed the space between her eyebrows and shook her head. No. Why? Ji Xinyue raised her eyebrows. Was there need to ask why? Although she was in the market, she didn't want to be his backup. He didn't want to be anyone's substitute. Chapter 29:14. If what the two maids said was true, then Rongyue Tianlan had indeed treated Tianyu as someone's substitute, which meant that he actually had someone he liked. If the two maids were lying, then Rongyue Tianlan's motives were even more unfathomable. He was clearly engaged to her elder sister, but had an ambiguous relationship with her younger sister. He went through so much trouble to break off the engagement, but then dumped her younger sister and pursued her elder sister again. Wasn't he crazy? That engagement was so difficult to break off. She and he had almost lost their lives there. Breaking off the engagement and then pursuing her again. Did he think that the marriage pillar was a fool? I have no regrets. Ji Xinyue coolly threw down these 4 words and strode forward. Not everything could be redone, let alone this kind of emotional bond. Rongyue Tianlan's eyelashes drooped slightly. She actually still didn't believe him. He looked at her back for a moment, then followed her. This corridor was a little strange. When they first entered, it wasn't really dark, especially with their skills. Even in a completely enclosed space, they could still see things as if it was daytime. Therefore, Ji Xinyue walked very quickly, and Rongyue Tianlan followed behind her unhurriedly, always keeping a distance of 2 feet from her, not too far away, in case she encountered danger and couldn't rescue her. They also didn't get too close to avoid attracting her repulsion. The distance they maintained was that of friends. Ji Xinyue knew that there would be tests in this corridor, such as monsters suddenly jumping out of the darkness to attack, or hidden weapons suddenly shooting out, so she was always on guard. But along the way, they didn't encounter any danger. Only the surrounding environment became darker and darker. This kind of darkness was gradual. Ji Shun you didn't notice at first, but when she did, she found that it was already dark all around. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see her surroundings clearly. Even when she turned back to look, she couldn't see Rongyue Tianlan, who was only 2 feet away from her. She frowned slightly, then took out a luminous pearl from her bosom and held it on the tip of her knife to illuminate the place. The luminous pearl that could always shine like a small light bulb in the dark was now like a stone that couldn't emit light, not even a fluorescent light. Her surroundings were still pure darkness. What was going on? Was there something wrong with his eyes? Ji Shun you could not help but raise her hand to rub her eyes. Before her fingers could touch her eyelids, her wrist was suddenly grabbed tightly by someone. Rongyue Tianlan's voice rang out beside her. Don't rub it. It's not your eyes. Ji Shun you subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. She could clearly sense that he was right beside her, but she couldn't see him. Ji Xinyue was not afraid of anything in her life, except for 2 things: cockroaches and darkness. Even she didn't know when she started to be afraid of these 2 things. It seemed to be a problem brought about by her birth. Therefore, even if she was looking for a quiet room to meditate, she would not choose a particularly closed room. Instead, she would choose an open and bright place, even if the quiet room was a snow cave. She was already a little traumatized when she entered this long and narrow tunnel. Now that she couldn't see anything, the trauma in her heart could cover the sky. The surroundings were very quiet. It was so quiet that they could only hear each other's breathing. It was as if they were the only living beings in the universe. This black, what's going on? Ji Shenyu tried her best to calm herself down. There should be a sky-concealing cover in this passageway. We are all inside that cover, Rong Yuetian explained. Chapter 29:15. There should be a sky concealment cover in this tunnel. We're all inside it. Rong Yuetian, who was beside her, explained and let go of her wrist. The sky-concealing cover can block out all the light in the world, so any night vision skills are useless here. I once had a friend who had this thing in his sect. He often used this thing to test the disciples who entered his sect. Ji Shanyue clenched her fists, using this thing to test people. Is your friend a pervert too? Rong Yuishinlin was silent for a moment, then admitted sincerely, he is indeed a pervert. He paused again. Even his wife often praises him like this. Ji Shanwue. Was this a compliment? In a dark environment, even if nothing came out, it would still give people a sense of insecurity. Ji Shinyue was originally very nervous, but after this conversation with Rong Yuishinlin, she felt the tension in her heart lessen a little. In absolute darkness, it was difficult to distinguish directions. She activated all the senses in her body, sensing all the movements around her. People in the dark were actually the most nervous about what was behind them, because they often felt that there was some unknown danger behind them that would grab them. But now, Ji Shinhue was not worried about what was behind her, because he was behind her. Although she could not see him, she could clearly feel his presence, with a faint warmth, which made her feel much calmer. Although Ji Shanhue did not know the specific purpose of Rong Yuishinlin's sword, she inexplicably believed that he would not harm her and was a trustworthy partner. With him here, she felt much safer. It seemed that the darkness was not so scary. Can't you rub your eyes in this kind of cover? Ji Shinhue asked. There was silence behind her. I don't know. Ji Shinhue, then he had quickly grabbed her hand just now, giving her a fright, thinking that he had some blinding poison on his hand. Although I don't know, it's always safer to be careful. Rong Yuishinlin added from behind, my perverted friend would occasionally add some ingredients to the cover. People who enter this kind of absolute darkness will subconsciously rub their eyes. The ingredients he added were the kind of medicine that can blind people for 3 days after rubbing. Ji Shinhue shuddered. So perverted? Yes, he has always been this perverted. Rong Yuishinlin did not deny it at all. Ji Shinhue was silent for a moment. You have a good relationship with him? This time, Rong Yuishinlin's voice was a little deep. We are friends who have gone through life and death together. I have cleaned up a lot of messes for him. He often puts his life in my hands. Every time that person fell asleep, he would come to bother him. He had even been the person's counselor for a few times. He had even been enslaved by him to save people a few times. He had even cheated a lot of good wine and fruits out of him. Ji Shenyu blurted out. If that's the case, then he is quite similar to your cousin. She had also helped Rongyue Tianwan clean up a lot of messes. Whenever that brat was in a dangerous place, he would entrust his life to her. As long as she was by his side, he would dare to cause any trouble and provoke any monster. Rong Yuishenlin sneered. Tianheng can't be compared to him. Ji Shenyu misunderstood. He's not as good as your cousin? Then you're really pitiful to have such a friend. Rong Yuishenlin had the urge to laugh again, but shook her head. I'm not pitiful. Although it is a little troublesome to be friends with him, it's a good thing that we have similar interests. It's not easy to find a confidant in life. So even if he is quite perverted, I am willing to be friends with him no matter how troublesome it is. Chapter 29:16. Ji Shenyue was speechless. It turned out that Supreme Deity Rong Yu was a masochist. It was said that fish would look for fish and shrimp would look for shrimp. His friend was a pervert, and this Supreme Deity Rong Yu was also quite perverted. At the very least, she couldn't figure him out. She was often bewildered by the things he did. Her wrist was grabbed by him again. Why aren't you talking? What are you thinking about? Ji Shangyue felt that Supreme Deity Rong Yu liked to touch her recently. He pulled her wrist as if it was his own. However, he was too fast, and he often did it in the dark or when she was lost in thought. He often succeeded. His palm was warm, and it made her feel inexplicably anxious as it pressed against her wrist. She didn't want to be too close to him, so she pulled her hand back. Nothing. She quickened her pace and put some distance between them. Let's go quickly. We'll talk about it after we get into the top 5. Rong Yu Tianlan raised his hand and looked at his empty palm. He could clearly feel her resistance towards him. He could also clearly feel his heartbeat when he held her hand. He really liked her. He liked her so much that he always wanted to be close to her. He always wanted to have physical contact with her. Even the slightest touch on her skin could make his heart beat faster. At this point, he couldn't care less about his previous life or what his previous battle soul was like. The person he liked now was her, his fiancée who had been engaged to him for more than 3,000 years. He went through so much trouble to break off the engagement, but he didn't expect that he would still fall in love with her. He couldn't lie to himself. He didn't want to use the feelings of his previous life to tie himself down in this life. So, Ji, I'm sorry. At most, he would automatically separate the battle soul and let it form its own body to find Ji and make a good marriage. He couldn't do it himself. This was the decision he made after thinking for a long time. He didn't want to let down his feelings in this life. So even if Shun Jiuli and his wife called him a jerk in the future, he would accept it. It was probably because he had hurt her too much that she still resisted him. It wouldn't be easy to get her back. Fortunately, he had already made his feelings clear. No matter how difficult it was, he would persevere. In any case, both of them were immortals. He had plenty of time to waste with her. Unless she really had someone else she liked and married someone else, he would never let go. Although it was in absolute darkness, with Rongyue Tianlan's martial arts, she could still vaguely see some things. For example, he saw a liquid silently creeping towards her from the front. It was about to reach her feet, but she didn't notice it at all and continued to walk quickly. He leaped into the air and stretched out his arm to catch her. Be careful, he growled. Ji Shenyu was caught off guard and fell into his arms again. By the time she reacted, he had already carried her and flew away. He was hugging her from behind, with one arm around her waist and the other around her leg. The two of them were flying at a low altitude, and her entire back was completely pressed against his chest. Ji Shenyu's body stiffened slightly. She couldn't see anything, but she subconsciously tilted her head to listen. Other than the airflow caused by their flight, she couldn't sense anything else. Could this person be taking advantage of her again? Ever since he came in, he had pulled her wrist several times. This time, it was even worse. He hugged her directly. Chapter 29:17. She clearly had nothing to do with him anymore. He also knew that she was a woman, so why was he hugging her so frequently? One had to know that men and women should not touch each other. She was unhappy, so she activated her telekinesis and slapped him on the chest. Rong Yue Tianlan, don't touch me, let me go. Her skills were not weak, and she suddenly attacked, so Rong Yue Tianlan could not avoid her. Under her attack, his body trembled, and he fell with her in his arms. Ji Shunyue did not expect that he would rather take her attack than let her go. He would be fine as long as he let go. While she was in a daze, the two of them fell rapidly. The two of them were originally Ji Shunyue below and Rong Yue Tianlan above. Although Ji Shunyue could not see the ground, she knew that once they landed, she would be his meat cushion. Forget it, meat cushion, so be it. Ji Shunyue could not hit him a second time. She was prepared to be hit, but when she looked down, her eyes widened. This space was originally pure black, but now there were pinpoint red dots of light below. The red dots lit up very suddenly, and in the blink of an eye, they spread into a large area. Those red dots were denser than sesame seeds, and as far as the eye could see, there was a river of red dots flowing below, and they were falling into the river of red dots. Each of them was smaller than a sesame seed. Could they be the eyes of some species? Ji Shunyue had slight trypophobia, so when she saw these densely packed red dots, her scalp almost exploded. Her whole body stiffened. Rong Yue Tianlan, who was falling with her in his arms, suddenly flipped over. Ji Shunyue's vision blurred, and then it was pitch black again. She could not see the red dots anymore. Then she felt his body pause, as if he had forced his feet to land on the ground, and then flew up again with her in his arms. The moment he landed on the ground, she heard a fine cracking sound, as if he had stepped on a pile of small things. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The red dots below suddenly flew up and rushed toward the two of them. The space was originally extremely quiet, but now it was like a nest of wasps had suddenly flown in. The fine sound of flapping wings made one's hair stand on end. In the absolute darkness, the fine red dots rolled over like thick clouds, making it impossible to see what they were, but they were definitely alive. It seemed that he had come to hug her just now because he saw this, and not because he wanted to take advantage of her. Rong Yue Tianlan flew extremely fast in the dark with her in his arms. However, when he landed on the ground just now, it was as if he had stepped on Pandora's box. Countless small red dots in front of them lit up and flew up. They began to surround and intercept the two of them. What are they? Ji Shunyue suppressed the guilt in her heart and asked in a low voice, her fingers clenched tightly. Blood parasite worm. Rong Yue Tian answered with 3 words, and her body suddenly sank again. Rong Yue Tianlan, Tianlan on the other hand, blood Tianlan Gu, and Tianlan Yu Tianlan. But Tianlan Lan 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 Tianlan with Tianlan, once they were alarmed, they would relentlessly pursue and attack. They would not stop until they had bitten the opponent into a skeleton. She did not expect there to be one here. She watched as the blood goo rushed towards them from all directions like a tsunami, and they could not avoid it. Chapter 29:18. Just as Rong Yue Tian was about to cast a spell, Ji Shunyue suddenly moved in his arms, as if her arms were about to move. Rong Yue Tian was shocked. Don't move. I won't. If she hit him again, he wouldn't be able to hold her. He was about to say, I won't do anything to you, but he stopped halfway. A faint green light rose up from Ji Shunyue's arm. Both of them were enveloped by a flat, circular cover. This cover was quite heavy. Rong Yue Tian couldn't control the cloud anymore, and fell to the ground with her in his arms. Almost at the same time, the blood parasite worms also attacked and slammed into the flat, circular cover like a violent storm. Fine slapping sounds could be heard, as if they were hit by countless quicksand. What is this? Rong Yue Tian's surprised voice was heard. One of his arms was still holding Ji Shunyue, while the other hand started to touch the cover. The cover was slightly soft and felt like fish skin, a little slippery and a little cold. Although Rong Yue Tian was a knowledgeable deity, this was the first time he saw this. He liked to hunt for treasures, and when he saw something he had never seen before, he couldn't help but touch it again and again. Ji Shunyue's voice trembled in his arms. Don't touch. Rong Yue Tian's hand stopped, and he stared at her in his arms. Her back was facing him, so he could only see her long black hair that flowed like water. This cover wasn't big. The two of them were squeezed inside, body to body. There wasn't any space at all. The slightest movement between them could be sensed by the other party. Her body was warm, and she was in his arms. His lips were almost behind her ear. Her body had a faint fragrance that intoxicated him. Just now, he was in a hurry to save her, and he was chased by the blood parasite worms. So he didn't notice that he was in her arms, and only reacted when she hit him. Now that the two of them were squeezed in this cover, their skin was touching, and they were out of danger for the time being. Rong Yuetian hugged her, his heart fluttering. He could naturally feel her trembling, and was puzzled. What is this cover? Gu defense barrier. Ji Shunyu said these 3 words, feeling a little bitter. This cover was given to her by a friend who played with Gu. He said that once it was activated, it could prevent all Gu worms from eating it. It was a first-class item. There weren't many people who played with Gu in this world, and ordinary people couldn't easily come into contact with Gu worms. So Ji Shunyu casually threw the cover into her storage space to let it rot. Until today, when she encountered these Gu worms, she finally remembered. It was also her first time using this thing, but she didn't expect it to be so perverse. It was actually connected to the user's touch. Just now, Rong Yuishinlin had clearly only touched the inner wall of the anti-Gu shield. She, who was holding the shield, actually felt as if his palm was touching her body, and it was even touching a more sensitive area. Ji Shunyu had lived for thousands of years, and had almost always walked the Jianghu dressed as a man. Although she often made friends with all kinds of people, because of her own caution, there were very few opportunities for them to touch skin. She had never been touched by anyone before. Therefore, she was still inexperienced in this aspect. Right now, her entire body was curled up in Rongyue Tianlan's embrace. If he were to touch her like this, that feeling, she couldn't say it. Her heart was beating twice as fast, and her blood seemed to be flowing twice as fast. Her heart was in a panic, and the blood was still rushing towards her face. Chapter 29:19. She thought that he would just touch it once, but she didn't expect him to touch it again and again. She couldn't help but tremble and finally stopped him. Fortunately, Rongyue Tianlan was still quite obedient. He stopped when she didn't let him touch her. This allowed Ji Shanyue to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, Rongyue Tianlan's next sentence caused her heart to skip a beat. Gu Defense Shield? This is the first time I've heard of this name. His body moved slightly. Ji Shinyuan knew that this person was very curious. She was afraid that he would reach out his claws again. So she said fiercely, "You're not allowed to touch it again, even if it's the first time you've heard of it." Rong Yuishinlin was speechless. Why was this girl so nervous about him touching it? Was she afraid that he would break it? He looked up and saw that their shield had crashed into the pile of blood parasite worms after it landed. The blood parasite worms were very persistent. They flew around the shield and gathered into a group to attack the shield fiercely. They made swooshing sounds that were more rapid than the dense rain. Rong Yuishinlin knew about these blood parasite worms. Although they were small, their teeth were very sharp. Once surrounded by them, even a rhinoceros with thick skin would be bitten into a skeleton in an instant. Even a steel fortress around him would be corroded by the venom secreted by the blood parasite worms. But now, this defensive barrier was only a thin layer, yet it was able to withstand the attacks of the blood parasite worms. It was obviously very sturdy. Why was she still afraid of him touching it? Rong Yuishinlin had a rebellious mentality. The more others didn't want him to do something, the more he couldn't help but want to do it. He didn't want to touch the shield at first, but now he wanted to touch it again. He moved again. "Don't move." Ji Shinyue's voice was fierce, with a hint of nervousness. He couldn't even move? Rong Yuishinlin looked at the densely packed blood parasite worms outside the cover and asked a very realistic question. These blood parasite worms have a special characteristic. If they don't bite their prey, they won't retreat. In other words, they won't disperse on their own no matter what. Then, are we going to stay in this cover for a long time? Rongyue Tianlan didn't object to it for a long time. He and she were both immortals now. Even if they didn't eat for a few years, they wouldn't starve to death. They could still be together day and night and cultivate feelings. In fact, it was not bad. However, if they were trapped here, The sword would have been taken away by someone long ago. His breath was right behind her ear, carrying his characteristic warm breath as it blew on her ear. Ji Shun Yu's ears were burning hot, as if they were covered in chili sauce. As he spoke, her body also became numb from the wind. Damn it, she cursed in her heart. Her ears had always been her Achilles heel, her sensitive area. Even if someone of the same sex whispered in her ear, her body would still feel numb. What's more, the person who was whispering in her ear was Rongyue Tianlan. That kind of numbness was even more powerful. It could be described as numbing. He had only said a few words, but her ears were already burning red like coral beans. Don't talk. Ji Shun, you could only shout again. Rongyue Tianlan, who was behind her, stiffened slightly and sighed softly. You can't even talk? Xinyu, you're so fierce. There was a hint of grievance in his voice. Ji Shunyu. She shivered again and shouted, Shut up. Chapter 29:20. Ron Yuetian could see it. He lowered his eyes and looked at her red little ears. He seemed to have suddenly realized something. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile. Sure enough, he stopped talking. His eyes started to stare at the Gu defense shield. He looked at the faint blue light flowing on it, and finally saw that it was actually a Sanskrit character. Ji Shunyu looked at the densely packed red dots outside. Because of the reflection of the Gu defense shield, she could finally see the appearance of these blood goo worms. Each of them was the size of a mung bean, and their shape was exactly the same as a cockroach. However, their mouth parts were sharp needles that were blood red in color. The red dots she saw just now were the sharp mouths of these blood goo worms. Ji Shunyu felt like 1,000 alpacas were roaring in her heart. She was afraid of the dark, afraid of cockroaches, and had trypophobia. Now, all three of them were gathered in one go. Goosebumps rose and fell on her body. Her arm that was supporting the Gu defense shield trembled slightly. If possible, she wanted to faint, but she couldn't faint now. If she fainted, she wouldn't be able to hold the shield. The person who gave her this Gu defense shield also gave her an extremely complicated incantation. Every word of this incantation was very difficult to understand, and the length was also very long, so it was also very difficult to memorize. That person taught it to her more than 10 times before she could barely remember it. Fortunately, her memory was quite good. As long as she remembered something, she wouldn't forget it easily. This incantation was originally thrown into the corner of her memory. Now that she took it out and recited it silently, she still stuttered a little at first. In addition, there was Ronyu Tianlan with a strong aura beside her, so she was always on guard. It was easier for her to memorize the wrong words when she was multitasking, and once she said a wrong word, the shield would tremble a few times like a pendulum, as if it was going to fall apart at any time. This made Ji Shun Yu's heart palpitate. This was not what made her even more miserable. What gave her a headache was that she had been squeezed inside the cover, which had been flat like a pie. She had originally planned to roll out of the tunnel with the cover, but this flat shape did not allow her to roll at all. She had also tried to control this shield to fly, but it was all in vain. This shield didn't move at all. In other words, although the blood parasite worms couldn't bite them, they couldn't escape either. Not only did the densely packed red dots outside not disperse, more and more of them gathered. This made her even more alarmed, and her heartstrings trembled. In her nervousness, she mispronounced another sentence. This time, she mispronounced a crucial sentence. The cover actually rose and fell, shaking violently. She didn't realize it herself. If there was someone standing outside at this moment, they would see that the cover was like a quilt wrapped around the two of them, and the quilt was moving up and down. Tell me the incantation, I will support it. Ron Yuetian, who was behind him, suddenly spoke. This time, he raised his head slightly and spoke to the top of her head. At least it didn't hurt her ears anymore. He actually saw through it. Ji Shunyue shook her head slightly. The mnemonic chant was too complicated. Furthermore, the mnemonic chant wasn't the only thing that was needed to support the mnemonic chant. It also required a special method of circulating one's qi. It wasn't something that could be taught in a short period of time. Rong Yuetian was silent for a moment before she spoke again from behind her. Are the runes circulating on this cover the mnemonic chant? Ji Xinyue's eyes widened. He could see the runes on the cover. Didn't they say that only the person supporting the cover could see them? Did this guy have superpowers? Chapter 29-21. She couldn't help but turn back to look at him. But the two of them were too close. When she turned back, her lips brushed against his, their lips touched, and Ji Xinyu froze for a moment. She immediately turned her head back, her heart thumping wildly. Strange. This guy was like her nemesis. Every time she met him, she was in danger, and he took advantage of her. Was he doing it on purpose? Rong Yuishinlin suddenly moved behind her. Ji Xinyue was nervous. In shock, she threatened, I'm warning you, don't get any ideas. Rong Yuishinlin sighed. Heroine, I didn't move. You invaded my lips, you took advantage of me. My first kiss was taken away by you. Ji Xinyue was speechless. That seemed to be the case. She blurted out again, I didn't do it on purpose. Rong Yuishinlin secretly licked his lips and laughed silently, but his voice was still full of grievance. You mean you took advantage of me and don't want to take responsibility? Ji Xinyue almost scratched her head. Wasn't it the girl who was at a disadvantage? He was a man, and he wanted someone to take responsibility? This was also her first kiss and second kiss. She didn't even ask him to take responsibility. She steeled her heart and said, How is this taking advantage? All I did was touch your lips. At most. She paused. Rong Yuishinlin was curious. At most what? At most, you let me touch you again? Is that what you want to say? Ji Xinyue's face was hot. She didn't want to say that out of impulse, but before she could say it, she felt that it was inappropriate, so she stopped in time. However, the man behind her was too smart. He could guess what she was going to say halfway through her words and even said it out loud, blocking her right there, and then, fortunately, she was quick-witted. You're thinking too much. How can a man care about this? Because I'm a different man, Rong Yuishinlin said leisurely. Ji Xinyue was speechless. This person was not an ordinary narcissist. How was he different from the rest? Ji Xinyue realized that she was especially impulsive when she was with him. She was just complaining in her heart, but she didn't expect to say it out loud. You're different? How are you different? I'm sorry, I couldn't tell. Rong Yuetian smiled and said, Are you interested in me now? Turn around, and I'll tell you the details. Ji Xinyue's lips twitched. Since when was she interested in him? Which part of her sentence did he read that from? She would never turn back, so as to avoid bumping into him again. You've misunderstood me. I'm not interested in you. She snorted and attacked him. Didn't you want to know what makes me different? Rong Yuetian's lips brushed past her earlobe, intentionally or unintentionally, bringing a warm and numbing feeling. Ji Xinyu shrunk back and said angrily, Don't talk to me here. Rong Yuetian stared at her red earlobes, and her heart fluttered. It turned out that she was so sensitive here. He had the urge to bite her earlobe, but he also knew that this girl was impulsive. If he really bit her earlobe, she would definitely fall out with him and give him a slap. Rong Yuetianlan had already been hit by her palm just now. Rong Yuetianlan didn't want to be hit a second time. The little girl's martial arts skills were not low. She was not a showy fighter when she slapped him. However, if he stole a kiss, she might not be able to react in time. Chapter 29-22. Should he pretend to kiss her ear unconsciously? Ji Xinyue saw that there was a moment of silence behind her. She didn't know that the big bad wolf behind her was already scheming something. She thought that he was finally stopped by her words and let out a sigh of relief. I'm handsome. There's no man more handsome than me on this continent. This is the first thing that makes me stand out from the rest. Rong Yuetianlan suddenly said slowly from behind her. My martial arts is the best on this continent. No one can compare to me. This is the second thing that makes me stand out from the rest. Other men in my age basically have a bunch of wives and concubines, but I don't even have a wife. This is the third thing that makes me stand out from the rest. I'm such an outstanding man, but I still retain my virginity. This is the fourth thing that makes me stand out from the rest. Ji Xinyue listened to him list one by one, two by three, and was stunned. When she was with him before, why didn't she realize that this person was actually such a scoundrel? She didn't know that the previous Rongyue Tanlon wasn't sure of his own feelings. He was even conflicted about his previous life. When he was with her, he always restrained himself, unless he couldn't help himself. But now, he had confirmed his own feelings. Naturally, he would completely let go of his hands and feet to pursue her. His attitude toward her was also much more aggressive. He was originally a playboy and had read many novels. He could even be Shun Julie's counselor when it came to relationships. He had given many great ideas to Shun Julie. Now that it was his turn, he naturally wouldn't be bad. I'm such a unique man. My first kiss was snatched away by you. Don't you think I should let you take responsibility? Rongyue Tianlan's topic finally turned in this direction, ending his uniqueness. Ji Xinyue was stunned for a long time. Finally, she seemed to have remembered something and sneered. I'm a man now. Why should I take responsibility when a man kisses you? Only a woman would let someone take responsibility. Rongyue Tianlan's arm had been hugging her waist. At this moment, he moved up slightly and stopped at the undulation. A man? Are you sure? Ji Xinyue finally realized that something was wrong with her. She felt as if she was struck by lightning. What did I change back? When you entered this cave, Rongyue Tianlan explained. You didn't realize it until now, did you? This cave can remove all pretense. Ji Xinyue. She blushed again. Ever since she entered the cave, her vision had been blacked out, and she had been in a state of nervousness. Indeed, she did not realize that she had regained her female form. It turned out that she had always been in her female form and was being taken advantage of by him without realizing it. This was really, originally, Ji Xinyue had been hugged by him the whole time, and she had thought that he was hugging a male body. Although it was strange for two grown men to hug each other, the situation was urgent, and it was understandable that they were trying to avoid the blood goo worms. But now, in this state, Ji Xinyue felt a little hot in his arms, causing even her ears to burn. Let me go first. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Ji Xinyue came up with this excuse again. All right, Rongyue Tianlan readily agreed, and immediately moved her arm away from her waist. However, the space in the cage was too narrow. His arm moved away, but his body was still stuck to hers. The two of them were still stuck together like a Taoist yin-yang fish, being so close to him. Although Ji Xinyue tried her best to remain calm, her face was still burning. She tried her best to shrink her body, try to reduce the surface area of contact with his body. Chapter 29-23. Rongyue Tianlan, who was behind her, suddenly took a deep breath and said, Don't move. Ji Xinyue was stunned. What was it now? However, she soon realized that something was wrong, because their bodies were pressed against each other. Her buttocks were also between his legs. She could clearly feel a hard object arching up there. Although she was a virgin, she was still a person who often roamed the pugilistic world and often called those men brothers. Naturally, she knew some things. At this moment, once she felt the change in Rongyue Tianlan's body, she was stunned and her face immediately turned red. You down. She almost wanted to call him a pervert, but she held it back. She stiffened her body and wanted to move, but the place was only so big. Where could she move to? That part of him was getting harder and harder. Ji Xinyue panicked. Rongyue Tianlan, take it back. If you do this again, I'll castrate you. She moved even harder. Rongyue Tianlan was speechless. How could he take it back automatically? He didn't want it to be like this. This was a normal reaction as a man, okay? The woman he loved was so close to his arms and moving around like crazy. It would be strange if he didn't have any reaction. He raised his arm and held her body, saying in a low voice, Don't move. If you're obedient, it will return to normal. If you continue to move, I can't guarantee what I will do to you. This was naturally not the time to be aroused, so Rongyue Tianlan tried his best to control himself. He stared at the blood parasite worms outside that were still desperately bumping around, diverting his attention and hers at the same time. The person who gave you this cover didn't teach you how to move it? Ji Xinyue also glanced at the densely packed goo worms outside. Her scalp went numb again, and her body stiffened. She quickly looked away and shook her head. No, The blood parasite worm was an extremely rare goo worm. Other goo worms didn't have such a clingy characteristic. The person who gave her the cover probably didn't expect her to encounter this, so he only taught her how to avoid the goo worms inside and didn't teach her how to move it out. There were more and more blood parasite worms, and the outside was like a red cloud tightly surrounding the cover. No matter if she looked up or down, all Ji Shunyue could see were those needle-like red dots. They were like the eyes of a ghost in hell, causing her heart to tighten. She wished she could close her eyes, but she couldn't because she had to hold up the cover. A hand suddenly reached over and covered her eyes. Are you afraid of this? If you're afraid, then don't look. Don't worry, we'll go out and do some research. Ji Shunyue hurriedly grabbed his hand. I have to look, or else this cover will break. She suddenly stopped. While she was bickering with him, she had forgotten to recite the incantation. However, the cover was still in good condition. It was even larger than before and much more stable. Just now, because she was nervous, she often misread the incantation, causing the cover to tremble. But now, the cover was as solid as a fortress. There was only one possibility for this to happen. Ji Shunyue couldn't help but turn back. You also know how to support this barrier? Rong Yuetian looked at her with a smile. It's not difficult. He was an ancestor who often made artifacts. So when he saw the flowing runes on the cover, he began to study it. To him, it wasn't impossible to break the spell. His body was close to Ji Shunyue, so her method of channeling and the flow of qi in her body couldn't be hidden from him. Chapter 29-24. Therefore, he quickly grasped the method to support the shield. He was an exalted immortal, so it was naturally much better for him to operate the shield than Ji Shunyue. Ji Shunyue was so distracted that she did not notice when he silently took over the task. Ji Shunyue could not be distracted while operating the shield, but Rong Yuishinlin could multitask and joke with her while operating the shield at the same time. The inside of the shield was as dark as the outside. Ji Shunyue still could not see anything other than the light from the blood parasite worms outside the shield. However, Rong Yuishinlin could still see her. Her face was still red, and her eyes were as bright as stars. Rong Yuishinlin's heart skipped a beat. He suppressed the urge to pull her into his arms and kiss her fiercely. It was not the right time yet. He could not scare her away directly. Take a rest first. I will figure out a way to bring the shield out. Rong Yuishinlin's voice softened. With me here, you don't have to be so stubborn. She was clearly afraid of the dark and these worms, but she insisted on holding on. Ji Shunyue lowered her eyes slightly. He was probably the only person in the world who would always pamper her like a child when they were together. It made her heart, which had been frozen again, faintly show signs of loosening. But he had already broken off the engagement with her. The guard guarding Misty Mountain had also said that they were originally in a heavenly marriage. Once the engagement was broken, the line of marriage would be completely broken. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to reconcile. It could be said that it was impossible. Since they were not fated to be together, why bother? She closed her eyes and refused to think about this problem. She began to regulate her breath and meditate. If she was in the same situation as others, Ji Shunyue would not dare to relax for even a moment. However, with him, she inexplicably relaxed and quickly entered a meditative state. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Shunyue seemed to feel something and woke up from her meditative state. She slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was still those densely packed goo worms dancing in the air. She shivered. Awake? How do you feel? Rong Yuishinlin's voice came from in front of her. Ji Shunyue subconsciously answered, much better. After answering, she realized that something was wrong. Before she entered a meditative state, her back was leaning against Rong Yuishinlin. Now, he was in front of her, and there was even some distance between them. Did the space become bigger? Ji Shunyue looked around and was surprised to find that the originally flat goo barrier had turned into an oval. Rong Yuishinlin said, I tried many methods just now, but I couldn't move it. I could only change its shape. He pondered for a moment and said, I have thought of another way, but that method requires our cooperation. Ji Shunyue immediately asked, what method? Rong Yuetian paused for a moment and said, I'm afraid you can't accept this method. Forget it. I'll think of another way. If he told her about his idea, she might think that he was taking advantage of her. Although he really wanted to take advantage of her, he didn't want to do it this time, and he wouldn't take advantage of her when she was in danger. When necessary, he was still very moral. Ji Shanyu, however, became impatient. You're a grown man. Speak more straightforwardly. Stop hemming and hawing. You haven't said anything yet. How do you know that I won't accept it? Rong Yuetian looked at her pair of big bright eyes and paused for a moment. She had no choice but to tell her the method. This method was a little complicated. After he finished speaking, Ji Xingyue didn't reply for a long time. Chapter 29-25. Rong Yuishenlin coughed and said, I'd better think of another way. He knew that she would not agree because that method was too wretched. However, it was the most practical and fastest way. Ji Xingyue stared at the blood parasite worms outside and suddenly asked, How long have I been meditating? Rong Yuishenlin answered quickly, 45 minutes. Ji Xingyue thought for a moment and asked again, How much do you know about that sword? Rong Yuishenlin glanced at her and pondered for a moment. That sword is made of meteoric iron. The sword spirit is very powerful, and it is said that it can cut through everything. What about the meteoric iron chain? Ji Xingyue's eyes sparkled. Rong Yuishenlin raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Why are you asking this? Is there something locked by the meteoric iron chain? Ji Xingyue paused for a moment. I'm just asking. Can that thing be cut? Rong Yuishenlin pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. The meteoric iron chain does not belong to this world. It is said that it can lock everything, including gods and demons. Once it is locked, there is no way to open it. The sword you're looking for now is also made of meteoric iron. It may have some special abilities, but it is hard to say if it can cut through the meteoric iron chain. Ji Shanyu did not speak and seemed to be thinking. Rong Yuishenlin glanced at her and sighed softly. He did not speak and turned his gaze back to the cover and began to think of other methods. He had actually studied and tried many methods, but none of them worked. The cover seemed to be welded to the ground and could not be moved an inch. Other than that method, he had already tried all the methods he could think of in his mind. How could he think a new one now? He was not confident in his heart. Ji Xinyu suddenly said, Let's try that method. Rong Yuishenlin was startled and looked up at her. She bit her lips and her cheeks were red, but her expression was firm. I want that sword, so we must break out as soon as possible. Ji Shanyu was the kind of person who would immediately act once she made up her mind. Since she had decided to do it, there was no reason for her to hesitate. She pounced forward and threw herself on him. Let's begin. He didn't forget to threaten. This is an emergency. If you dare to take advantage of me, I'll cripple you. The idea that Rong Yuetianlan came up with was indeed a bit perverted, but it was also very reasonable. The two of them needed to hug each other, but it was not an ordinary hug. Instead, it was a flipping hug. Both of them had to hug each other's legs and bend their bodies into a semicircle. When the two of them hugged each other, they would form a complete circle. Then, each of them would circulate a skill to activate the goo barrier. Once it was activated, they would be able to roll out with it. According to Rong Yuetianlan's explanation, only this kind of method could achieve the balance of yin and yang in one's power. Only then could one truly activate the function of the goo defense barrier. Ji Shanyu felt that only a perverted person like Rong Yuetianlan could come up with such a perverted idea. However, she did agree with the theory. Moreover, the theory was similar to some of the methods that the mysterious person who saved her had taught her. A martial arts practitioner's body was as soft as a willow branch. Ji Shanyu bent down and hugged Rong Yuetianlan's legs, placing his legs on her shoulders. Rong Yuetianlan did not expect her to be so valiant. When his legs were hugged by her, he felt slightly numb. Even an indescribable part of his body showed signs of lifting up. Chapter 29-26. Fortunately, Ji Shanyu could not see it in the dark, or else she might have broken it in a fit of anger. He hurriedly concentrated his mind, and his mouth lowered to his nose, and his nose lowered to his heart, and he suppressed that inappropriate desire. He bent down and hugged her legs. Her legs were long and straight. Although they were separated by clothes, Rong Juishan could still feel the tension in her legs. His mind was shaken once again. He suddenly felt that this method was not a test for Ji Xinyu, but for him. She might be challenged for her sense of shame, but he was challenged for his self-control. However, this position was too ambiguous. It was very similar to a position in some erotic novels. Rong Juishan felt that his strong self-control was about to collapse. His heart could not help but beat faster, and he even had the urge to push her down and tear her apart. Suddenly, a cool qi flowed from his legs into his veins. Her voice came along with this qi. "What's wrong? Activate your qi." Her voice was steady, and it was obvious that this position did not bring her any ambiguous thoughts. To her, this position was just an ordinary training position. Was she too naive, or did she really not have any feelings for him? Probably the latter. Rong Juishan smiled bitterly in his heart, but then he calmed himself down and took a deep breath. He pressed his palms on her calves, and a surge of yang qi was transmitted. The yang and yin qi flowed in their bodies, gradually converging and fusing. A faint white light appeared around their bodies, and this white light flowed in the Gu defense shield, making it rounder and rounder, gradually becoming a ball. "Now!" Rong Juishan shouted, and their bodies suddenly stuck together. Their limbs intertwined into a ball, and they rolled forward. Rumble! The Gu defense shield trembled and really rolled rapidly. Those blood parasite worms could not dodge in time and were crushed by this ball. There was a faint light in front of them. Ji Xinyu stood on the ground, and the Gu defense shield fell to the ground like a transparent rain cloth. There was a door behind them, and after they rolled out, the door closed silently, trapping those blood parasite worms inside. On the other side of the door, it was already a dark tunnel, so Ji Xinyu could see her surroundings clearly. The moment they were out of danger, Ji Xinyu's body shot out and separated from Rong Yutianlan. Then, she broke the Gu barrier, and the two of them were able to see the light of day again. "We're free. Once we get out of here, we should be able to reach the place where the sword is hidden, right?" Ji Xinyu quickly put away the Gu barrier and asked while looking at the light outside. She stood upright and did not look at Rong Yuishanlin, who was beside her. Rong Yuetian sat there lazily, looked at her, and then looked outside. "It should be. Let's go out. Let's go." Ji Xinyu answered simply and strode towards the light. After taking a few steps, she seemed to realize that something was wrong. She turned around and looked at him, who was still sitting there. "Why aren't you walking?" Rong Yuetian massaged her legs. "My legs are numb. Let me slowly." She then looked at her from head to toe. "Aren't your legs numb?" The difficult movement just now, coupled with the yang and yin force flowing in his legs, made his legs extremely numb and painful, so he was too lazy to stand up. Ji Xinyu shook her head. "My legs aren't numb." Her legs were really not numb. Chapter 29-27. Ji Xinyu shook her head. "My legs are not numb." Her legs were really not numb. Just now, Rong Yuishanlin's palms pressed on her legs and transmitted psychokinesis to her, making her whole body feel warm and comfortable. Therefore, even though it was a difficult action for so long, her legs were still fine. She did not expect that his legs would be numb. It seemed that his flexibility was not as good as hers, even if he was an exalted immortal. Ji Xinyu finally found something that was not as good as her. She felt a little proud and even forgot the awkwardness just now. She hugged her arms and leaned against the wall behind her. She urged him, then hurry up. She decided to wait for him. There was still qi flowing in her body, so she closed her eyes and adjusted her breath. After a while, she seemed to have noticed something and suddenly opened her eyes. Rong Yuishanlin was standing in front of her, less than an arm's length away. Ji Xinyu's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously leaned against the wall and almost stuck to it. "Why are you so nervous?" Rong Yuishanlin chuckled. He pressed one arm on the wall above her head. His dark eyes were deep and unfathomable. Suddenly, he stretched out his other hand to caress her face. Ji Xinyu's body stiffened. She could no longer retreat. She hurriedly raised her hand to block his hand. "Hey, Don't touch me. Before she could finish her sentence, he grabbed her hand. The hand that was supporting the wall twirled a strand of grass from her hair. With a light flick, the grass flew away. Only then did he stop and straighten up. He then looked at her face in surprise. Why is your face so red? Ji Shunyue was speechless. She immediately turned around and strode out. How's my face red? I used too much force just now. It's hot. The figure in front of her blurred. Rong Yuishinlin appeared directly in front of her. Ji Shunyue almost fell into his arms. She quickly braked and took a step back. What's wrong with you? Rong Yuishinlin looked at her with a faint smile. Are you going to go out in this outfit? Are you going to expose your identity? Ji Shunyue then remembered that she had regained her female identity. Of course, the robe she was wearing was still Xinyu's robe. She did not intend to reveal her identity now to avoid being criticized. He hurriedly casted a transformation technique and restored Xinyu's appearance. Is this okay? Rong Yue Tanlan raised her sleeve and tucked the stray hair on her temples behind her ear. This will do. His movements were natural and smooth. When his fingertips caressed her skin, there was a familiar fragrance. Ji Xinyu took a step back, then turned around and walked out. Rong Yue Tanlan looked at her back, and a deep thought flashed across her eyes. She was still very repulsed by him. When he hugged her and rolled around just now, her body was very stiff, and the psychokinesis she transmitted to him was somewhat unstable. He almost suspected that she would send him flying with a kick in the next moment. She looked carefree and didn't care about anything, but the door to her heart was closed very tightly. If he wanted to pry open the door to her heart, it wouldn't be something that could be done in a day. It's been so long. They won't come out. Should we invite the divine sword out now and let it choose its own master? Ji Shunyue had just walked to the entrance of the passage when she heard someone urging impatiently. Then Yu Shuishang's cold voice sounded, with a habitual sense of superiority. Actually, I think there's really no need to wait for the others. There's only one divine sword, so it should naturally choose the strongest one. It's most likely that it will choose the first to arrive here, so why wait for the fifth pair? Chapter 29-28. Then, Yu Shuishang's cold voice sounded, with her usual arrogance. Actually, I think there's no need to wait for the others. There's only one divine sword, so it should naturally choose the strongest one. It's most likely to be the first to arrive here, so why wait for the fifth pair? Yeah, why don't we start now? Even if the fifth team comes, the chances of them being chosen are extremely small. Someone agreed. You can't say that the first team to appear is the strongest, right? It's just that the difficulties are different. It doesn't mean that the other teams are inferior to the first team. For example, Immortal Rongyu and Immortal Xinyu's team are the strongest, but they didn't come out either. Someone retorted. That's different. Yu Shuishang retorted. Immortal Rongyu and Immortal Xinyu's martial arts are naturally the strongest, but this is the female sword choosing its master. They are only representing Princess Ji Shunyue, not the princess herself, so the divine sword purposely created difficulties for them, making it difficult for them to come out. Unlike us, we are all here in person. The divine sword has seen our true strength, so it will naturally make a judgment. The fact that I'm the first to come out is enough to prove my ability, and also shows the divine sword's love for me. Love? Haha, a woman who stepped on men to get to the top, and then kicked aside after using them, dares to talk about the love of the divine sword? Even if your martial arts are slightly stronger than ours, your character is like that. The divine sword is the embodiment of justice. Why would it choose you? That's right, the divine sword choice is mainly based on overall considerations. The fact that we can come here proves that the divine sword has not abandoned us. There was a lot of chatter outside, everyone expressing their own opinions, basically belittling others to raise their own status and hoping for a chance for themselves. Ji Xinyue lifted her foot and walked out. Outside was an icy blue snowy peak. The cold wind whistled on the snowy peak, causing the few people who were arguing to shrink back, but the argument was still in full swing. All right, the fifth team is out. Someone with sharp eyes saw Ji Shunyue and Immortal Xinyu walking out one after another. They were undoubtedly the most controversial team, and the other teams looked at them with complicated expressions. There were originally 13 tunnels leading to this snowy peak, and one tunnel would be closed when a team came out. After Ji Xinyue came out as the last team to pass the selection, all the tunnels on the snowy peak were closed. Faint cries of surprise could be heard from the passageways that had yet to emerge, but they were soon drowned out. Ji Xinyue looked at the Villa Lord of Hidden Sword Manor who was standing on the high platform on the snowy peak. This person stood there like an ice sculpture. No matter how noisy the four groups of people who came out first were, his face was expressionless. Just now, when the four teams came out, they all respectfully greeted him and saluted. He only made a sound of acknowledgement and didn't say another word. Everyone knew that this mountain chieftain had a strange temperament, so no one took his indifference to heart. When Ji Xinyue's team came out, the mountain chieftain let out an almost inaudible sigh of relief. His gaze fell on Rongyue Tianlan. I didn't expect Supreme Deity Rongyue to fall behind. Rongyue Tian replied, while twirling the bamboo flute in her hand. This isn't falling behind, it's the finale. The Villa Master of Hidden Sword Manor was speechless. A rare smile appeared on his ice-sculpted face as he nodded slightly. Then, he looked around at the crowd and said, Since all of you are here, it means that all of you are valued by the Divine Sword. The Divine Sword has also seen your performance in the tunnel. Chapter 29:29. No one's actions can be hidden from the eyes of the Divine Sword. It has its own decision. As for those who are not chosen, they will be sent down the mountain automatically when the tunnel closes. There will be no accidents. The people below the stage had different expressions when they heard this. Yu Xueshang's face was green and white. Ji Xinyue's heart also thumped. She did not have any ulterior motives, but when she thought of how she and Rongyue Tianlan were carried out and fell into the eyes of the Divine Sword, why did she feel that if she obtained the Divine Sword, it would not be a good thing? Wouldn't it be equivalent to having an extra pair of eyes by her side? Although she was open and above board in her dealings, but she also had her private little space. For example, she had 3 urgent needs. She was deep in thought when her heart suddenly felt like it had been stabbed by something. A line of angry words flashed silently in her mind. This divine sword will not be so tasteless. Ji Xinyue. This divine sword could read minds. It actually knew what she was thinking in her heart. Ji Xinyue immediately felt a sense of urgency, as if her privacy had been violated. Then, shouldn't she give up on this sword? Perhaps when someone else obtained this sword, she could ask the person who obtained it for help. At most, she would pay the price a little help. It was better than having a pair of eyes by her side that were everywhere. Just as she thought of this, her heart suddenly felt empty. She could not feel the existence of the sword will at all. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the divine sword had read her thoughts and became arrogant, so was no longer interested in her? Well, if it was no longer interested, then so be it. She just happened to have no interest in it. Ji Xinyue heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She hugged her arms and relaxed her entire body, waiting to see the result. After the Villa Master of the Hidden Sword Manor finished speaking, he took a step back and said, Now you can invite the Divine Sword out. The swordsmith beside him responded and immediately took 2 steps towards a large ice pagoda. He lightly patted the ice stone with his palm and quickly retreated. The ice pagoda shook. Before the Divine Sword appeared, the intense sword was emitted from the ice pagoda and quickly spread throughout the entire ice mountain. Everyone felt as if they were under heavy pressure, as if there was an invisible mountain hanging in the air, pressing down inch by inch on the people below. Don't use your weapons to fight against it. Once you use your weapons, you will completely activate the sword intent of the Divine Sword and crush the entire mountain. You can use your telekinesis to resist or kneel before the Divine Sword. The voice of the Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master came from another mountain. Naturally, no one dared to draw their weapons. They could only use their psychokinesis to resist. After a while, someone finally couldn't take it anymore and knelt down in front of the ice tower. Strangely enough, after kneeling down, the pressure suddenly disappeared. Ji Xinyue also silently used her telekinesis to resist. Although she didn't want that sword anymore, it didn't mean that she would kneel down and submit to the divine sword. Rong Yuishinlin stood there. After all, he was an exalted immortal. The sword chi of this sword could not suppress him. He glanced at Ji Shanyu beside him. Her body was as straight as a pine tree, and she looked as if nothing had happened. However, her face was slightly pale. He knew that she had always been strong-willed, so he reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder, wanted to transfer some of his psychokinesis to help her share the burden. Ji Shanyu, however, took a step to the side and dodged his hand, spitting out 2 words, "No need. I can do it myself." What a strong-willed girl. Rong Yuishinlin secretly shook his head, but he also admired her in his heart. Chapter 29:30. He could feel the sword will, which was unprecedentedly strong. If it was 2,000 years ago when he was still a god lord, he would have been suppressed by the surging sword will to the point where it would be difficult for him to even take a single step. But this little girl's dodge, just now, was actually very smooth. It was obvious that she could handle it herself and had the ability to do so. He looked at the others. Among the 5 groups, 2 groups with weaker skills had already knelt down. The other 2 groups were still resisting, but it was very difficult. Their faces were all pale, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Rong Yuishinlin turned to look at Ji Shanyu again. She pursed her lips slightly and looked at the trembling ice pagoda. Her expression was very calm. Rong Yuishinlin's eyes flashed, and he felt a sense of pride. She was indeed the person he had chosen. She was more outstanding than anyone else. Yu Xueshang was the most beautiful person present, but in Rong Yuishinlin's eyes, her appearance was not as good as Ji Shinyu's god Lord Shinyu's appearance. She was very pleasing to the eye. No matter what appearance she had, she was very pleasing to the eye. No celestial being could compare to her. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed on the ice peak that was gradually blooming into an ice flower. Only Rong Yuishinlin's gaze was fixed on Ji Shinyu. He was behind Ji Shinyu. Logically speaking, with her sensitivity, even if she could not see his gaze, she should be able to sense it. But she did not have any reaction. Obviously, she did not have such telepathy. Her attention was not completely on the sword. She even had the leisure to look at the people around her. Then, she watched as the ice pagoda turned into an ice lotus, as if she was watching a show. The ice lotus petals bloomed one by one, and in the end, a sword emerged from the center of the lotus. The sword was sealed in the scabbard. The blade of the sword could not be seen. Only the snow-white hilt could be seen. The hilt did not have any luxurious decorations, but it gave off an extremely noble and extraordinary feeling. The entire sword was placed horizontally on the lotus. A faint white light shot out from the sword, making it look even more holy. It was like an ice maiden that could not be profaned. One could only look at it from afar and not touch it. Ji Shanyu looked at the divine sword from head to toe, and then from tail to tip. So that's what the divine sword looks like. It looks especially delicate and slender. No wonder it's called a female sword. Ji Shanyu actually didn't really like small and delicate weapons. For example, she often used a large blade. Every time she swung it, it would create a gust of wind and sweep across everything. Normally, no one would be able to block its edge. How awe-inspiring, how heroic. She secretly touched the machete in her storage space. Although the machete was sharp enough, it was still a mortal weapon. Ji Shanyu had used all kinds of methods to refine it many times before she managed to refine it until it had a little bit of spirituality. If such a weapon fell into the hands of others, it would be destined to be unknown. However, in her hands, it was ranked 3rd in the Fanine continent's weapon chart, becoming the famous Azura divine saber. Just the mention of this saber would make countless experts tremble in fear. That was why it was said that as long as a weapon was sharp enough, it was fine. Only when the owner was strong enough would it be truly powerful. Ever since the saber entered the Hidden Sword Villa's territory, it had been silent. After all, the Hidden Sword Villa had many weapons. Any one of them would be able to suppress this large saber. Ever since this saber followed Ji Shinyu, it had been rather proud because it had won many battles. Even if an ordinary weapon was stronger than it, it would not be convinced. But this time, the divine sword was simply too powerful. It was simply like the ancestor of all weapons. Before it was even born, it had already suppressed everyone to the point that all the weapons with spirituality had restrained their sharpness. Chapter 29:31. It was the same for this saber. It had been suppressed to the point that it was completely silent. When Ji Shun Yu's fingers touched the saber's hilt, it seemed to feel that it was being pampered again. It shook slightly, and the hilt even warmed up. Ji Shun Yu patted it comfortingly, indicating that she would not abandon it. It immediately felt smug and shook again. This time, the shaking was more intense, and it directly emitted light. This light even peeked through the storage space. The divine sword that had been lying horizontally on the ice lotus suddenly flashed slightly. The light was extremely faint, and if one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it. However, the saber in Ji Shun Yu's storage space seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and suddenly shook. Ji Shun Yu was closely related to it, and could even feel it make a cracking sound. The saber shook again like a pendulum, and completely stopped moving. The saber was injured. It was injured by the divine sword's invisible sword chi. Ji Shun Yu suddenly raised her head and looked at the divine sword. The divine sword was still lying there, arrogant like a high and mighty goddess. Ji Shun Yu narrowed her eyes. This thing's domineering aura was not ordinary. This was the first time she saw a sword that could be so arrogant. She touched her saber again. Fortunately, the saber was not heavily injured. She only needed to temper it and protect it with her psychokinesis. This saber did not have any outstanding features, but its biggest advantage was its sturdy skin. No matter what Ji Shun Yu used it to chop, it would happily chop it. Even if she used it to chop firewood and cook rice, it would still serve her well. Occasionally, it would be easy to repair, and an ordinary blacksmith would be able to restore it to its original state. The divine sword has been born. Everyone can go up and pull it out. Whoever can pull it out of the scabbard will be its owner. However, I want to remind everyone that this sword has a strong nature. It will test you when you get close, so you must be careful. Also, everyone in the team can go up and try their luck, regardless of gender. The Hidden Sword Mountain Master spoke again. The Hidden Sword Mountain Master's last sentence was like a shot of adrenaline. The eyes of the men who accompanied the woman were all shining. In particular, the immortal monarch with a king temperament, who had accompanied Yu Shuashang could not suppress the joy on his face. This immortal used to be Yu Shuashang's admirer, but his looks and martial arts were not very outstanding, so Yu Shuashang did not pay attention to him at all. This time, Yu Shuashang's true colors were exposed. The immortal and god monarchs who had surrounded Yu Shuashang previously all retreated. No one was willing to partner with her anymore. Yu Shuashang had no choice but to send a telepathic message to the immortal king, promising him some benefits. Only then did the immortal king agree to it. In the tunnel, Yu Shuashang had told him that she would give him the benefits she had promised him after they passed the trial. He told him to risk his life when he encountered danger in the tunnel. He obeyed and fought with his life on the line. However, when he encountered an extremely dangerous situation, he was almost captured by Yu Shuashang and used as a shield. Although he managed to escape the danger by accident, it was enough to make him feel depressed. After exiting the tunnel, Wang Xianjun had completely lost his value in the eyes of Yu Shuashang. In front of him, she resumed her cold beauty and ignored him. The benefits she had promised him had to wait until they went down the mountain. This made him even more depressed, but he could not do anything at the moment. Now that he suddenly heard that he also had the chance to obtain this sword, it was naturally a pleasant surprise. Chapter 29:32. He had already made up his mind. Once he was lucky enough to pull out the sword, he would definitely not give it to Yu Shuashang. He wanted to keep it. With this sword by his side, there would be no lack of beauties throwing themselves at him. Deity by he, we are originally one. If you pull out the divine sword, it should be counted as mine. Don't you think so? Don't worry. If that's the case, I will promise you even greater benefits. I will let you get what you want. Yu Shuashang's cold and charming voice came again. Wang Xianjun chuckled, and did not comment. Yu Xueshang was also a little regretful. She regretted that she threw this out a little too early. It would take more effort to redeem herself. Everyone had different thoughts. The men and women who had been through thick and thin together held each other's hands and cheered for each other. Ji Xingyue was very happy to hear this rule. If the divine sword had to choose the person with the best skills and the most popularity, then Rong Yuishanlin was undoubtedly the best candidate. His chances of getting the sword were higher than anyone else's. If he got the sword, then it would be convenient for her to borrow it. She was thinking in her heart when her fingers were held tightly by someone. She looked up and saw Rong Yuishanlin's smiling face. I think we should cheer for each other too. Ji Xingyue looked at the other groups. The men and women in the other groups were indeed holding each other's hands. She smiled. Okay, good luck. She patted his shoulder and took the opportunity to pull her hand out. What was going on with two grown men standing here holding hands? They were not homosexuals. Rong Yuishanlin looked at his empty hand and smiled. However, he put his arm on her shoulder. Are you confident? His action was like men putting their arms around each other's shoulders. His body was almost leaning on her. Ji Xinyue's whole body stiffened. In front of so many people, she could not kick him away. She wanted to quietly avoid him, but his arm was hooked tightly around her. If she did not use her telekinesis, she could not shake him off at all. Let go. Men and women should not touch each other. Ji Xinyue secretly gritted her teeth and transmitted her voice to him. You have said this 3 times today. Rong Yuishanlin chuckled and replied casually. You are now dressed as a man. It is normal for us to do this. No one will say anything. Ji Xinyu. Looks like I can't get rid of this wolf with a gentle attitude. She simply stomped her foot over at lightning speed. Very good. Rong Yue Tianlan's foot was stepped on by her. Ji Xinyu knew that his kung fu was high, and if she stepped on him lightly, he would not react at all, so she stepped on him with extra force. After stepping on him, she even used all her strength to crush him. However, Rong Yuishanlin was like a block of wood and did not react at all. Ji Xinyue did not give up and was about to add more strength. Wang Xianjun, who was standing at the front of the group, suddenly screamed and jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. My leg! He furrowed his brows and angrily rebuked Yu Xueshang. Why did you step on my foot? Yu Xueshang glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I step on your foot? Just now. There's no one else standing beside me. If you didn't step on me, who else could it be? Wang Xianjun fumed. The two of them started arguing at the front. Ji Shenhue. Rong Yuishanlin, this guy actually knows the damage transfer technique. Rong Yuishanlin still had one arm around her shoulder, while the other gently waved the fan to stop the fight. Chapter 29:33. Rong Yuishanlin said, All right, the two of you are in the same group. Why do you have to hurt your friendship over such a small matter? So what if she stepped on you? It's not like you'll lose anything. Wang Xianjun, please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to her level. Wang Xianjun's face was pale from the pain, but he was still rubbing his foot. She stepped on me too hard. No wonder people say that a woman's heart is the most vicious. He felt that the back of his foot was about to break. Rong Yuishanlin looked at his foot from a few teams away. His foot was quickly swollen like a bun, and even his boots were full. Rong Yuishanlin nodded in agreement. Indeed, she was too cruel. It seems that she really didn't give you any face. Ji Shanhue was speechless. This guy was talking about her in a roundabout way. Wang Xianjun saw that this mighty deity was speaking up for him and felt that he was right. He glared at Yu Xueshang angrily. Yu Xueshang was really wrong this time. She argued angrily again. I didn't step on you. Wang Xianjun hadn't gotten any benefits yet, so he couldn't really fall out with her. He snorted and didn't say anything. Rong Yuishanlin said again, All right, you're the first group to come out. You should try your luck first. Which one of you will go first? Yu Xueshang took a deep breath and said coldly, Let him go first as compensation. She still couldn't figure out the level of the divine sword and needed someone to test the waters first. Anyway, Wang Xianjun was a little naive. Even if he really got the divine sword, she had ways to snatch it from him. She was happy to do this favor. Wang Xianjun wasn't really naive. He also had his own plans. Regardless of Yu Xueshang's character, her appearance and martial arts were indeed the best among this group of girls. If she went first, the divine sword might really choose her. Then, everyone wouldn't even have a chance to try. This was also good. At least he had a chance. He snorted and didn't say anything. He strode forward. Everyone opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what kind of power the divine sword would unleash. After a while, Wang Xianjun limped up from the ground. He didn't feel good from the fall. He originally thought that even if he couldn't obtain the divine sword, touching the sword hilt would be good enough. However, he didn't expect that, not to mention touching the sword hilt, he didn't even have the luck to get close to it. He had just taken 3 or 4 steps in the direction of the divine sword when he stopped, as if he had encountered a great resistance. First, he was choked until his face turned red, and then he flew out like a marionette. He slammed directly onto a large rock. If it wasn't for his thick skin and thick flesh, he probably would have fainted from the fall. He crawled up from the ground with great difficulty, and the divine sword chi he sensed in his heart suddenly broke. Before he could say anything, a large hole opened up under his feet. With a scream, he fell into it and disappeared without a trace. Everyone was shocked. Fortunately, the villa master of the sword-hidden villa explained to them in time. This is a sign that he has been eliminated. Don't worry, he was only invited down the mountain. There won't be any accidents. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. They increasingly felt that this hidden sword villa was not ordinary magical. Fairy Yu, it's your turn. A swordsmith who was in charge of this matter from afar reminded her calmly. Yu Xueshang's face turned pale, but she smiled faintly. I'm afraid that after I make my move, the others won't have a chance. As the saying goes, if it's yours, it won't run away. I can let a few more people go. It won't be too late to make my move after the 4th team makes their move. Chapter 29:34. The others did not say anything, but Ji Shunyu sneered secretly. This Yu Xueshang was not an ordinary schemer. She probably wanted to see how many ways the divine sword could attack people, so she let others take the lead so that she could observe more. Moreover, most of the people in the later groups were not as good as her. She probably thought that the probability of these people being rejected by the divine sword was very high, so she was not too worried that the divine sword would be taken away by the first few groups. Even if someone was lucky enough to catch the eye of the divine sword, as long as their martial arts were not as good as hers, she would probably do everything possible to snatch the sword back from them. In her mind, the strongest opponent was probably Ji Shinyu's group. After all, this group was a strong team, and they were here to fight for the sword for Princess Ji Shinyu. If the divine sword was taken away by these 2 people, she would have no chance at all. Therefore, she placed herself in front of Ji Shinyu's group to ensure that nothing would go wrong. This woman was able to climb from the lowest level to her current position. She was indeed very scheming everywhere. Ji Shinyu actually did not dislike scheming people. After all, everyone had lived for so many years, and it was impossible for them to become more and more naive. However, she disliked people who frequently stepped on others to get to the top, who had no moral bottom line, and who pretended to be aloof and refined. This Yu Xueshang happened to be in this group. She found her particularly unpleasant to the eye. At this moment, this unpleasant person was standing in front of her. Yu Xueshang stood in front of Ji Shinyu and nodded slightly at her. This was the first time Ji Shinyu was so close to her, and she smelled a very faint orchid fragrance on her body. At first, this fragrance did not feel anything, but after smelling it for a while, she seemed to be getting used to it. She even felt that this was the best and noblest smell in the world, and she wanted to smell it again. Rongyu Ishinlin suddenly pulled Ji Shinyu behind him. Ji Shinyu was not prepared and staggered, almost falling onto his back. She quickly straightened her body and glared at the back of Rongyu Ishinlin, who was half a head taller than her, and had the urge to send him flying with a slap. What was wrong with this guy? Did he think that Yu Xueshang smelled good and wanted to monopolize her? So he pulled her, who was an eyesore, behind him. Ji Shinyu felt that he was being too unkind. Just as she was about to take a step forward, he waved his sleeve at her, without even looking back. Ji Yu's nose was instantly filled with the faint fragrance of plum blossoms, and she suddenly woke up from her dazed state. Rendezvous Audiobook's voice also entered her ears at the right time. The fragrance on her body is strange. Stay at the back and don't come over. Ji Yu was startled, and only then did she realize that her emotions just now were not normal. She was actually almost mesmerized by Yu Shueshang's fragrance and wanted to run around her. Just now, she even found her extremely pleasing to the eye. Looking at her cold and aloof appearance, she wanted to hug her. Yu Shueshang's body, could it be some kind of special knockout incense? Even she, a woman, was almost mesmerized by her. If those men smelled her scent, it would be even more difficult for them to control themselves. Could it be that her ability to attract bees and butterflies wasn't something she was born with, but rather something she used in her later years? Yu Shueshang did indeed have a very special knockout incense on her body. It smelled like the fragrance of orchids and gave off the smell of an elegant fairy. However, this knockout incense could stimulate one's nerves. The more one smelled it, the more one wanted to smell it. The more one smelled it, the more one would be mesmerized. Especially for men, it had a special aphrodisiac effect. Of course, it was not an aphrodisiac effect, but an increase in favorability. Chapter 29:35. This was also the main reason why she could become a heartthrob in such a cold and aloof situation. The smell on Yu Shueshang's body was very secretive. Only those who were close to her would be charmed by her. At first glance, it was not much different from an ordinary cold fragrance, so it was easy for people to overlook it. Rendezvous Audiobook was a famous pharmacist, so naturally, he was also an expert in perfuming. He was originally standing behind Ji Yu, so he should not have smelled Yu Shueshang's scent, but his nose was sharp. After smelling it for a while, he realized that something was wrong, so he immediately pulled Ji Yu behind him and stood where Ji Yu was just now. At this moment, looking at the graceful woman in front of him, his lips curled into a mocking smile. Using fragrance to charm people, a sparkling pink powder appeared on his fingertips, and then he flicked it lightly. The pink powder was as light as air, and it stained Yu Shueshang's clothes. Then, he took a step back and stood side by side with Ji Yu. Ji Yu glanced at him. "What are you up to?" "I'm not up to anything. I don't have any of the problems. I just like to pull the fox's tail." Rendezvous Audiobook rubbed his chin and chuckled. The two of them were talking in a secret language, so no one else could hear them. Ji Yu was puzzled, so Rendezvous Audiobook leaned on her. "Just wait for the show." Ji Yu stepped aside, and her body flashed like a ghost, causing Rendezvous Audiobook to lean on nothing. He steadied himself, looked at Ji Yu, and sighed. "Yu, you're so heartless." This sentence was full of bitterness. Coming from this great god's mouth, it made Ji Yu shiver. "Great immortal, will you die if you don't feel mushy?" She quickly took 2 steps to the side, so as to avoid being stuck to by him again. Rendezvous Audiobook smiled, but did not stick to her again. He was an expert in love, so he knew that he could not stick too close to the woman he loved, so as not to scare her away or arouse her disgust. It was better for him to take it slow. Ji Yu quickly understood what Rendezvous Audiobook meant by pulling the fox's tail. Because of the man and woman who were originally very close to Yu Shueshang, the man suddenly covered his nose and frowned. "What's that smell?" Then he looked at the woman beside him suspiciously. "What's that strange smell on you? Why is it so smelly?" The woman was immediately furious. "Nonsense. I don't stink." She also wrinkled her nose and suddenly turned around to look at Yu Shueshang behind her. "It's your smell." She suddenly took a step back. What a strong body odor. The man seemed to have figured out the source of the stench. He immediately pulled the woman beside him and retreated a few steps. "It stinks." They stayed far away from Yu Shueshang. Yu Shueshang's expression changed. What's the smell?" "Body odor. You have body odor." The woman's face was filled with disgust. The man beside her didn't want to talk about other people's shortcomings. He pulled the woman forward and said, "Okay, it's our turn." At this moment, Yu Shueshang also smelled the scent on her body, and her face changed greatly. She used to have body odor, but after training, she had obtained a bottle of strange fragrance from an expert in perfumery. She could transform the body odor into a special fragrance that attracted men. However, she did not expect that the strange fragrance would suddenly lose its effect at this moment. Moreover, it caused the body odor on her body to spread out 10 times stronger. Seeing that the remaining few people had disgusted looks on their faces and avoided her, Yu Shueshang wanted to find a hole to hide in. She deeply felt that this place was probably not suitable for her, and her secret was being exposed again and again. Chapter 29:36. She deeply felt that this place was probably not compatible with her. Her secret was being exposed again and again. She had embarrassed herself all the way to her grandmother's house. This made her embarrassed and angry, but she couldn't do anything about it. Ji Xinyue couldn't help but glance at Rendezvous Audiobook. This person's methods were not ordinary when it came to scheming against others. This time, this fairy's reputation would probably really spread far and wide. The two teams in front finally finished their experiments. Just as Yu Shueshang had expected, they all returned in defeat. Basically, before they could even get close to the divine sword, they were bounced off by the sword chi. It was strange. They had clearly failed, but there was no cave to send them away. Instead, they were still standing there, just that they had lost their qualifications. The Villa Master of the Hidden Sword Manor stood in the distance and explained to these people, the divine sword is more casual. If it doesn't like anyone, it will still throw them down the mountain after they fail. The fact that everyone can still stay here in one piece proves that the divine sword has a good impression of you. Ji Xinyue looked at the divine sword that didn't even move and couldn't help but shake her head. It was really a divine sword that liked to do as it pleased. However, it did have the right to be arrogant. Although those people failed, they were still very happy that they weren't sent away. They stood in another direction and looked at the people who hadn't tried yet. Everyone was curious about who the divine sword would choose. Seeing that only Yu Shueshang, Ji Xinyue, and Rendezvous Audiobook were left, everyone's eyes widened, waiting for the final result. Rendezvous Audiobook waved her fan and asked, "Fairy Yu, do you still want to give in this time?" Naturally, Yu Shueshang didn't want to give in. She had already seen through the divine sword's methods and had an idea in her heart. At most, she would be bounced off by the divine sword. It wasn't worth much. She had paid a huge price this time, and her desire to obtain the divine sword was even stronger. After she obtained the divine sword, she would use it to kill all those who humiliated her today. She would let these common people tremble under her skirt and let them know her power. Only by obtaining the divine sword could she get rid of the humiliation today. She took a light breath and walked towards the divine sword. She thought to herself, divine sword, if you acknowledge me as your master, I will definitely make you famous in the world in my hands. You will become the #1 sword in the world. I will give you whatever you want." She knew that the divine sword should be able to read her thoughts, so she desperately made a wish. She walked step by step towards the divine sword, walking cautiously and carefully. She had even forgotten her usual cold demeanor. Strangely, she didn't encounter any obstruction. She could even feel the calling of the divine sword, as if it was calling out to her. When she was only 14 or 15 steps away from the divine sword, she was still able to walk with ease. This was the closest distance that the people in front of him had walked. The most powerful one had been sent flying from this position. As for the others, they were sent flying before they even reached this distance. She did not encounter any obstacles. She walked very smoothly. Yu Shueshang's heart trembled with excitement, and her eyes lit up. Once again, he straightened his chest and looked around at everyone. His eyes were filled with pride. Then he strode forward. The divine sword did not obstruct her at all, so it definitely wanted to recognize her as its master. This time, he could truly hold his head high. When everyone saw this scene, they were also stunned. Who would have thought that the divine sword would choose her as its master? The divine sword was indeed a person with no moral principles. He only looked at whether a person was beautiful or not, whether their martial arts were high or not, and did not care whether their character was good or not. Chapter 29:37. Disappointment flashed across the crowd's eyes. A hand was placed on Ji Xinyue's shoulder. Rongyue Tianlan had approached her unknowingly. "Are you disappointed?" Ji Xinyue shook her head. As expected, she had already guessed it when Yu Xueshang took the 10th step. The others began to encounter obstacles when they took the 10th step. Only Yu Xueshang did not encounter any obstacles. Did this mean that the divine sword had a special liking for her? Of course, she was disappointed, but Ji Xinyue was not very surprised. No matter how divine the divine sword was, it was still an artifact. It could not be expected to conform to human standards of good and evil. If the sword was taken away by Yu Xueshang, she could only think of other ways to break the meteorite chain. Yu Xueshang finally reached out to the divine sword. Just as her snow-white fingertips were about to touch the hilt of the divine sword, a sudden change happened in an instant. A snow-white cold light burst out from the sword. The cold light was extremely bright and dazzling. Yu Xueshang was caught off guard and blinked subconsciously. Then, she felt a sudden pain in her right arm. Blood spurted out, and a snow-white mass flew out. This change was too fast, so fast that she did not even have time to scream. She subconsciously took a step back. Only then did she see that the snow-white mass that flew out was her arm wrapped in her sleeve. Her right arm had been cut off from the shoulder. It was not until blood spurted out from the cut that Yu Xueshang finally reacted. She let out a shrill cry and finally felt pain. She had probably never experienced such pain in her life. She took a few steps back and sealed her acupoints with trembling hands. Before her fingers touched her shoulder, another white light burst out and flashed past her left shoulder. As a result, her left arm also flew out with a spray of blood. She screamed and lost her balance. Her body fell backward. A big hole appeared in the ground. Her whole body fell into it. With a scream, she fell straight down and disappeared in an instant. The ground closed, and the big hole disappeared. Even Yu Xueshang's 2 broken arms disappeared without a trace. It was unknown whether they fell with Yu Xueshang or fell to another exit at the foot of the mountain. Even the blood on the snowy ground disappeared after a flash of white light. It was as if this tragedy had never happened. Almost everyone was stunned. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, unable to close their gaping mouths. It turned out that the godly sword did not only have the ability to send people flying, it could actually cut off people's arms without being unsheathed. What's more, he didn't expect it to be so ruthless towards the number one beauty. First, he gave her hope. He didn't reject her approach, but when she was full of hope, he gave her the most fatal blow. After Yu Xueshang fell down, even if she didn't bleed to death, she would become a real cripple. Her tragic end was already destined. Not only was this divine sword ruthless, it was also two-faced. Ji Xinyue looked at the sword lying there, her fingers slowly clenching. Now that only she and Rongyue Tianlan were left, she was bound to make this trip. She could no longer sense the aura of the divine sword. It was obvious that it had given up on her and would not recognize her as its master. It seemed that the master it recognized was Rongyue Tian, or perhaps only Rongyue Tian could truly subdue it. Rongyue Tian's gaze also fell on the sword. Her expression was rarely solemn. Suddenly, she took her hand and walked forward. "I'll go with you." Chapter 29:38. Xinyue paused. "Aren't we going one by one?" Rongyue Tianlan smiled. "I'm not against the 2 of us going together. You go and pull out the sword first. If you can't do it, I'll do it." Pulling her forward, he said, "All right, it's a happy deal. Don't dawdle." The surrounding onlookers widened their eyes. Everyone could tell that heavenly, immortal Rongyue's attitude towards heavenly Lord Shen Yu was rather ambiguous. This was because men rarely held hands. Sir God Shen Yu seemed to be unwilling, and he looked like he wanted to kick the other party away, but he couldn't be too rude in front of so many people. Everyone had heard about Rongyu and knew about the grudge between him and Ji Xinyue. Now that they saw this, they could not help but guess. Could it be that this heavenly immortal Rongyu was a homosexual and he liked this heavenly Lord Xinyu? Was that why he broke off the engagement with Princess Ji Xinyu with such fanfare? after breaking off the engagement. The two of them might have felt sorry for Princess Ji Shenyue, so they came here to snatch the divine sword and wanted to give it to Princess Ji Shenyue as compensation. The more the crowd thought about it, the more they felt that this was the truth. After all, Shenyue was famous for not being interested in women. He had never been seen in any brothel. As for heavenly immortal Rongyu, she immediately broke off her great marriage and came to play with Shenyue. After the crowd guessed this truth, the interaction between the two of them became more and more subtle. It seemed more and more like they were gay. This mainland did not discriminate against gay people. After all, everyone was immortal cultivators. The path to immortality was long and boring. It was not bad to have a companion by your side. Love between a man and a woman was good, but it might even be true love. Moreover, the couple in front of them looked so pleasing to the eye. The crowd had all kinds of guesses. Ji Shenyue naturally did not know that the crowd had already thought of a relationship with Rongyu Tianlan. At this moment, all her thoughts were on the divine sword. She did not want the sword to recognize her as its owner. She wanted to prevent it from attacking her. When she and Rongyu Tianlan walked towards the divine sword, they did not meet with any obstacles. When they were 5 steps away from the divine sword, Rongyu Tianlan stopped and finally let go of Ji Shenyue's hand. "You go first." Ji Shenyue nodded and strode over. Until now, she had not sensed the call of the divine sword. This fellow allowed her to come close. Perhaps it also had the intention of slashing her. However, she was not Yu Shuishang. If it wanted to plot against her, it would have to pay a price. She knew she couldn't get the sword, and she didn't want to get it. The only reason why she came here was because she had already come this far. If she left without trying, others might think that she was afraid of the sword. She reached her hand out to the divine sword. Rongyu Ishinlin, who was a few steps away, secretly pinched a spell in her sleeve to prevent the divine sword from harming people. However, he and Ji Shenyue were obviously overthinking things. The sword lay there quietly. When Ji Shenyue's fingers touched the hilt, it still didn't react. What's wrong with this guy? The sword spirit inside was being suppressed. Ji Shenyue didn't notice anything wrong, so she had no choice but to draw her sword. Swoosh! A sword as cold as ice was unsheathed. It went so smoothly that even Ji Shenyue herself was stunned. Of course, the people who were staring at her nervously were also stunned. Everyone's jaws dropped at the same time. Chapter 29:39. So straightforward, so smooth. She actually didn't encounter any obstacles, nor did she encounter any attacks. Ji Shenyue pulled out this sword as if it were an ordinary sword, causing her to be nervous for so long for nothing. That feeling was like using all her strength to chop down a large rock, only to find that the rock was a soft piece of tofu. It made her feel like her waist had been shaken. Her gaze fell on the blade, and she narrowed her eyes slightly. The blade was 2 feet and 8 inches long, as if it was made of ice and snow, with a hint of icy blue in the snow white. The blade was sharp, and under the sunlight, it shone with a rainbow luster. It was magnificent, but also exuded a cold, murderous aura. Ji Shenyue had seen many divine weapons in her life, delicate, mysterious, rough, and all kinds of special characteristics. But she had never seen such an aura as contradictory and strange. This sword was very beautiful, unprecedentedly beautiful. Whether it was the blade or the hilt, every inch of it revealed one word: perfection. Ji Shenyue had never thought of using the word beautiful to describe a sword, but the moment she saw the full appearance of this sword, this was the first word that appeared in her mind. Such a beautiful sword, but its aura was extremely powerful, as if it was a proud queen looking down on all living things, not allowing anyone to violate it. "Ha, are you surprised?" A line of words suddenly flashed in Ji Shenyue's mind. At the same time, Ji Shenyue finally felt the sword intent of the divine sword. It was very turbulent and very cheerful. It was as if the sword was laughing proudly. "Ji Shenyue," she replied with an ellipsis. "You are indeed surprised. I find that you really don't want me." The divine sword wrote another line of words. "That's right," Ji Shenyue replied with 2 words. Oof, I knew it. I can read minds. The divine sword wrote proudly. Then why did you choose me? Ji Shenyue expressed her confusion. This divine sword likes challenges, and this divine sword has the final say in who the master of this divine sword is. No one has the right to refuse or interfere. Similarly, since I have chosen you, you have no right to refuse. The divine sword said proudly. It had a look of, I just like to see you not like me, but can't do anything to me. These words were so annoying. Ji Shunyu narrowed her eyes. Is that so? With a flip of her wrist, she was about to throw the divine sword out. Suddenly, she felt a wave of extremely cold air pass through the sword hilt and into her palm. It instantly swam into her blood vessels, causing all the blood vessels in her body to almost freeze. It was her instinct to save herself in danger, so Ji Shenyue immediately channeled her internal energy to resist. She used her telekinesis to intercept the cold air that was flowing towards her. The two of them fought and clashed inside her body. It was as if two powerful cultivators were fighting inside. Ji Shinyu stood there, seemingly motionless, but her face suddenly turned red and white, and the veins on her hand that was holding the divine sword faintly bulged. Ryu Fanlon frowned, her figure flashed, and she was about to step forward to help. However, the secret message from the sword concealment villa stopped him in time. At this moment, Ji Shenyue had no time to pay attention to her surroundings. She was trying her best to push the cold chi out, inch by inch, through her blood vessels, forcing it back into her palm. Swoosh! Ji Shunyu finally let out a sigh of relief as she finally forced out the cold chi. This scoundrel wanted to show her who was the boss, but she was not going to fall for it. However, as the cold chi leaked out, a few drops of blood were also forced out from her palm. Chapter 2940. Strangely enough, the moment the blood was forced out, it did not condense in her palm. Instead, it was eaten by the sword, disappearing without a trace. A line of blood flowed from the hilt into the blade, all the way to the tip. The sword was originally snow white with a hint of light blue, but now there was a dazzling red line, as if a plainclothes beauty had added a crimson belt to her waist. It was shockingly beautiful. It's a success. The divine sword said again. Ji Shenyue's heart tightened. What's a success? Congratulations, Princess Shenyue. The divine sword has recognized you as its master. From today onwards, it's yours. The voice of the hidden sword manor master came from afar, his voice full of gratification. Ji Shenyue froze. Princess Shenyue? Her identity was exposed? She looked down subconsciously and saw herself reflected on the sword blade. She took a deep breath. She did not know when she had regained her original appearance. Although she was still wearing Sir God Shenyu's clothes, her face was her own. Flowing black hair, jade-like skin, watery eyes, captivating red lips, Ji Shenyue's face was extremely beautiful. Once she regained her original appearance, it was obvious that she was a girl. No matter how beautiful a man was, he could not look like her, so it was useless even if she was still wearing men's clothes. She glanced at the people around her. Almost everyone's eyes fell on her face. Their expressions varied. Some were surprised, some thought that it was so, and some were jealous. So, Sir God Shinyu is Princess Shenyue. Aya, why didn't I think of that? They are the same person. Shinyu, Shenyue. Their names are similar. So Princess Shenyue is not so introverted that she can't meet people. She has been wearing men's clothes in the Jianghu and has made such a name for herself. This is too surprising. If this news spreads, it will cause a sensation in the entire Fanning continent. Everyone's discussion was endless. Obviously, the fact that Sir Godshun, you as Princess Shenyue, had shocked them greatly. Ji Shenyue glanced at Rongyu Ishinlin beside her, but his gaze fell on the divine sword in her hand, as if he was thinking of something. At first, Ji Shenyue thought it was Rongyu Ishinlin's doing. After all, he was the only one who could restore her original appearance without anyone noticing. But now, her gaze fell on the divine sword. You're the one behind this. Her tone was somewhat unfriendly. The tip of the divine sword flashed with white light, as if a child's prank had finally succeeded. Not bad. How can my master hide his head and show his tail? I want everyone to understand that I chose a woman and not a man, and I can't let people say that my divine sword made a choice without seeing the person. Ji Shun Yu's finger gently stroked the edge of the sword, a faint smile on her face. How do you know that I must have you? This guy had exposed her true identity without her consent. He was simply too willful. It was fine if she could control such a divine sword well, but if she couldn't control it well, she was afraid that it would backfire on her master. She didn't want it. You're right to be worried. I only follow the strong. The divine sword seemed to have finally opened its chatterbox and was able to communicate with others. That's why you must continue to become stronger. Continue to become stronger so that you won't trigger my backlash. Ji Shinyu raised her hand and threw it out. No need. I can abandon you right now. The divine sword turned into a shooting star and was directly thrown off the mountain peak. Everyone was fighting to get this sword, and when they saw this sword ancestor, they couldn't wait to worship her.